Group B's Championship Sunday has arrived. Only 4 teams remain, and every series will determine whether the road to BlizzCon opens before them or they reach a dead end. Our teams want to land in the top 2 to move ahead, but of course, that championship crown is also calling their name. It's time for them to outrace, outpace, and outplay the competition to become your Group B champions. I'm your host, Rookery, here with your MDI casters, and Tattles, yesterday you claimed to live in the darkness. Did the Void whisper any secrets to you last night about today's matches?
Oh, okay. That was just a joke about the fact that I get all of my vitamin D from the light of Silver Moon, of course. Inky Black potions are a must, I think, whenever you're in Silver Moon. I feel like the light today, ANTTIS Angels, they're going to be ascending.
All right, great. I can't wait to see them rise to greater heights, and we'll lean on this prediction as we look ahead. But Makes, you told chat that Group A finals would be poggers. Do you think Group B is going to be even better?
Yeah, actually, they're going to be so poggers, which, if you're familiar with Twitch chat, you know what it means.
I love this. We've got like a scale here, like poggers, so poggers. We'll have to see like what ends up being even higher above that over the course of the MDI.
What's the bottom of the scale? Like cringe?
Oh, it's like, it's like cringe, tattles.
Okay.
It's down there.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. So tattles, poggers, so poggers.
I don't want to hear that.
Okay, sure. Dratnos, do you think that Group B has some surprises in store for us today?
Yeah, I've got a good feeling about these matches we've got ahead of us here. We've got some really well-matched teams, and we've got some teams with different strengths, different group compositions, and I'm going to be curious how they all stack up against each other.
Me too. Honestly, I feel like Group B has had so many wild cards and some big turns of events, so today is no doubt going to be the same. And while we are only minutes away from our Group B finals, winning is only the first step for our teams in the Mythic Dungeon International. Get your calendars out as we look over the roadmap so you can make sure you don't miss any of our weekends to come. Now, everything started in the time trials back in April, and from them, the top 24 teams were sorted into our groups. We've seen Group A, Group B is almost done, but we still have Group C and China ahead of us. And from those groups, the top 2 teams will move on to our Season 1 finals, where the top 4 teams across those regions will then make it to BlizzCon and the global finals, where they'll be vying for $300,000 and the glory of winning the MDI in front of the live audience. That is all going to be unfolding over the coming months, so keep an eye out and be sure to tune in where you can. We are here, obviously, at the Group B finals, but our series yesterday determined who we're going to be seeing face off today. Makes, what went down on day 2?
Okay, write this down because you will want to memorize it. We started yesterday with the triple threat showing up big time, because not only did they wipe the plate with physical god comp and a very swift 2-0, but the time in which they ran their Pit of Saran was record time, and poses to look like a threat to global competition of the likes of Mandatory and Miscount we're going to be seeing next weekend. Speaking of threats though, in this group weekend, ANTTIS Angels, they're another one. Only 7 seconds behind Mandatory's fastest seed of Triumvirate, and a single death in day 1, it's looking incredibly promising for this young team that looks like they might be finally due after several seasons of competition and not a whole lot of success to show for it. The lower bracket though, different story. We saw chaos, creativity, crazy pulls, crazier upsets. So many of these matches ended up mere seconds from each other in a run that couldn't have been more cinema. Out of this bloodbath hailed 2 teams into the lower semis. Direwolves got a 2-0 against Blame the Healer, and I would have loved to call this one clean, but it really wasn't. Direwolves will need to step it up a notch to avoid turning Down Under into Down Bad. Physical God Comp on the other side had some ups and downs. Against Exodia V, they were able to keep it mostly deathless, but we also saw a glimpse of their power as Banchers and Squish once again have swapped roles in yet another dungeon, which truly is something that sets this team apart. Is the Physical God Comp able to keep it up though? We'll need to wait and see.
We definitely will. Honestly, I love this range of teams, and I can't wait to see what they're going to do today. I mean, this weekend, it's been an interesting one, but also in regards to the spec variety rule that we've seen. This season, for anybody who doesn't know, 3 specs get banned out after every map. So this is both by team pick after the first game and the most played for subsequent maps. Tuttles, which teams have played around this in a notable way from Group B?
That is a good question. I think that Physical God Comp is probably the most notable team, and kind of like Makes was saying, the fact that they end up having some players swap up their role, where occasionally Squish Vegans playing like Feral Druid and Banchers as tanking, feels a little bit unique compared to the, I would say, more common interpretation of the spec variety rule. More often than not, your tank's going to stay the tank. He's just going to play multiple tank specializations. But with Physical God Comp, they have their players heavily prefer to play specific classes. You know, like Banchers, if given the opportunity, he really wants to play Hunter. Wax has exclusively played Rogue so far. Noxiv has exclusively played the DPS Warrior. And so, like, you know, you have Ortimus having to flex between Restoration Shaman and Mistweaver Monk. That seems to be a little bit challenging in some instances for them. Squish Vegan, he ends up hopping onto Feral, and Banchers will tank occasionally. And I think that for me, this team has had the most unique path for the spec variety rule. But as a result, I do worry that whenever they're on, let's say, their third best composition, they end up in kind of this weird state where they don't exactly have their routes or their practice like set up in a way that allows them to be able to be super successful like some of the other teams would otherwise be.
I mean, it is true. I think we've seen more flexibility from them than we have in previous seasons, but there is always that kind of difficulty, especially with spec variety rules. If you're used to playing one thing, how you then make that work under a variety of situations. So however they approach it, our teams are going to have their strategies locked in, because Dratnos today, only 4 teams remain and qualification to the season finals are on the line. So where are our teams starting out in the bracket, and what does that mean for them?
Sorry, here's a look at our bracket. We have the triple threat up in the upper bracket, joining ANTTIS Angels. This is going to be a really exciting series. This is the one we're starting off our day as well. One of these teams will make it straight to the finals, straight to the finals in June as well, whichever team wins that. The loser gets sent down to the lower bracket, where they're going to be up against Direwolves and Physical God Comp, the winner of that series. Now, that series alone should be interesting, and then that lower finals, I think, is going to be really, really exciting. And then we get the finals of the weekend. Now, the finals of the weekend, both teams will have already qualified through to June, but it is a really fun series to watch because it is a best of 5 with our spec variety rule still in play. Last group, we saw that end in a 3-0, so we didn't get to see those games 4 and 5, where teams will have up to 12 specs restricted out of the 40 in the game. Is a really interesting situation, especially if we get Physical God Comp, for instance, into the finals. What are they going to do in games 4 and 5, Tunnels? I have no idea.
I feel like if they are in games 4 and 5, we are going to see Squish Vegan's Protection Paladin, which I haven't seen for a very long time, and I feel like they're in a little bit of trouble from the spec variety rule if they end up making it that far.
Spec, though.
That'll be a +1.
There we go. It'll add it into our spec chart, and honestly, we've seen so many of them get used. Hopefully we'll get to only see some more. And now, Makes, your Pogger scale, as we talked about earlier, is pretty much always on point. And yesterday you said that all the matchups would be exciting. Today, do you have your eye on any one in particular?
Listen, I just quickly want to say that yesterday I was so right. The lower bracket was insane. We had so many good matches out of that. Today, I think the one match you will need to watch for the start of day is that triple threat ANTTIS Angels matchup. Because to me, both of these teams in their own right are looking mighty scary, not only in the context of Group B competition, but in the context of global competition, and that tells you something. So the winner of this match might actually go on and win it all, and you would not want to miss that.
You've heard it from Makes. Our teams have a lot to show today, especially these first 2 that are going to be coming up. Now, this is going to be our first series, and it features one of our strongest new teams facing off against a rising returner. It's Triple Threat versus ANTTIS Angels, chat, so get your predictions in. It's time. I'm really curious, honestly, to see, though, how our predictions are going to kind of pan out on this one, because there's been some debate about how these 2 will measure up. Makes, you've had some thoughts on their speed, right?
Yeah, so like I mentioned in that day 2 recap, I was actually very surprised by the timers on both of those teams. So I think coming into this, it looked very much like the bar down below, where everybody's like, oh, triple threat, they're legit, right? They're the team that's going to win it all. Duh, it's decided. But then you look at the runs from ANTTIS Angels, you look at their timers, you compare it to the likes of Mandatory, who we saw in Group A already, and they're on the same speed. 7 seconds between those 2 teams is not a whole lot, and I generally think this team is currently heavily underrated.
I'm gonna find it hard to disagree with the underrated comment, but I feel like Triple Threat, from what I've been seeing from them, they've been completely deathless throughout the entire weekend, and I felt like they've been been on the same level as mandatory, where I feel like ANTTIS Angels has been a little bit of a step behind.
They had one death.
But okay, it's about the quality of the runs, right? Like, I think there was like a Windrunner Spire from ANTTIS that, like, it wasn't bad, but it felt like it was a little bit slow in like gathering the packs. It's like it's really, really small things that we're being critical of. But whenever I'm comparing them to Triple Threat, the number 2 seed coming out of time trials, I feel like ANTTIS Angels is just like a 15 seconds to 30 seconds behind on a per dungeon basis.
Honestly, it's kind of hard to argue about how strong Triple Threat looks, because I think we really have seen them, like you were saying, Tuttles, just blast. I mean, we're looking at them as one of the absolute top contenders for the MDI. But Makes, I have to honestly agree with you too in the fact that ANTTIS Angels have been looking even more competitive than we've seen them in past seasons of different configurations and with these new players. I mean, Dratnos, chat's leaning towards Triple Threat, but what are your thoughts on this kind of matchup between the two?
Okay, 14% for ANTTIS Angels, 86% for Triple Threat. I think that's about right. I think ANTTIS Angels do have a serious chance in this series, maybe a little bit better even than 14%. I mean, they have a lot of history on their side. They have a really solid core roster for the team. That being said, I do think that Triple Threat are definitely the favorites in this series. I'm going to go 2-1 in their favor. I do think there is serious upset potential, though, in this series.
Okay, all right. Makes, we'll circle back to you. What's your official prediction going to be?
Okay, so I also think it'll be 2-1. I'm not sure in which's favor, though. I generally think these teams are incredibly close. And, when in doubt, you just got to give it to the underdog. I'm going to go 2-1 for Auntie.
All right. Now, Tettles, you were talking a pretty big game for Triple Threat, but earlier you did say that you thought that ANTTIS Angels were going to ascend today. So what's your official prediction on this one?
Okay, so Twitch chat currently has it at 6.5 to 1. I feel like at those odds, I'd probably take ANTTIS Angels. At the same time, I'm probably going to go Triple Threat 2-0.
Ooh, okay, full sweep from them. Okay, all right. I know, Migs, I'm also like, yes, the measured consideration only to end up at the 2-0.
Yes.
Well, okay, at those odds, I'm bound to take the underdog, right? But if we're just doing a pick'em, a 50-50 pick'em, like, I'm taking the 2-0.
It's fair, it's fair.
Right.
Honestly, I want to believe in the underdog. I really think ANTTIS Angels has the potential, and they've shown that this season they've come even stronger into the MDI. I think it's hard, though, to beat Triple Threat from what we've seen, so I think I'm going to go 2-1 Triple Threat, but I agree with everybody that there is serious potential for an upset here, especially if Triple Threat is not playing as perfectly today as we've seen them. We'll see. We'll see. But everybody, those are our predictions. We can see as well that Zyro came in 2-0 in favor of Triple Threat. Now, our first map for this matchup is going to be Algathar Academy, and I mean, it's got some challenges in store for them, Droughtnose, with how we've seen these two sort of approach it. How do you think they're going to come into it today for finals?
Yeah, there's a couple of interesting questions in Algathar Academy. One is, are you going right? Are you going left? What's your idea with the amount of Ravagers that you pull versus skip? Whether you're fighting them, for instance, with Veximus. Those are some interesting questions we've seen teams disagree on. The other interesting question is, what specs are you going to use in the Algathar Academy? Because Seed of the Triumvirate, that'll ask you to use maybe a Prot Warrior to save a spec ban. Nexus Point Zenith, great spot to deploy the Warlock. So you maybe actually have a little bit of flexibility to use kind of whatever you want here, because the maps later in this series might let you get away with some more conditional choices.
I will say, just looking at the map pool, ANTTIS Angels should, in theory, have, like, an upper hand in this map pool. They've already played Nexus Point Zenith as the first map of the weekend on Friday, and they had Seat as their first map yesterday versus Direwolves. And so I think that from a map perspective, Triple Threat needs to win the ALG.
They need to take it, but this is going to be our first map of our Group B finals. Here we go, Triple Threat versus ANTTIS Angels on Algathar Academy, Droughtnose.
All right,
Wow.
We are getting underway here, and we have some very interesting compositions. We've got the Double Monk from the Triple Threat, one Windwalker away from living up to their name, as they are still going to be playing some really creative
It's a
stuff.
skip.
Yeah, we have a skip going on here. So this is going to be a Wernstone after the meld. So similar idea to what we've seen in a few of these other dungeons, right? Where it's like, our Evoker doesn't have meld, but they have Wernstone. So as long as they can get within 100 yards of everybody else, they can activate that meld. Meanwhile, ANTTIS Angels, it looks like they're just saying, well, you guys have a skip. We have a bear. We're just going to do all this trash at the same time that the Triple Threat have opted to skip.
Okay, so what's the lust? I feel like most of the time that we've seen that this pull getting done for ANTTIS Angels, this has been the Bloodlust pull. Neither Triple Threat nor ANTTIS Angels are going for the Bloodlust strategy. Ooh, Divine He's running off to the side. What is he going to...
He
is he going to
melded
get
off
lashers?
combat as well.
Is he
so
getting lashers?
I think that's exactly what he's doing. So really important that they survive this pull here, because this is going to be pretty deadly, especially for Yant here. Once he gets that bark skin, it's going to be a very important cooldown. Actually, it looks like he's somehow going to be able to survive there.
Come on.
All right, so here's what
lashers.
Divine's going to do. He's going to grab all 3 of the Hungry Lasher packs in this room and probably try and avoid the insects, would be my suspicion. And yeah, you can see the way that he's navigating here, making sure that he doesn't get autoed. Now, what this is going to do is it will, and a beautiful paralysis as well, is going to keep the insects from getting pulled here. So, unfortunately, there is the other pack. The far pack of skitters have been aggroed, so those will be coming in. Meanwhile, Yant trying to stay alive. This is going to be so huge, though, because this will mean
Is Desire dead?
The boss RP will be happening there.
Yeah, oh my gosh, look at Desire here. He got charged by the Ravager. He has the damage from that Ravager on him.
He's living flaming himself.
The AMZ coming out as well to heal him up. And so, okay, look at this. I've heard a rumor about this from some of our MDI teams, that you actually have to walk these lashers to the to the pack. If you end up like Warnstoning away or something like that, it ends up getting the mob stuck. So Divine had to make sure that all of the lashers had a constant ability to be able to target him, and he walked them all the way over here. I would not be shocked if we're seeing the Bloodlust getting deployed here in just a couple of moments for ANTTIS Angels. And for Triple Threat on the left side, they got Veximus pulled a full 40% faster, but I feel like for ANTTIS Angels, the strat is so flashy, it looks so cool.
Yeah, so this is going to activate the RP of the Overgrown Ancient, which means that whenever they walk into the Overgrown Ancient room, they're not going to have this awkward period after killing this trash, where they're like, what do we do now? Do we go fight the Guardian Sentry? Do we come back later? You know, what do we do with that? ANTTIS Angels could instead, they could just U-turn and go straight to Overgrown Ancient, or they could go to Croth, and then just when they get to Overgrown Ancient, it will be there waiting for them after they come back from Croth. So a huge amount of options unfolding before ANTTIS Angels with this strategy. Triple Threat, on the other hand, you know, when they get back to the Overgrown Ancient room, they're going to need to go there and then either wait if they come back after Croth, which feels pretty bad, or that means they have to go there right now after Veximus and then go Guardian Sentry Croth and then come back to the Overgrown Ancient after that trash has finished spawning the boss.
This should be really, really fast for ANTTIS Angels. I think that they are basically able to save somewhere in the order of like 25 to 30 seconds, because now, instead of needing to run into that Overgrown Ancient room to be able to kill off those lashers, they instead are able to go straight to Croth from here. And I think that this skips the walking time loss. While Triple Threat, they were able to get the pull started faster, and there is some time that is gained from that. I think that ANTTIS Angels should get the upper hand in terms of just the way that they've been routing through this dungeon so far.
Yeah, exactly. The question is, was this fancy play worth it? And Triple Threat are skipping past the side there, jumping off the edge, and then getting into that slipstream to actually manage to skip the entirety of the trash that lives on that little rocky outcrop here. So they're going to kill off this Guardian Sentry, but then they are going to be faced with this this pickle of, do you go to Overgrown Ancient trash and then come over back to Croth? That's a lot of doubling back. Or do you go Croth and then Overgrown Ancient, but then you're going to have to AFK while you wait for Overgrown Ancient's RP to finish?
Look at this. For ANTTIS Angels, though, the strategy is very, very straightforward for them. They are holding W straight to Croth from here. The Overgrown Ancient RP is already over. It makes sense to run straight to Croth. You are minimizing the amount of travel time as a whole. For Triple Threat, a big question kind of looming for me, where they're getting their count. That is kind of what I'm a little bit worried about. They skipped a bunch of the mobs. I mean, you see ANTTIS Angels on the right side of the screen grabbing all of these Foragers and Ravagers together. That's Triple Threat just ended up skipping. So where is that count going to be coming from?
I mean, it has to be either it's maybe the end of the dungeon. Is that allowed? We usually think of the end of the dungeon in Algathar Academy as being sort of illegal mobs to fight a lot of at once, but maybe Triple Threat have revisited that assumption and will be doing something there. Because otherwise I don't see where they're going to get their count unless they backtrack for some of these Ravagers, in which case, why bother going through all that effort to skip them in the first place?
Yeah, backtracking I'm completely out on. If they do end up pulling all that trash at the very end,
I mean, it has to be that then. There's nothing else it could be.
It has to be, right?
Yeah, so it'll be a bunch of like Echo Knights and Invokers. That's a pretty scary set of enemies. As ANTTIS Angels also doing the skip past that final Ravager pack, getting in combat with this Guardian Sentry. And ANTTIS Angels, the path in front of them is incredibly straightforward. It's just Croth trash, Croth, Overgrown Ancient, Dorgosa with some trash, right? Bang.
Yep.
Dungeon finished. Whereas for Triple Threat, it's much more of a question mark, but they are a little bit ahead in terms of dungeon progression. So is that advantage going to be enough for them? Is this fancy play that ANTTIS Angels did going to work out or going to prove to be inefficient?
I feel like... So Triple Threat killed Veximus 1 minute ahead of ANTTIS Angels, which 1 minute in the MDI in a speedrunning format is a lot of time. I still feel like ANTTIS Angels got the better at that exchange. That it was really flashy, so maybe I am valuing that a little bit high, but I do feel like the time that was committed to be able to get the Lashers onto Veximus with that Bloodlust was worth the minute that is quote-unquote lost.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was both fancy and good. Sometimes it's possible to have a strategy that is fancy and that does something nice on paper, and then you just kind of run it a couple times and you're like, hang on a second, we're spending 45 seconds running around. We're losing so much damage trying to do this pull without a healer, right? And like everybody casting a living flame on ourselves, right? Casting these anti-magic zones and running away from the pack, and that is costing us more time than it's worth. But I don't think this is one of those cases. I think this is one of those cases where it's like, yeah, we spent like 20 seconds to gain 2 minutes, right? And that the math on that works out favorably.
So Triple Threat here, I'm interested in seeing how far they are into Croth by the time ANTTIS Angels is even able to get Croth pulled. Because they have this pack of trash on the right-hand side of the screen, and then they have one more, the one with the double Alpha Eagles. I would not be shocked if for Triple Threat, Croth is already dead by the time ANTTIS Angels even gets the boss pulled.
Yeah, I think it is possible that they will be able to... So, I mean, that is quite a bit of time, right? Even if they have to get some more trash, I feel like that time might still be enough to be in favor of the Triple Threat. This is going to be such a close finish. I mean, these two teams are just on such different strategies that it is so hard to know who's even ahead here.
Yeah, so they're pre-dunking some of these balls here. I really like what Zotzi's doing there, where he ended up throwing one in that fire goal, and now it looks like they sent the third into that wind goal. It's going to be canceling this Ruinous Winds cast, and now all the players are going to be able to pick up these wind orbs on the ground, giving them a bunch of haste, but also preventing some of the pushback. Now, Croth, once it gets pushed to 45%, we are going to see it start to do its second cast, where you throw 3 orbs into that fire gauntlet, and whenever the third orb contacts that fire gauntlet, it'll stun the boss, making it take bonus damage. And ideally for Triple Threat, that's where all of their offensive cooldowns line up: the Breath of Eons, the Army, I guess it's like Avatar for the Warrior, but the Warbreaker as well. And if they're able to burn the boss from 45 to 0 at that point in time, that is a huge deal for Triple Threat. We didn't really talk about compositions all too much, aside from the skip that at the very beginning, but Triple Threat running this Arms Warrior, I feel like this Arms Warrior is really interesting in this dungeon, Dratnos. I like it in a couple of dungeons. Mysara's Caverns is normally the one where you think of the Arms Warrior as being super OP, but for high mob density, what are you kind of thinking about the Arms Warrior and the sweeping strikes?
Yeah, so on paper, it shouldn't be great at the pure single target encounters, right? Croth, impossible to pull trash on, but it does feature a haste buff and a damage amp, both of which I think are favorable for the Arms Warriors, so that does somewhat even out. And then I think it's pretty good on Veximus. On Veximus, you're able to pull trash in with Veximus. You're very happy to be cleaving on that. Overgrown Ancient, potentially you can be fighting some insects with it at the start, and then of course the boss spawns a bunch of trash during it, so I think very favorable for Arms there.
Boss?
And then Echo
dead.
Thorgosa, you're also pulling trash on too, so I think Arms looks pretty good in this dungeon. As you can see, Triple Threat, are going to be finishing this off, while ANTTIS Angels have it at about 73% in that first Ruinous Winds cast. So their damage will be accelerating, but Triple Threat have already finished off the boss. You can see their boss 1 split was about a minute ahead. Let's compare that boss 2 split and see how that looks for them as well, because ANTTIS Angels should have gotten a little bit more trash there in the boss 2 section.
So they pulled the boss 2 minutes earlier than ANTTIS Angels. They ended up, I think Triple Threat I saw on the timer, I think it was like 2:35 was their kill time of Croth. Is ANTTIS Angels going to be able to get the boss killed off a little bit faster is kind of the question that I have.
Yeah, because their composition is a lot more kind of cookie cutter, right? This is the main meta specs for ANTTIS Angels. Now, we talked about how the rest of this series has some maps where you're pretty happy playing some off-meta stuff, but it is still a cost to be using all of these in this map, right? Triple Threat can play Bear in both the next 2 if they wanted, and ANTTIS Angels won't have that option, and that is definitely something. Same with Devourer, right?
Yeah, look at for Triple Threat here. Now they have to deal with these Lashers, and something that they're going to have to pay a penalty on is they're going to have to pay the RP penalty on the Overgrown Ancient spawning. It is only about 15 to 20 seconds, which isn't that big of a deal. At the same time, it is time that ANTTIS Angels, that's going to accelerate for them. They aren't going to be having to pay, first off, they're not going to have to kill this trash back, and they aren't going to have to wait for RP. The boss, Overgrown Ancient, is just going to be standing there spawned. I also would not be shocked if Triple Threat is going to need to go re-pull some of the Battle Axe packs that they ended up skipping at the very beginning and potentially pulling those into the boss. We did also see off to the side that they left some of the Skitterflies flying around in the room. That is likely to be for the Augmentation Evoker's duplicate uptime to continue to give him a target to hit. So what's going to be happening here? Okay, Zotzi is running off, and he's pulling that Battle Axe pack, and he's going to probably be Warrenstoning back into the boss room, bringing that trash with him, and at the exact same time, the other side of Triple Threat, they've already pulled the boss.
Yeah, so Zotzi will be grabbing that trash from the bridge, making his way back to the group, able to get them healed before too much is a problem. There is a wall in the way, but luckily monks have a lot of ways to ignore that. You've got Transcendence and, of course, Wernstone, both available.
Oh, he got snapped back!
Zotzi got yanked back! Oh no, this is
no!
catastrophic for Triple Threat, and he is going to go down as a result of this. And this can happen if you get too far away from mobs. Sometimes they will yoink you right back to them. So Zotzi going down for Triple Threat, certainly not how that was supposed to look for them, and they can't B-res him. They have a B-res available, but his corpse is way over on that bridge. So the question is, will Triple Threat be able to survive this boss with this trash without a healer? No.
I think that they were going to win, too, but at the same time, he got snapped back, and now it's going to be a full wipe for Triple Threat. It was interesting because we were seeing such different strategies from both of these teams, and you have to be wondering what if Zotzi didn't get snapped back. But for ANTTIS Angels, on the right-hand side, 70% on this Overgrown Ancient. Actually, Triple Threat's still alive. They're living an awful long time for not having a healer, but Tief does inevitably go down to those poisons, to the melee swings, to those battle axes, and it's going to be a full wipe for the Triple Threat.
The revenge of the snap. Algathar Academy spent all of Dragonflight watching its mobs getting teleported all over the place by these MDI teams, and now they're getting their revenge, yoinking Zotzi back onto that bridge and taking him down.
This is what I was saying earlier about Divine needing to walk the Lashers over. If you get too far away from mobs and Alg now, they just snap you back, right? So that's why Divine, you saw him going really slow, making sure all of the Lashers were kind of near him the entire time, and not actually electing to press that Warrenstone, where if Zotzi, you kind of have to wonder what if, right? What if he let the pack actually walk a little bit further towards him before he ended up pressing that Warrenstone? Would he have been snapped back?
Yeah, exactly. That is the thing that you really need to have the exact understanding of how these mobs will behave when you're going to try and execute a strategy like this. But Triple Threat going to be trying it again, getting into boss combat, but now it is ANTTIS Angels certainly well in the lead here as Overgrown Ancient nearly going to die for them as Triple Threat have just got it started. So 6 deaths are a minute and 30 seconds in addition to this. All of that advantage that Triple Threat built up in the start of the dungeon on those timers was already going to get shrank by the way that ANTTIS Angels pulled the map, but now it has been certainly reversed.
I think the count is actually even here, so I think that Triple Threat was just going to be ahead in the route.
Yeah, I mean, they would have been starting the bot. It would have been about the same time, right? Like maybe 10 to 15 seconds in favor of one team over the other, right? And
it would have been mostly even, right? Like I think it's not like ANTTIS Angels, while a very flashy strategy, it wasn't going to be minutes faster or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, both teams had a similar core idea, right? Of like, let's send our monk to go and grab some extra trash so that we can mitigate this RP time, right? And it shows up in different spots in the map. But of course, if one team successfully executes a strategy like that and the other does not, that is going to make the difference in the series unless ANTTIS Angels have something fall apart for them here at the end of the map.
Oh, they're playing safe. Dude, I think that they see that Triple Threat wiped. I suspect that the Echo Knights being played by themselves, while it is something that you do at a high key, probably not something that the ANTTIS Angels were designing to do in a 17.
They were probably ready to take those into boss, with Lust, but and this is really intelligent, right? They've identified that Triple Threat have wiped. You know that that's a minute and a half plus however much dungeon time they lost, and the boss is at half health as well, so they know they have a huge lead, and you want to minimize the chance of wiping, but you also want to make sure that you don't go too slow, that you end up giving that lead back without wiping, which is very important.
It's kind of a question of like, what's the fail case? Okay, the fail case is taking 4 Echo Knights onto the Echo Dorogosa and just having that turn into an absolute calamity. And for the Triple Threat here, they're doing a little bit of a skip. a very common skip where they are jumping over, skipping some of the Echo Knights. They are going to be parrying and probably getting in combat with one of those invokers, pulling the other invoker immediately into the boss, and they are going to be engaging the Echo Dorgosa, kind of similar to what we assumed that ANTTIS Angels was electing to do a little bit slower. The Bloodlust has been engaged for ANTTIS Angels, and they are going to start accelerating a little bit now on the Echo Dorgosa. The triple threat, they've pressed their Bloodlust as well, and they are, I think, in an okay position to be able to get the boss killed off in a similar time to ANTTIS Angels, but they have to be able to kill the boss 1 minute 30 seconds faster, which I do not believe is in the cards.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very impressive start to the series for ANTTIS Angels if they can hold on here. Triple Threat are definitely catching up on boss HP, but then you look at the minute 30 of Death Timer and you see, okay, ANTTIS Angels, they could have a player go AFK here. They could probably even sustain a death here and keep this lead that they have earned across this dungeon. And again, Triple Threat are coming in here as quite substantial favorites looking at the time trial time, but ANTTIS Angels, definitely a team that is performing in this series, right? The strategy that they've pulled out at the start of this map was just very, very high level. So very excited to see this out of them. And I think we are going to be in for a thrilling series. And the good news is both of these teams as well, whichever team wins, whichever team loses, we will see them both further in the weekend, right? Later today as well. There are more matches ahead of both teams, and with the way they've been playing this Algathar Academy, I can't wait to see what they have in some of the other maps as well.
Yeah, and I mean, just for a, like, who are these teams perspective, whenever you're looking at the triple threat, the names that you probably recognize the most from, like, long-term NDI, Teef, Zotzi, and Swag. All of those players have competed many a times in the MDI circuits. For ANTTIS Angels, Yaunt and Divine, I think Yaunt was actually rank 1 live key pusher in Season 1 of the War Within as well. Both of those two players also have insane, just long-term historic value. This series is also maybe a little bit of a matchup of like Swag versus Divine, the old perplexed matchup.
Yeah, of course, a very storied MDI team, but it is ANTTIS Angels that are going to be striking first in this series. They take a 1-0 lead in the Algathar Academy.
Wow.
ANTTIS Angels, they capitalized on triple threats, misstep, and took the first point here of our opening series on our Group B finals day. I mean, we said it before that if Triple Threat couldn't keep up their near-perfect runs, it could give ANTTIS Angels a chance to steal a map for them, which is exactly what happened. I mean, ANTTIS Angels' strats in this one were flashy, and it seems like ultimately, though, it would have been slower if Triple Threat hadn't had to wipe. Still, Tettles, they showed us something new, so do you think that ANTTIS is bringing a level of play that might allow them to take this series?
I mean, I feel like if you gave me a chance to re-pick the series, I would probably go 2-1 ANTTIS Angels at this point in time. Yes. Yes. At the same time, I feel like the triple threat, up until, obviously, they wiped and it went catastrophic, I think that they were going to be about 15 seconds faster than ANTTIS.
It's, you know, it's interesting. It looked like it very much, at least from that opening, right, where we got to see that gap kind of widening between them. But I feel like this was kind of a newer, a fresher approach from ANTTIS than we've seen, at least from the couple days that they've been here, kind of living up to a little bit more of that potential that Divine has on the team, as well as some of these, like, not some of these experienced players. So, Makes, from your analyst side, what were you kind of seeing play out for these two teams over the course of the map?
It's really cool because of the routing, right? We saw that whole pull where we just saw Divine kind of going on an adventure, and he takes all the lashers and he brings them into Veximus, and you look at this, and to the eye test, you think this has to be the fastest Algathar Academy route. I'll say it makes sense. ANTTIS Angels, Algathar Academy, both of those, you know, alliterations on the A. It is a very, very cool pull that they are doing here, but then, well, you gotta be corny every now and then. After they do this, it doesn't look like they're actually faster, right? The route passes the eye test, but the execution does not. Triple threat, despite this entire pull, still a little bit faster up until this point. So we then see Divine actually trying to add the, or well, later on, we see Zotzi trying to add the bridge pack onto the lashers for them, and that just turns it around. But up until that point, triple threat were for sure faster. And there was another thing that I really didn't like that ANTTIS Angels were doing here, and that's their end of dungeon procedure. Now, I don't know, obviously, if the team was already aware that something had happened for the triple threat. You never know for sure. But if that is their actual Algathar Academy routing for the end there, right into Echo of Daragosa, I am incredibly worried for ANTTIS Angels, because we've seen teams of lower seeding be able to actually pull off that quadruple Echo Knight into Echo of Daragosa, and I think ANTTIS Angels should be up for that as well. There's a chance they did it to be safe. Here is the snapback one more time. So what happened is, Satsi was too far from the mobs. We banned snapping. So unfortunately, he had to die there for a second as he got pulled back. Team then was unable to res him, unable to recover as they couldn't reach him to res him. Playing this boss without a healer, not a good time. And that ended up being the 6 deaths that you saw at the end there. And this is, I would love to hear your opinion, Tettles, Dratnos. I was also not listening, but do you think that's actually their route, or do you think they're playing safe here?
We didn't think so. Like, we thought that was the safety.
Yeah, I thought this was a play safe, big IO.
Yeah.
You know? It's like when you're doing a key and you look at the timer and you're like, oh, we actually have 10 minutes because we've been playing so well. Except in the MDI, it comes from, oh, the other team wiped.
It's hard to say because it was a really
well.
short turnaround time, right? Like, the moment they saw the death on the other team, they were basically nearly finished with the Ancient. So there wasn't a whole lot of time to actually make that choice, but...
It just seems so odd to have a strategy
it's
that's
a
so
weird pull.
ambitious in the rest of the dungeon and then just gives back a minute with something that would be much easier, and that you've seen other teams practice of just pulling some more trash onto the end boss.
Could be a little bit metagamey. There's been teams historically that have had a 6-man in comms with them that have been like, okay, they wiped, just do not wipe and you win.
I mean, honestly, it is smart though, because while we've talked about the fact that when teams run these routes, a lot of times they'll just stick to the route that they know, even if it has big pulls or dangerous pulls, because they've practiced the timing so specifically that doing anything else will mess it up. But if you know that you have some perilous pulls ahead, and you know that this team has had this big wipe, I feel like there are those moments where if you can make that call and it's not going to throw things for you and it makes you more safe, it is a good way to play it. And obviously, ANTTIS Angels, they made it through the dungeon and they took this first map. Now, of course, we're looking ahead to Seat of the Triumvirate, which will be the second map here. If ANTTIS can take this one as well, then they'll be able to go ahead and just move on in the upper bracket, which would be a huge shock for our predictions. But, you know, Dratnos, this was kind of alluded to while you were casting. Given that ANTTIS Angels went for meta picks this time, we're seeing down below the bans, does this put them at a disadvantage for this second map?
Yeah, especially for the third map, missing the Augavoker and Nexus Point Zenith is something that I'm a little bit worried about for ANTTIS Angels. Missing the Mystery for the Unholy DK, I mean, those are great specs. There's a lot of great specs in the game right now. There's a lot of things they can play that will fill those roles. You can even just have your DK swap over to Frost, head over to Acaris, change your Runeforge, get back into the dungeon, all good. But yeah, I think the side of Triple Threat do get a slightly better ban going into the rest of the series. I would definitely rather have the map win than the slightly better ban, though.
Okay,
well,
quick point in case. We did see them on the Prot Warrior, Resto Sham, Ret Pally, Demo, Warlock, and Devour Demon Hunter when they banged out their really fast Seat of the Triumvirate route. That was basically on mandatory's time, so we might see that here again.
All right, well, we are getting into it. Yes, indeed. Triple Threat versus ANTTIS Angels. This is our second map. If ANTTIS Angels can take it, they will move on. Triple Threat has to bring it back, Dratnos.
Indeed they do, and as Meg said, ANTTIS Angels have that exact composition deployed once more in the Seat of the Triumvirate. No surprise here, they were so fast with this one last time, and this will be so good for setting themselves up for a map 3, but they are hoping to not even need a map 3, as it is Triple Threat, the favorites of the series, that are facing the 1-0 deficit, as both teams are going to be finishing off this first massive trash pull with Lust, one of the scariest pulls in the dungeon, with all of those chains going out and doing huge damage. Zatsi, though, going to be grabbing even more trash, taking it onto the boss, as in a little bit of a tough spot there, but the Wernstone does get him out of it. Nicely handled, and a bunch of Broken will be joining the party.
Dude, I immediately noticed, the first thing I noticed from the Triple Threat is the fact that Wildlife is actually not playing Devourer. Instead, he's playing that Havoc. So it looks like Triple Threat is actually trying... I feel like the way that they're navigating the spec variety rule is really, really smart in terms of setting themselves up for just the potential bans and what they want to run inside of the Nexus Point Zenith. At the same time, if you're the Triple Threat, you have to be able to win this first map. I think that is something that is... Or the second map, rather. That is something that's going to be crucially important. And for ANTTIS Angels, I feel like they're on a slightly worse composition than what I'm seeing from the Triple Threat, but I don't think it's that much worse. And like Make said earlier, they ran a really quick run with this exact composition earlier this weekend.
Yeah, Triple Threat are deploying a couple of those off-meta specs of the meta classes, right? We have the Frost Death Knight in here as well, which has been showing up in a lot of different dungeons actually across this weekend. A lot of teams have found that spec, in a lot of cases, can do as much or even sometimes more than the Unholy does. So Swag busting out that Frost Death Knight, as you can see, the Frostworm's Fury. They're Apex talent this expansion. If you haven't played Frost this expansion, you got to try it out because the Apex talent is so fun. You get to press your Frostworm's Fury, your big dragon button, again, and it returns from whence it came to hit you again on the way back. It's very fun.
Okay, so look at this. The triple threat here. They have the first boss killed off in a 2-minute, 4-second split. And for ANTTIS Angels, it looks like they're going to be somewhere closer to like the 2:45 marker for basically the exact same amount of enemy forces.
Yeah, this is a good opening for the triple threat for sure. They were faster to deal with that first pull, faster to spawn that boss, faster to pull it, and then definitely faster to kill it, as they are going to be hanging an immediate right turn here, running across the wall here so they can jump down nice and easily, nice and safely, and get in combat with the first Rift Warden over on the right. Meanwhile, for ANTTIS Angels, the boss does go down. You can see 30 whole seconds slower than Triple Threat. So Triple Threat certainly accelerating here. Spatial Paradox being used for Zotzi, letting him just hang out in this Moonkin form, cast with that infinite range while moving a little bit on pull. And yeah, look at that Starfire damage on the opener.
Yeah, I mean, the Call of the Elder Druid, the homage to JB, I mean, it really just allows that Restoration Druid to be able to do insane amounts of damage. Mark of the Wild is also probably the best raid buff for Mythic Plus, but Resto Druid, if they're able to get a bunch of casts off, I think that they can do a decent amount more damage than, say, a Restoration Shaman in this key.
Yeah, certainly the personal damage will be higher. Mark of the Wild is very strong. Sky Fury might be the only buff that has an argument for being even better, though, especially if you're playing with Rep Pally. I think it's not even close as well. But ANTTIS Angels have that Rep Pally, that Resto Shaman combo that is so synergistic with each other. I
think that the Sky Fury buff with Rep Paladin, I think it's like 10% damage. It is something like ridiculous.
An incredible amount of damage, yeah, because the way that it works is Sky Fury gives you some extra auto attacks, but Rep Pallies, their auto attacks are just replaced with Crusader Strikes. So more of those is way more damage than most specs are getting.
For the triple threat here, I didn't see, where did they end up getting this extra trash pack? You saw Swag having to grip some of the mobs, and I think there was like a bound Void Caller that was even in that pack. Where did they grab those?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Although Teeth is going to go down to that Umbral Fin, taking out the tank for triple threat. Now the res actually is just a release and run back. He does have AoE taunt on Prot Warrior, so it looks like he's going to be able to press that to secure this if it was off cooldown, and indeed it was. So it looks like the pack at least is not killing anybody else in the group. This has cost them Goober's Defy Fate, Defy Time, whatever. Alter
Defy Fate, yep.
Alter
That's right.
Time.
Yeah.
Alter Time's a mage one. Yeah, the Defy Fate, letting him cheat death there, but somehow Triple Threat have avoided a tank death turning into anything worse. And Teef going to be charging forward, grabbing more, wasting no time. But now they're down 15 seconds of that death timer. I think they're more than 15 seconds ahead in terms of dungeon progression, though. They did that first boss so quickly. I mean, 2 minutes is unreal in a plus 16 to kill that first boss and the first trash pull.
I still feel, I feel like they're a lot a bit ahead. It's weird. They're just continuing to just push the envelope in terms of speed. And while that, I actually would not be shocked if that additional pack that we saw trickle in really late was the ultimate downfall of Teef. Like, the amount of damage that was going out from those Umbral Fins being able to melee him, whenever you play like a protection, whenever you play a Brewmaster Monk in here, you just dodge a bunch of the auto attacks from the Umbral Fins. They don't really do too much to you. But whenever you were playing a Protection Warrior, you're especially more vulnerable to some of the mob types in this dungeon.
Yeah, exactly. It's something you have to get a little bit used to. Now, you do have an Evoker on your team that can help you out if there are, like, bleeds that are threatening you. You can remove them with that cauterizing flame.
But yeah. Teef might die. Teef might die.
He's got the charge on him. He's got the shield wall rolling. He's got the bark skin as well. And it looks like just barely Teef is going to be able to recover. But yeah, those charges are really nasty.
He got charged. Okay, whenever he got charged twice, I was scared for him, and then he got charged by 4, and I was like, oh my god, he's dead. I am astonished that Iron Market Wall, but even Iron Market Wall is enough. That is so much damage from those champions.
My suspicion is Battlescar Veteran was involved in that one as well. I don't know. I think we don't track that on our frames, but that would be my guess. I think that's the only way that you live there. Oh my goodness, we have a patrol being pulled. Now, Tettles, I saw how that pulled. Did you see how that pulled that they didn't want to grab here?
What
it
happened?
looked like a duplicate evoker was just hanging out over there, and it pulled it. They pinged it, and they rescued it out of the way, but it was a little bit too late, and so they ended up pulling it with just one of those duplicate evoker images.
Okay, so if this was a planned pull, they just didn't want it then, it's fine.
Yeah.
If it's an unplanned bonus count,
I think
it's
they
less
did
fun.
want this, just they wanted it on pull with the boss, and it was like, oh, we want that in 5 or 10 seconds, but they figured it out, so it looks like Triple Threat so far are so good here. And meanwhile, ANTTIS Angels pulled this boss as well. ANTTIS Angels are a little bit slower, but 15 seconds of death timer, I think, make these two teams basically tied.
Yeah, and I mean, you could look at it. So look at the, on our damage meter, you can see that they've been in combat for 30 seconds on the side of ANTTIS Angels, and for Triple Threat, they've been in combat for 47 seconds at the exact same point in time. So the Triple Threat, whenever you're accounting for that death timer, should only be 2 seconds ahead.
So there is one other advantage in favor of Triple Threat, which is the enemy forces count. They have 75%, whereas ANTTIS Angels only sitting at 69%. So
nice.
A 6% count differential in favor of the Triple Threat. What will that mean for the rest of the dungeon? Is that going to give them an opportunity to fight something more quickly or more safely in the remainder of the dungeon?
I mean, it is really an interesting question, because I feel like a lot of the teams that we've seen in Seed of the Triumvirate, the ending sequence of this dungeon has been fairly standard. You skip a lot of the Voidbound Destroyers, you end up skipping a decent amount of the trash, you pull all of the trash in the Nazar boss room, and then whenever you're waiting for the Lura RP, you just back pull some trash while that RP is going off. What is Triple Threat going to be able to skip in comparison to ANTTIS Angels is kind of the question. I wonder if it's going to be one of those trash packs that's in the boss room. There is like a 4-pack that's in the boss room that's like double bound Void Caller. That pack can be really annoying. At the same time, if ANTTIS Angels are able to do that pull and one humongous pull inside of the Nazar boss room, that could be a really big time equalizer.
Yeah, exactly. There's a huge opportunity to come back here for ANTTIS Angels. And actually, calling it comeback is not even... I don't even think it's fair. Again, I still think these teams are tied roughly here as Triple Threat do get the boss down.
I'll call it an upset.
Starting charging forward. Yeah, I mean, it would be an upset. It would certainly be an upset in the series.
Yeah, so Triple Threat here and ANTTIS Angels, they're likely to be doing something similar where there's going to be a tank pulling off to the side, then he's going to either Warrenstone or leap and then meld the Void Destroyer off. Somehow the Triple Threat and ANTTIS Angels are going to be able to get through this 5-pack. This tends to be the 5-pack that's fought during the Lura RP because it's not that deadly and you can kind of fight it without a healer. And so, yeah, look at that. ANTTIS Angels electing to gateway, the Triple Threat, they rescue a 2-seater up. And what are the ANTTIS Angels and the Triple Threat going to be looking to do here mob count-wise? You see, on the right side, Yaunt is grabbing the Shadow Weavers, and it looks like for ANTTIS Angels, they are going to be grabbing the entire room. What did the Triple Threat gather, Dratnos?
Yeah, let's see exactly how they are going to be attacking this. It is Shadow Weavers times 3 here, so it's pretty scary. A lot of projectiles for Triple Threat to be dodging. But yeah, ANTTIS Angels fighting this basically right on top of where the boss spawns as well. So this is going to be really nice for them if they're able to succeed in this pull. Very deadly pull, though, because you have so many projectiles to dodge, and you have so many important interrupts. You can see an Abyssal Enchantment is going to be caught by the Shadow Fury, even, from the Warlock from ANTTIS Angels. So nicely handled, followed up by a Shockwave as well. We've got an Axe Toss coming in to finalize things, and oh no! Ooh! Divine going down to a number of waves. Okay, there is an Arc available, but that is 15 seconds now of Death Timer back equalized. So the two teams are equal in Death Timer, but ANTTIS Angels are pulling the boss first. But Triple Threat have way more count, so ANTTIS Angels will have to go and backtrack for more trash after this boss, whereas Triple Threat won't need as much.
Whose comp is also better at one-phasing Lura?
Yeah, so I mean, based on what we saw on the first boss, my suspicion is that Frost Death Knight Burst and Havoc DH, the Havoc DH in general, if you're playing like Eldrachi, is probably fine at it. Fellscarred is what they're playing, though, and those Demon Surges during the damage amp should be crazy damage. So yeah, I think the Triple Threat will be able to absolutely melt Lura in that burn. Zotzi dropping super low there, getting that Mind Flay channeled on him from one of those tentacles, and I think maybe a projectile as well colliding with him. Looks like he's going to be able to stabilize there.
I'm terrified here for Triple Threat. They have 2 of the Umbral Tentacles off to the side, still casting onto players. Actually, never mind. We have a DK. He ended up hitting that with the Syndragosa. And now Viceroy Nazar casting that Collapsing Void. We have finally killed off the last trash mob on the side of Triple Threat, so things should stabilize. And Triple Threat, they've actually accelerated damage on this boss.
Yeah, somehow they've just been doing more damage, more single target, more consistently than ANTTIS Angels. It's not just a burst thing, it's an all-the-time thing. Their Havoc DH and Frost Death Knight are just doing absurd amounts of DPS here, really showing that these specs, you know, we think about the Unholy, we think about the Devourer, but Frost and Havoc are low-key looking better in this map at least.
I would not be shocked if the Frost DK and the Havoc Demon Hunter and this Augmentation Evoker do an insane amount of damage to Lura inside of that Bloodlust and are able to kind of bring that home really, really quickly. So the Triple Threat here, they are going to be downing Viceroy Nazar. Something that you pointed out a little bit earlier as well. Look at this. 6% is all, actually 5.3% is all the Triple Threat needs to be able to finish and have 100% enemy forces. It looks like it's just going to be 2 Void-Infused Destroyers, and I can't tell what that third mob is. For ANTTIS Angels, I think they're going to have to play a 5-pack.
Yeah, they definitely will, which means Triple Threat might even be able to take this onto Lura, potentially. They're inching in that direction, is all I'll say here.
Who is that good for? The Evoker, probably.
Yeah, and just also just getting the... Like, Lura, if you think about Lura, starting the boss really starts the timer on getting to that damage amp, right? It does look like they are going to wait. They're going to finish off these destroyers. They were just pulling it forward for movement efficiency here, but not interested in actually starting the boss combat with these destroyers active.
Yes, I think that moving the mobs actually closer to the boss here is a really easy to understand time save. At the same time, it's something that these MDI teams do automatically, but they probably saved 10 seconds as opposed to having to fight it where the pack stood. And right as those 2 Void Destroyers die, the boss became attackable, and the Triple Threat are already immediately into combat. They sent... it's probably not the real meta. They did end up sending Breath of Eon's first global, though.
Yeah, that does potentially come
Wait,
back.
is the Void Destroyer still alive? Oh my god, it's still alive!
Oh no! Zotzi getting lasered by the Disintegrate because of the knock-up there, and Goober also in tremendous danger here, tries to live, but the Eruption takes him down. Now they have 1 more battle res here, so they're going to be able to get him back up. But now if they have any further deaths here, they will be in huge trouble. Have they hit enough? They still have 4 of these notes active as well. The entire room is covered. They are going to be using their defensives here. Yeah, you can still hit 4. You can still hit 4 in one, though, because you can take it on top of one and hit the other 3, right?
Yes, you can do that. I feel like this has tipped tremendously in favor of ANTTIS Angels for something that looked like it was going to be automatic for the Triple Threat. The fact that that Void-Infused Destroyer just put out that debuff and barely clipped a couple of their players, killing them off. They weren't able to get the damage amp activated.
They were out of range, I think, of those ones at the back of the room. So Lura is going to be getting to another cast here, another Disintegrate before another set of beams, while ANTTIS Angels, they're going to actually be getting this Discordant Beam, and if they hit this one, they'll be going to the damage amp first, and they are a team that is sitting there with 30 seconds in favor of them on the death timers now.
So they pre-lusted here. They believe that they are going to be killing the boss inside of this damage amp, no questions asked. I think it is... I'm not 100% sure that they are going to be able to have enough damage here with this composition, but all eyes are on the right side of the screen for ANTTIS Angels. 10 seconds of that 200% damage amp on Lura, 30% HP. They are going to be coming out of that damage amp here in 5 seconds. Another collapsing star, bang! 14% on Lura, 10% on Lura. The boss is now out of that damage amp at 5%. On the left side of the screen, the Triple Threat, they are going to be able to kill the boss inside of the damage amp, but they needed to kill it 30 seconds ahead of ANTTIS Angels, which they are going to be unable to do, and the ANTTIS Angels are going to be winning the upper finals, making it to the grand finals of this weekend 2-0.
Phenomenal opening series of the day, and it just goes to show that even for our top teams, these dungeons are incredibly hard to pull off. Even one mistake can give your opponent the chance to steal the map out from under you, and ANTTIS Angels have indeed ascended, rising above the Triple Threat in the wake of their mistakes and giving us a huge upset at the start of the day. Man, Makes' intuition was right on this one. It ended up being so close. And in this matchup, we saw some powerful synergies. Havoc Demon Hunter, Frost Death Knight on Triple Threat, Ret Pally Resto Shaman combo on ANTTIS Angels. So Dratnos, how did they compare and how did these teams come together for this amazing run?
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Triple Threat were getting these slight advantages all throughout the dungeon, but it all fell apart there on Lura with the deaths and then with missing the damage burn push and delaying it by an extra 30 seconds. That was all that ANTTIS Angels needed to get back into this one. You know, those 3 deaths, though, 2 more than ANTTIS Angels had. That was all of the difference looking at the timer.
Man, it was so close. Makes, this was a wild map.
It was, man, there was no stopping in this one. The way my eyes were glued to the screen for both of these teams, it all started with this. So I don't know how well you guys were noticing this during the run, but Triple Threat had a pack on here that I don't think was intended. It looked like Swag somehow tagged him in with his pet or something. That led to Teef dying. And from there on, their CDs just seemed awfully like desynced to the pulls that they were doing. And that, I think, also led to that weird double destroyer pack at the end. I don't think what we just saw is their actual route. We had a couple of very close moments as I direct your attention towards Teef's HP, as it's barely visible anymore in some of these packs. Like, there is so much stuff that happened here that I think this is not their true form. Now, that didn't look like it was going to matter, right? They were still super fast. The death on Divine here evened it out. They were able to recover that tank death on Teef in a really impressive fashion. But then, at the end, it all went wrong. It went so wrong. They got clipped by another beam. They tried to get the double here, but the disintegrate was still running. It was just tragedy. That destroyer also was still alive, just running in and causing commotion, leading to those additional deaths. Yes, they were able to res them back up. Yes, they were able to have insane damage all throughout this entire run. Like, if you're looking at this team, damage is never a problem based on what we've been seeing. But this just was not it. This was not their day. This was not their series, and this was not their route, if you ask me. Really, really crazy ending and a surprise. I mean, I thought ANTTIS Angels had the power to take something here, but a 2-0, I think very few people had that on their map.
Yeah, that was honestly so impressive from them. I mean, we kept saying it at the start, like, there's the potential that this could go a totally different way. We can kind of see it, right? We know that they should be able to. But given the fact that we had just seen the Triple Threat play flawlessly so far this weekend, I think it was something where we were not expecting that mistakes would compound in the way they did. But hey, anything can change, and it absolutely reflects as well in how these series play out, which, thinking of, Tettles, where does this leave our bracket?
Yeah, it kind of leaves us in a really interesting position where next map we got the Dire Wolves versus Physical God comp, and the winner of that gets the pleasure of facing off against the Triple Threat.
Wow.
Oh, dude, I would not want to be either of Dire Wolves and Physical. Now watching that series,
I mean,
it's like, oh no.
If you're getting the Triple Threat that Auntie just got, where they're basically very inconsistent and having a lot of issues all around, I don't think you're too mad about that. That's not looking any different to Dire Wolves and Physical God comp. If you're looking at the series that just happened and you say you'd rather want Aunties against you than Triple Threat, I'm not agreeing.
Okay, so the Triple Threat had a faster route in both of the dungeons, right? That's kind of the ultimate thing that you have to recognize is in both the Seed of the Triumvirate and the Algathar Academy, if they were able to play their game plan and not just choke at the very end, they were going to win. Like they have the faster strategy, which whenever I'm picking teams, I tend to pick the teams that have the faster strategy, at least in the dungeons that we've seen so far.
That's kind of a wild thought in a speedrunning competition, Tettles.
Well, okay, so consistency is incredibly important to the point where we just saw Aunties win 2-0. But, like, I don't want to be like, oh yeah, let's have some revisionist history here, and the Triple Threat is now, somehow the underdog in the lower finals.
No, but I will say, like, based on just the routing, the Algathar Academy, ignoring that Echo Knight pull, because I think that was not their regular route, I think their route was faster. I think execution was not. I think that's actually a player diff. The way we saw the Triple Threat just absolutely deal damage from smithereens. Like, I think that's playerative. I think in terms of strategy and routing, that Algathar Academy that ANTTIS just showed us was faster on the
I could buy that.
They just didn't
I could buy
execute
that,
it.
yeah.
Okay. I am also, what you all missed off stream when we were giggling there for a second was Tettles just had a complete stall out, like, leaning back in his chair, because I think we're all feeling the exact same right now, where we're kind of going, how does this change everything? And as our discussion has been going on, I mean, it really does. We thought for sure the triple threat was going to be a quick powerhouse through the upper bracket, but it just goes to show that anything can change in any second of the MDI, and you don't want to miss any of it, because we've got some amazing matches coming up. Next up is going to be Direwolves versus Physical God Comp. These contenders are going to be going up against the triple threat. We need to see how they can showcase themselves, if they can clean it up, and if they can end up in our upper bracket. But if this was the start to the day, then what else do we have in store? You all want to stick around to find out. We are back, and we've mostly composed ourselves after that unbelievable first series. Up next is Direwolves versus Physical God Comp, so now is the time to get your predictions in chat. Now, let's set the stage for these two teams. The last few days have shown us, I would say, a mix of strengths and weaknesses for both of them, but they both have this opportunity now, especially through the lower bracket, where they could push up and make it here, realistically, into our finals today. Now, Physical God Comp have navigated their weaknesses and played around the spec variety rule this weekend, even going so far as to swap some of the roles that their players are taking in the team to adjust for it. But Dranos, do you think that the current level of play that they're showing is going to stand up to the top teams down the road?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think Physical God Comp, the way they've been playing these maps has been really impressive. The strategies they've been using, you can tell that a lot of their experience comes from high keys, where their default way of fighting these bosses and fighting this trash often errs towards, safety, consistent strategies, and then also leveraging the highest damage opportunities that are actually worth doing. Things like spell reflecting, taunt spell reflecting when you've got a DPS warrior. Those are the kind of things where it's like, a lot of MDI teams would look at that as something that isn't worth doing, but because it's so valuable in high keys, a team like Physical God Comp is going to have that sort of thing practiced, ready, and be like, yeah, of course we're going to do this.
They've got the experience, and you can see as they come in and as they kind of strategize. But of course, while consistency, clean runs, these things that I think we've seen a bit more are the ideal, Direwolves, on the other hand, so far can't seem to land a deathless run. And if they can't avoid deaths, do we think that they can still outpace Physical God Comp, Zyro?
Yeah, honestly, I think they can outpace them. It's just a matter of whether or not they can do it clean. It's kind of like beating a dead horse at this point with them, because we talked about them at the start of this weekend. This team, in the past, the identity has been extremely consistent. Maybe not the fastest strategies, but they'll always put together a good run. And they've kind of been anything but that this weekend. Like you said, they have yet to have a single dungeon run this entire weekend where they have a zero-death run. Sometimes those deaths will come at like the last moment of the dungeon. It's like, oh, they finally did it. No, they didn't. It was a caster curse this time around. But yeah, I mean, if they can put that together, once again, the theme of the lower bracket is deathless runs win you matches here. If they can do that against Physical God Comp, I think they're favored. It's just that's a big if. That's a big ask of them.
Zyro, you looked so just like, oh, I think they're favored. I feel like after this first series, we're all kind of going, I mean, anything could happen, so I don't know. But we still have to make our predictions, and you're right, I think that there is a bit of edge that either of these teams can bring, whether it's that consistency, whether it's actually having those perhaps faster routes and strategies, but they have to be able to land the execution. Either way, the teams are going to have to show their best, because the lower bracket is where we see eliminations today, and the journey to BlizzCon will end for our teams. Now, it's going to be a tough matchup between these two, but Megs, they're going to be going in here for their first map in just a few minutes. What are your predictions?
I think it's actually so close between those two teams. Yes, Direwolves have yet to show us a run that's absolutely clean. But Physical God Comp also haven't been the cleanest overall, right? Like, out of their runs, not very many had zero deaths. So we are looking at, I would say, pretty evenly powered teams. Having said that, I love both of these teams for their quirks. I think if Direwolves are able to equip all of their 4 pieces today, this could go in their favor, so I'm going to say 2-1 Direwolves.
Megs, I was dying that they tweeted you last night. They were like, oopsie, yeah. we did a little mistake. But hey, yeah, look, if they have all the gear on today, I think that's going to put them in an even better place. And I love that prediction. I think Direwolves, they can absolutely take it. Now, Dratnos, how about you? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I like Physical God Comp. I'm going to go with them. I think it's going to be a 2-0 for them as well. Not that I don't think it's going to be close, but I got a good feeling about these first 2 maps of the series for Physical God Comp. Just like last series, we saw it was 2-0, but it was close. That's what I'm thinking this time will happen as well.
Okay, all right, Zyro?
Let me take a look one more time at what the dungeons we have in this particular matchup are.
Pit of Sauron to
Pit of
start.
Sauron,
Hit, and then
Algathar Academy,
Algathar.
Magister's Terrace.
I'm going to go 2-0 Direwolves. I think they're finally going to put it together here. They're going to have all their gear on, and we'll see the first 2 deathless runs of the weekend for them.
They can't get the break.
I love this. You're just going for it. I mean, look, we keep waiting for them to deliver that because we know they're capable of it. And I like that belief, Zyro. I think I'm going to go towards it as well. I think I'm going to do 2-1, but in favor of Direwolves on this one. So everybody, whichever team you're cheering for, both of these teams have so much to show us. I love watching both of these teams, honestly, myself, and I know we all do here. So we'll see how this is going to pan out for them, but this is going to be the first map that they're doing, Pit of Saran. Now, of course, this is one that has brought challenges, as have all of our maps, to our teams. Can Dire Wolves manage to keep things clean and consistent and get that first deathless run in the Group B stages so far? And can Physical God Comp, who have adapted, who have come into this, even though they love living up to their namesake, they have shown that even with spec variety rule, even with speedrunning, they can adapt and they can accomplish great things in the MDI. Can they accomplish enough, though, against Dire Wolves and their history in the competition? We will see here. Pit of Saran is starting up, and our map 1 here makes.
It absolutely is, and we're straight in. Now, Donnie's not on a DK, but we will still check his gear in just a second once it loads in. And you can too, in chat, !gear, or using the cool Twitch overlay that's on the left side of your screen if you just want to inspect what players are running. Having said that, Zyro, we're seeing a good mix of classes and specs, as is to be expected whenever Physical God Comp is in play here. We're going to be getting banters on the Brewmaster once again. We have Fury Warrior, Feral, as well as, actually, that's not an outlaw rogue.
No, it is not. Well, no, it is. They have Adrenaline Rush. That is an outlaw rogue. Okay,
hold on. I was
Well,
like, huh?
yeah, it is. He's been playing it a lot in a lot of the keys. It's just a very consistent damage dealer, right? Like, it's an okay pick. The thing that really stands out to me about the comps here is I think Dire Wolves should have a little bit more AoE damage, which is extremely useful, especially since we have massive pulls all throughout the Pit of Saran here. You can see Dire Wolves has already cleared out the entire first pull, whereas Physical God Comp is still struggling to finish off the last 20% or so of these mobs. This is heavily off the back of that Guardian Druid damage. You saw Okan doing about 600k DPS on that first pull, whereas the Brewmaster for Banishers only did about 250k. But we know this is kind of one of the quirks of the comps that Physical God Comp likes to run, right? If they do want to have that Guardian Druid available for maps 2 and 3, they have to play something else in map 1, and this is kind of what they've identified as their second best comp that they can run all weekend.
Yeah, absolutely right. We are, of course, like you're mentioning, already on the speedier side for the Dire Wolves, as they have pulled together the second pack. This one makes up 24% of their count. That means once they're done with this one, they will have 50% count out of this dungeon. Physical God Comp going a little bit slower here, a little bit smaller, but of course that also adds on difficulty. And we've seen what consistency can be in terms of for our teams. Problems arising left, right, and center. Let's hope they can stay clean here. So coming out from Toxic as well, making sure he survives there, but everything's good. Dire Wolves slowly but surely are getting through this.
There's a lot of tiny individual things in these pulls that can cause a wipe, and I feel like we've seen every single different variation of them. Okan dropping a ton as he finally gets the Incarn back up for this pull. A little bit of a scary moment there, but able to be topped up by that Holy Paladin that Ryu has gone back to in this key. Interesting pick from them. We've seen that a few times this weekend, and it seems like it performs decently well. I was kind of surprised to see it perform as well as it did, but I think that's kind of just the state of the meta right now across the board, is that there's a lot of things that look like they might not be as good based off of what you see at the top of the leaderboards and pushing keys, but we're not pushing keys, we're speed running, and I think a lot of classes have different strengths and weaknesses when it comes to that. Now with no healer and the pull still somewhat alive, so Okan dropping a little bit low, but Guardian Druid's still relatively tanky, even without a healer available, so able to keep himself alive while Ryu gets that citizen, so we can make sure we have those citizens done by the time we get done with the second boss.
Yeah, I'm just quickly looking across what our teams have done in this dungeon before. So we did see the Wolves in here already with 2 deaths. They locked in 13 minutes 02 whenever we saw them. And for Physical God Comp, we also saw a Pit of Saran, but that one wasn't finished. So we have yet to see what their final dungeon timer here looks like. And of course, if the Dire Wolves can be a lot faster. For now, they're going to be taking all of this trash into Forge Master. Now, there's one important thing you cannot be doing here, okay? There's mobs that you need to interrupt. Let's not drop boulders on their head, okay? That's a no-no.
Yeah, again, like these big pulls, there are a few different things that could potentially kill a player, right? Number one, Nether Burst cast going off on the Cadaver. That's the thing that happened, I believe it was to Physical God Comp earlier this weekend. They spawned a Serenite rock on top of a Cadaver, and the Cadaver was inside the rock, unable to be CC'd or interrupted. That Nether Burst cast can drop your entire team incredibly low and just potentially kill off a player if they're not topped. That's the main thing. You can see that cast going off right now. Purple marker interrupted by Flapjack on the augmentation evoker there. There's no Lich in this pull, I don't believe. I think they've dealt with that already. Yeah, that usually Icy Burst cast going off on the tank could be something that potentially kills them, so that's another kick that you have to worry about. But I mean, the main thing that we're seeing generally with this boss is just tank damage, right? This trash pack on top of the boss does so much damage. Unfortunately, Donnie actually gets cleaved by the Orebreaker from the boss and ends up getting one shot. They have the battle res for that, but as we've talked about in the past, a Devourer or Demon Hunter dying is a pretty bad scenario, right? They lose any progress they've made towards their Void meta. If they're in the Void meta, they drop out of it and have to build up stacks all over again. That means this Graveblade and this Gargoyle are going to stay alive a little bit longer than they might have otherwise intended, and that means Okan, whenever this Iron Bark runs out, he's pretty much out of personal cooldowns on the tank here, and Rio doesn't have anything for him either, so got to keep an eye on Okan here. With this Graveblade still alive, could be in danger. They actually kill it off before the Grave Slash goes off, so it looks like he's going to be okay, but that was definitely a scary moment for Direwolves there.
It was, and of course that also means they now have 15 seconds against the clock. That is exactly what many of our runs have come back to, just a death differential between our teams, but for now they have stabilized. For now we are seeing the Void meta back up again, so Donnie was able to rack that back up. The Physical God Comp are still behind on the overall dungeon progression due to how they've been pacing in the earlier polls. They did come in here with the same amount of trash, but they're still far behind on Forge Master Garfrost, so they will need to find a faster access on how to finish it out. Now, there is something we saw in that Pit of Sauron yesterday for the Direwolves that I said I don't want to see again, and that's on Aiken Crick. They actually played down the second set of Shades. You can ignore them, you can just tunnel boss if you have the damage to ignore them, and they made a call not to do that, losing a lot of time in their dungeon run. Let's see if that has changed as they are making their way towards Aiken Crick.
Now, funnily enough, I believe all of the Direwolves members were active in the Warcraft Twitch chat after that dungeon, and I saw Ryu saying, our dumb DK forgot to put his 4-piece on and made us play the second set of totems on Aiken Crick. So,
that was not exactly the wording, but okay.
No, that was the exact wording. That was word for word exactly what they said.
We had to play the Shades because of the gear on this guy. But
listen, I can tell what the healer meant by what they said. Okay, I'm sort of a psychic. I'm a Twitch chat psychic.
I'll give it to you.
Did you check? Does he have the 4-piece on this dungeon?
He has 4-piece
stars
on.
doing 10% increased damage?
Was the first thing I did.
All right, that's huge. So hopefully they don't have to play it this time.
That's not permitted. Of course, we're expecting the same from Physical God Comp, right? Whatever we're applying to Direwolves here, we're applying to Physical God Comp as well. They need to catch up, even with those 15 seconds differential between the two of them. They still need to find some more extra seconds in the run that they're doing right now, and they definitely also can't afford to play that second set of Shades either in Nick and Craig, as they are making their way there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the strategy of playing the big trash pack after Forge Master, but I guess it's
as they are making their way there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the strategy of playing the big trash pack after Forge Master, but I guess it's technically the safer strategy. Physical God Comp has the opportunity to make up a ton of time here, right? They're pulling all of that trash that Direwolves just did separately into Aiken Crick here. Now, they don't have the best AoE damage comp for this, so they might end up having to play a second set of totems, but this is definitely a super fast strategy. They save a pull in the dungeon, and Direwolves, even though they've had the advantage here, remember that death timer is going to come into play if they are a little bit slower with that extra pull here.
Well, Direwolves finish that pull and have their own pull into this one, right? They're having a Gargoyle in here, they're having a couple of Ghouls and a Rhyme Blade, so it's not like they didn't take anything into the boss. It kind of comes back to how does your end of dungeon look like? Can you do anything with the additional count that you're getting here? It's not a whole lot that Direwolves are going to be ahead once everything is finished here, but it should be around 10% if I'm not mistaken. So let's see how that plays out. for our teams. We're in the fixation phase on the left-hand side. We're just entering it on the right-hand side for Physical God Comp. From here on out, we don't want to see them target any more of those shades, and Physical God Comp are now getting that additional count that Direwolves already dealt with.
Never bother you watching this fight and you notice they've got like this barrier around the boss room? Like these little shadow lines that kind of make it look like, okay, this is the boss arena, don't leave it. And then you see a monk just roll through it twice.
Yeah, and you're like,
It's more of a suggestion than an actual wall. Either way, Banchers has gathered up the remaining trash that they need in order to be able to complete the dungeon after they get through this boss and get up the cliff.
Flag on the field. Illegal activity. Direwolves just dealt with the shades.
No.
Yes.
Playing it safe, though. Playing it safe. Okay, that's fine. But look at this. Physical God Comp has evened the boss damage now.
Yep. And we're also seeing them go on to the boss fully from the looks of it. One of those shades is ticking down, but I don't think that's active damage. I think that's just being cleaved onto. You can see the ping go out, making sure, yes, we are indeed targeting Ick and Crick, and that will save them a lot of time as well. And as you can see on our overall dungeon progression, Physical God Comp just tied up. Both of our teams basically finishing at the same time, 1 second difference. It all comes back to how we're going to be finishing this out. And keep in mind, there is 15 seconds death penalty on the side of the Direwolf, so really coming back in a big way for the Physical God Comp here.
I was wondering, it looked like Physical God Comp was missing count here. 77.3% is a little on the low end. I believe you need a little bit more than that if you do the typical MDI routing here. Physical God Comp also pulls everything, but you can see with our POV, thank you observers, that Squishvegan has gone back and tagged one singular mob to make sure that they have the count, but this is a big, big time loss for them. You are down a DPS player for the entire gather of this pull. He's still not back with the group. This is taking a long time to get it in. I mean, it's good that they identified it. This is definitely going to save time over what, completing the entire dungeon and realizing, oh god, we need one more mob, but still, little bit of an unfortunate time loss for Physical God Comp, and every second matters right now. The Ick and Crick kill times in dungeon progression were almost dead even between the two teams. Physical God Comp might have actually had an advantage because of the death timer on Direwolves. Now I think it's just back to dead even again.
Yeah, these teams are not giving each other a whole lot of leeway here, but there's still a lot of danger involved with these last couple of pulls in the Pit of Sauron. So let's see if they can get through them unscathed. The Direwolves are finishing out on the additional trash, but Glacier still has a whole lot of HP to give. Physical God Comp now moving on, as well as Banchers makes the way up the icy halls and looks towards also engaging that mini-boss that we're already seeing in fight here. Glaciers have been found, and Physical God Comp trying to get through this. This is also where they're lusting, interestingly enough. Usually we would see that bloodlust on the Scourge Lord together with the missing pack that we're expecting teams to kind of just drag up the mountainside. The Physical God Comp are using it here instead. What do you make of that?
I think it's technically a more efficient bloodlust for this pull. Their team doesn't do a whole lot of AoE damage. They're more consistent overall AoE damage. I think I like it for the bigger AoE pull rather than just using it on the single target boss for them. That being said, they were trying to make up time here. Direwolves still have the bloodlust ready. They do have to go down and gather the last bit of trash, but they're going to have the bloodlust for that. Again, this is extremely close after that mistake from Physical God Comp. Remember, there's a 15-second time advantage for Physical God Comp. Wait, no, they messed up. They missed count. Look at this. They're literally one single mob count off.
Yeah, I was staring at that as well, trying to see if there's anything that we still have in fight that's maybe chasing after the team or something like that. Sometimes mobs are just slow to walk, but it looks like we don't, and it looks like they might not even be aware that they don't have count just yet, else they could have maybe deployed somebody going down and trying to tag something onto that. So Physical God Comp actually looks like they are missing count, and they don't have anything to make up for it either, whereas the Wolves, they have the count they need. They have it up there currently, slowly but surely dropping down, together with that lust that we were talking about now coming in as well and helping them on the progression of Scourge Lord Tyrannus. Still, 15 seconds that is between those two teams that can make up for a whole lot. But there is no easy mobs to tag in from here on out, Zyro.
No, not really. So the thing that they could do, right, the best possible strategy for them is when the boss dies, there's an NPC that you can talk to teleport back to the start of the dungeon. But there aren't like any super easy things to kill at the start of the dungeon that give the literally one forces that they need. It might be 2 or 3 forces that they need to kill the dungeon. They can maybe kill like a rotting ghoul. That's probably the easiest target for them to kill. But on this key level that has still a couple million health, that's not going to be something that's instant. They only have a 15-second window after Direwolves completes the dungeon in order to complete the dungeon on their end and still win. And I think Direwolves is more than 15 seconds ahead of the boss right now with that bloodlust that they saved for the boss. This is a disaster for Physical God Comp. If they had the count, maybe they could make up that 15 seconds, but I think without the count, I think Direwolves is in the driver's seat here.
Okay, I think the difference between those teams as of right now is like 11 seconds. So if they can kill something off in an additional 4 seconds and maybe accelerate just a little bit here, there is a chance, but it's not a big one, as that gap is getting closer, wider and wider actually between the two
seconds.
of them. Direwolves have stopped the clock. From here on out, Physical God Comp are getting those 15 seconds. Like we were mentioning, 10 remain, but Scourgelord Tyrannus is still not down, and they still are missing count. They might kill the boss, but that is not even going to be happening here as the Wolves take the first map.
Direwolves are going to be able to claim it there. They executed their strategy, and even with that death, we're able to still overcome. Now, for our opening map, it's going to look like Direwolves are leading, but can Physical God Comp bring it back? We're going to have to wait and see. In the meantime, looking back on this one, I mean, makes some unfortunate mistakes that were made, obviously, but what's kind of your overview of our initial map?
It's tough, right? I mean, that one death on the Wolves, you look at that and you think, oh, that might be it. But how can you miscount? What happened there? I just want to know. Maybe Dratnos knows what the missing mob was that Physical God Comp forgot to tag in. I'm not really sure in the routing. It looked a little bit all over the place. I preferred what we saw from the Wolves in the beginning of that dungeon. But yeah, I mean, you have to review and figure out how that could have happened.
Dratnos, did you manage to catch what that might have been, or what other things did you pick up on with this map?
Yeah, it's so hard to tell exactly which mob was the one that was missed, because really any one of them would have been the difference. Here's some footage, though, from the start of the dungeon. So it may have been there. You see the warning pings coming out as they're kind of trying to navigate around here. They don't want that Enforcer and that Tormentor. I mean, that would have done it. They probably don't want that Cold Wraith that's up over there. So it might have been the stuff right by the very start of the dungeon. But you can really tell that this is a role swap going here. The way that they pulled the start of the dungeon is quite methodical, quite conservative. The way that Physical God Comp were approaching the start of the dungeon, compared to Direwolves, who were just running in there. Now, they did have the bear, so that may have helped facilitate it, but they were just running in there, tagging everything, getting everything started, not wasting any time with, like, pausing before a mob, seeing if you were supposed to pull it. It could have been one of those Quarry Tormentors, by the way, that hang out up on the side of the hill. Those are often ones that you can consider pulling, although quite dangerous mobs. There's our death that we had for the side of Direwolves. This gave Physical God Comp the 15 seconds that almost was enough at the end and would have maybe been, with that count not having been a problem, keeping Direwolves the tradition of having at least one death per map. This isn't going to be the map where that stops, but luckily this time around, it wasn't enough to cost them, as because of that count, and just because of attacking the dungeon substantially more quickly overall, Direwolves were the team that were just a little bit faster throughout the whole place, ended up with a close but important victory that's taking them to a 1-0 lead in the series. And this is really important for Direwolves because I think with their comp here, this was a must-win map for them. Physical God Comp were using their role swap here. They were using a lot of the stuff that they are happy to get banned, and they're going to be at full power or close to it for the rest of the series. So Direwolves really needed to take advantage of the Aug Evoker, of the Devourer Demon Hunter, of the Guardian Druid, all of which they were deploying here to win that map, which they indeed did. Which means we do move on to Algathar and then Magister's Terrace there waiting in the wings. Interesting question here is, do Direwolves use the bear in the Algathar and try and finish the series 2-0? Because if you do that and then you don't win Algathar, you'll be left without a bear in Magister's Terrace, the natural habitat of the Guardian Druid.
Oh, I had no idea that's where they originated from, but I
like
learned
books.
something new.
Yep.
Amazing. Well,
Very smart fellas.
We know Alcathar Academy's on the horizon. Dratos is having thoughts about what this might mean for the spec bans, but Zyro, you're a self-proclaimed Twitch chat psychic. So what psychic predictions do you have about the spec bans?
Well, I think we're going to see those off-meta picks gone from Physical God Comp. You're going to see Resto Shaman, Feral, and Brewmaster all gone for them. They're going to go back to their typical comp. I'm interested to see what the choice is for Direwolves, though. I think Dratnos brings up a good point. Like, you have 2 dungeons left in the series. You can only play Guardian for one of them. Do you go for the 2-0 here? Do you save it for the Magister's Terrace as a just-in-case? I think Algathar is a really interesting dungeon for these two teams. We saw both of them play it in their Friday series, and they both went for the somewhat slower, questionable strat of not doing the Lasher area first. So by the time they did get to the Overgrown Ancient, they both just had to wait for the RP for the boss to spawn and didn't really do anything in the meantime, which is a little questionable to me. Hopefully one of them picks up on the faster strategy and practiced it for today. But I think like the routing in this dungeon is net neutral between the two teams. It's just going to come down to who makes fewer mistakes and who's more clean with their AoE damage.
Yeah, I mean, if you can just get through, execute the dungeon, it seems easier said than done. It is easier said than done, but the teams are going to have their comps they're going to be bringing in and trying to see if they can tackle or even do some of those ambitious pulls. With the setups that we're seeing on either team, Dratnos, do you think they're going to go for big routes, or what's it looking like with the strategies?
Yeah, so there's a couple of different ways to attack this dungeon. We saw both ANTTIS Angels and Triple Threat had these plans of having your healer run and grab some trash while you're fighting other stuff. 2 different flavors of that strategy. We saw how it actually could backfire for the Triple Threat. I'm curious if either of these teams are going to attempt something like that, or if they'll stay with a more standard strategy in this dungeon, because even the standard strategies here have a lot of points of divergence. Are you going to start with Veximus? Are you going to start with Overgrown Ancient Trash? Both of those are very valid options, so a lot of different variables here. The comp, the strategy, all still unknown for me.
Mix, looking at the spec bands that they have rolled in, because we can see them down below now, do you think you have any insight that could help Dratnos formulate some of this? Anything you're thinking they're going to do for their approach?
Well, I think Zyro kind of went over it already. We're seeing a lot of the spec bans that we expected, the switch between Banishers and Squish coming back, the ban on the Resto Shaman. We're obviously seeing the Holy Paladin being taken out on the side of the Wolves. I'm a little bit curious on how they're going to be dealing with the routing, like Zyro said. I think that'll be the major thing. Do we see any adaptations on how they strategize this dungeon? Looking especially towards the Echo Knight pull at the end, a lot of our teams have taken those Echo Knights into Echo of Duragosa, and I think you cannot afford to 2-pull that, as well as the Lasher area. Those 2 have to be the biggest key factors, I think.
I mean, the pressure obviously is on for Physical God Comp. They want to try and get this one, because if they don't, they're going to be out of the competition here since Direwolves took that first point. So knowing what we know about Physical God Comp and how they've kind of been strategizing where they're going to pull out all the stops, I mean, is this something with what they have available to them, you think they could go for those more ambitious runs, Zyra? Do you think they could try to push for some of those strats that we've seen?
Yeah, no, I think Direwolves is perfectly capable. I think both teams are perfectly capable of it. I think it's just been a question of consistency. The really impressive thing to me would be if either of these teams identified that their strategies that they came into this dungeon with on Friday were not optimal, and now they realized, okay, in order to actually potentially be one of the top 2 teams this weekend, we're going to have to do a better Algathar. And if they've practiced that and prepared it for this particular map, I'd be extremely impressed by that.
I know we would be too. Honestly, we want to see them stay in. Of course, we don't want anybody to have to go home, but it is the case, especially here on our finals day for Group B. Now, this will be Direwolves versus Physical God Comp. Our teams are ready, and this is a big one for them. Direwolves can secure victory right here and now and continue on in the lower bracket, where they can try to see, can we get these clean runs? Can we live up to the strats that we know that we can deliver, but be able to stay competitive with top teams? Or can Physical God Comp, who have these unusual strategies, who oftentimes adapt in innovative ways, can they showcase that, especially in a season when a lot of their Physical God Comp can be so strong? And will they be able to stay in the running and push this to a map 3? It is a lot of pressure on the line when you're looking at the group finals, but these 2 teams have to live up to it, Makes.
Yeah, we're not seeing any Demon Hunters in this run this time around, which is a little bit of a surprise to me. Instead, we're actually going to be seeing the double Rogue in here, Zyro. Expected on the side of Physical God Comp. A little bit of a surprise on Donnie.
Yeah, interesting. Are they both playing Assassination? No, Walks is stuck to the Outlaw, so the funnel is going to be there for Donnie. It's not really going to be there for Walks. Walks is going to be more of a consistent AoE damage build. But what I'm seeing right off the bat is the opposite of what I was hoping to see here. Both teams sticking to their original strategy of going Veximus first, probably going to be going Croth second. The strategy, though, is just a little bit of the problem, right? We've seen for both of our teams, execution of the strategy has been lacking this week. Already, off the bat for Direwolves, about a second of one of those monotonous lectures goes off before they get the leg sweep off. One of the other big things we're going to see is a difference between the two teams. Once again, similar to the Pit of Saran, the tank damage differential is going to be massive. Guardian just does more than double the damage of Brew on these massive pulls.
Yeah, it's certainly something to keep in mind, that thrash damage. Also, one of the reasons why they have such a nice time in actually keeping the aggro on so many things. But look at how quickly Physical Godcomp was able to finish out their trash count here. Now, granted, they had a little bit of a smaller pull than the Wolves were doing, if I'm not mistaken. Wolves should come out with like 25% out of this one, whereas Physical Godcomp is now tagging what you're seeing on the right-hand side into Veximus as well. But here goes Okan. Are we finding any lashers is my question. Or are we just leaving it here? And the answer is, yep, we're just going to try and add those bridge packs into Veximus as well. I'm not loving this, Syro. I'm very honest. I hate the idea of we're going to do lashers and stand around after that.
Yeah, but the good news is neither of the teams really loses out on it here because they know the other team is going for the same strategy. That's the good news. The bad news is neither of them is opting to go for the advantage. That being said, it's about as even as it could be. Physical God Comp, like you identified, pulled the boss a little bit early, but they are about 5% behind on trash count. Both of the teams also, in their routing on Friday, opted to go for the double Ravager pull on the island in between Veximus and Croth. A very dangerous pull for most comps, even at this key level. You know, teams are pushing 23s on live. This is just a 17. This is still a very dangerous pull. Those Ravager charges, in addition to all of the Foragers that are in the pull, could do a ton of damage. So we'll have to keep an eye on that when they do get there. For the time being, though, both teams still working away at Veximus, which is going to take quite a long time at this key level.
Certainly is. This is not a boss that you can get through quickly. We're going to be seeing something similar with Croth as well. They just take their time, roughly about 2 minutes, 2 minutes 30 is most of our teams are taking on those bosses, since they're also not utilizing that lust on them either. You would rather have that lust for those big pulls, but on the just eye test, would you rather be on the side of Direwolves with the additional 7%, 6% as that last mob takes in, or on the side of Physical God Comp with the lead on the boss HP?
It's always a tough question. Generally speaking, I like leaning towards the dungeon progression. Means you've just got less of the dungeon in front of you. Count can always be made up and pulled on top of bosses in a lot of situations here, right? Like if you get to that last section of Echo of Dorogoza and your count differential just means you have to pull one extra Echo Knight on top of the boss, I like that at this key level. You usually have the second Bloodlust for it. You can cleave it down pretty easily with the Lust. I think I'd rather have the progression, so I'm going to go with Physical God Comp right now. But again, I think these teams have both been pretty mistake-prone, and there's still a lot of dungeon left. Really, I think it's going to come down to whichever team can finally get through a run deathless here. Remember, Direwolves are on a 7-dungeon deathless streak right now. Can they finally snap that?
Honestly, it's low-key impressive they're here with how many death runs they had, or runs with deaths they had, for lack of better phrasing. But yeah, I would like to see it as well. This is certainly a team that has the history, has the experience, and kind of also has the pedigree, right? A lot of these players like Jack and Stay Poor and Ryu, we've been seeing from season to season to season, and we're kind of expecting them to be just a little bit cleaner. But hopefully this is the run where they can finally show that off. I do agree. Usually I would say I'd rather have boss progression over count because you can add so much onto bosses. But I feel like the Algathar Academy is the difference, because you can't add onto Croth. You can very hardly add onto the Ancient, right? We saw that from Triple Threat earlier today, actually, where it just kind of went all wrong. And then the only remainder where you can add something onto boss is Echo of Dorogosa, and that pull is scary, but I'm expecting both teams to do it, so I'm a little bit more in between the two of them, but I think I would also lean Physical God Comp in terms of dungeon progression here, that they're certainly a little bit ahead right now. Let's see how long they can keep that up, or if they're going to be carrying it all the way and even out this series. For now, we're just dealing with the Sentry. This is one of those mobs where you're trying to get through it as quickly as possible, so you don't need to step behind the pillar and lose uptime as well. And teams have been utilizing that and doing mini steps like you're seeing from Squish Vegan here as well. Just trying to already move towards that teleporter to allow the team to then not have to walk too far.
And they're all just eating that AoE as well. They don't care. They're just charging back in the second, and they're good to go. Sentry down for Physical God Comp. Dire Wolves now starting to deal with the Sentry on their end. So you can see Physical... Oh no, Jack! You got expelled! Another death for Dire Wolves. The deathless streak continues.
Well, I mean, say what you will, but that's a type of consistency.
That's the wrong kind of consistency, Mace. That's not the consistency we want to see from them.
Sorry. It had to be said. Come on.
Yeah. At some point, you just have to have fun with it and hope that it can end, but it has been a constant issue for Dire Wolves this weekend in a dungeon that they really can't afford that in, right? Like, do you really want to go to a Game 3 against Physical God Comp knowing that they've got all of their picks still ready for it? Dire Wolves already banned out their Devourer Demon Hunter, right? That's something that you would love to have for that dungeon, but they don't have it anymore. They're going to have the Unholy DK. They're not going to have the Demo Lock. They banned that one out too. What's the comp going to look like for Dire Wolves if we do get to a Magister's Terrace? I'm definitely worried about that. For the time being, though, still more than half of the dungeon in the Salgathar Academy left for our team. Still plenty of room to make further mistakes. We'll have to see if they're able to keep it clean from here on out.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that as both of our teams were starting to deal with some of those eagles. You know, it takes a while. These guys spawn in. You would like them to accelerate, but really not much you can do here. So we'll just need to sit this one out, try to get through it as quickly as possible. And you can see a lot of pings already going out here on the side of Physical God Comp as they're rallying for who can get those orbs fastest.
Hey, I mean, if you don't have it planned out beforehand, I guess the ping system works just fine. It worked for them. They got those orbs in instantly, spawning Croth about as quickly as you possibly can. Bird now joining our team here in just a moment. Physical God Comp's comp notably doesn't have, like, the best burst damage profile for this boss, but honestly, neither really does Dire Wolves. I think the main difference is the Assassination Rogue versus the Outlaw Rogue is a pretty big difference. I would guess maybe the Unholy can do a little more in the burst windows than the Fury Warrior, but like neither of our teams really has too much of a single target advantage on this boss, I would say.
Yeah, we'll have to see how quickly they can actually deal with it. Of course, you know, Physical God Comp on the back of their composition. I would think they can get through bosses quicker. It's also what we saw in Veximus there. But maybe Dire Wolves have an answer to that once they actually start this fight. But Croth already down the first quarter. We're 48 seconds in fight here. And of course that is going to accelerate once those two buffs do come in here and allow them to actually deal with that fight just a little bit quicker. Wolves in the meantime are now spawning this boss as well. And keep in mind, they will also still need to deal with those lashers right in front of the Ancient. And then, like, are we just going to stand around and wait for the RP? Wait for the two professors to argue about what kind of magic it is? Or how's that going to go?
Yeah, that's
We're
what they're going to do.
watch?
We're dungeon respecters. We listen to the RP. Which professor do you agree with, Mix? That's an important question.
It's what are the two options? It's nature magic, or what was the other one? Do you remember?
No, no, I don't remember. No, I don't respect the RP either, to be honest. It's one of them for sure. Maybe they're both right. Maybe that's the real thing we're learning here. Either way, Physical God Comp has gone for the best possible chain here. I don't think they actually got the haste buff to chain into the double damage amp, but their boss damage is looking quite strong here as they've gotten through that second Ruinous Winds cast here and now have Croth in to execute for the Fury Warrior here, who's just going to start to climb to the top of the meters. Noxiv topping meters as Fury Warrior and single target is very interesting, but love to see that from them. I actually wonder what Tettles thinks of this matchup. This has got to be his personal hell. Survival Hunter versus Survival Hunter.
Yeah, he loves those, in case you're not familiar, but more and more you can see how the gap just widens between those two teams. Once again, I do like those mini movements on Squish, just already moving towards a teleporter, knowing that his team doesn't have any pesky casters. You know, nobody cares if you're moving your targets here. We're just going to min-max every single centimeter, every yard that we can get. And they have finished out Krath and are on their way to that Ancient. Maybe, you know, as the team waits and watches, we can figure out what are the two magics, but I think chat is saying it's nature and life magic. So I'm going to go with nature magic. I'm curious what the chat thinks on this one. Zara, you want to choose one?
Nah. It's both.
Okay.
That's how the boss gets spawned. They end up using both parts of the magic to make it work. See, I am a Dungeon RP respecter.
Apparently you are. Direwolf's now also in that burn phase on the left-hand side, so going to be accelerating here in a little bit. Something that we've been seeing a lot of our teams do when they deal with these lashers is leaving up some of these skidlers here that you can see in the background. So Artemis actually just going to walk on over in cap, make sure that those are not going to pat in their path either. We can just pull these into the boss. They're not needed to spawn that RP either. And the team is doing a phenomenal job at dealing with those lashers as they are dying off more and more. 3 remain. Those need a little bit of extra loving, but should be able to spawn the boss momentarily.
Those are some even damage meters. All 4 of the players in the group, including the tank, doing just under 400k DPS on this pull. I mean, that's not a lot of damage, right? I think this is a little bit of room for Direwolves to sort of work their way back in here because the Unholy DK is going to absolutely pop off on this pull. But Physical God Comp, the consistent damage in this dungeon, has just really catapulted themselves ahead. 0 deaths as well, a massive factor for them. But just super consistent play from them has really been strong in this dungeon. Direwolves needs this pull to die super fast if they want to have any chance of getting back in this key.
I mean, they could accelerate on the tail end of the dungeon, right? If they have a really good routing of like pulling all the Echo Knights and maybe one of the Invokers into Echo of Doragosa, and for some reason that, you know, would maybe be low-key illegal, Physical God Comp is doing a 2-pull, that would be their answer on how they can come back here. Now, I will say this is not a very likely situation, but that's kind of what would need to happen here for those teams to kind of pull back closer to each other. You can see the wolves are slowly finishing off those lashers on the left-hand side, whereas Physical God Comp is already nearly halfway through the boss fight on the Ancient. And like you said, we're just dealing with those skidlers standing around waiting for the boss to actually spawn while they argue about magic. And direwolves are going to be able to spawn this boss as well, but with a massive delay at this point.
Yeah, 50% behind and the boss doesn't even spawn for them. We do have to wait for that argument still to occur, so it's about 15 more seconds until the boss actually spawns. And the Skitterflies being pulled now is not really ideal. You're not going to get any of that funnel or cleave during the boss. Although I guess in the grand scheme of things it doesn't tend to matter too much, because I guess you get free cleave from all of the hungry lashers that spawn during the boss as well. But here we go, direwolves have finally pulled the Overgrown Ancient, but the gap is massive. 80% of the boss's HP Physical God Comp is ahead right now. Not to mention the 15 seconds of death timer from Jack getting expelled by the Guardian Sentry earlier on in the dungeon. Direwolves needs a miracle at this point if they want to take this game 2-0. But there's not that much left of the dungeon for that to occur.
That's right, and Physical God Comp are going to be showing us what their end of dungeon looks like. We were wondering about this one. Shroud is going to be deployed first, making sure that the team can just route around those extra pings, helping, making sure that the team knows where not to step. Now, here is where we're going to be stopping, and then Squish just kind of tags everything in that he can see, and they will take this trash into the boss. They need 14 and that is what they have, I'm pretty sure. We're just waiting for those mobs to walk back in range, and then that count should be equalizing to 14 as well on the right-hand side, right above that damage meter. Where's that last one? Come on in.
4 Echo Knights plus an Invoker
There we
should
go.
do it. They have an Invoker freezing trapped outside the room. That is the remaining mob that will be their count after they deal with the Echo Knights. There it is, paralyzed now.
It is recc.
Making sure.
Yeah.
We're good to go, though. This is the count that they need. It's a little bit of a dangerous pull. Arcane Smashes do a ton of AoE damage. That overlapped with any of the extra arcane damage the boss does, whether it's a bolt or a bomb. Could potentially one-shot a player, but Ortimus doing a fantastic job of keeping the team healthy, so that is not able to occur. Echo Knight's only alive for another 15 to 20 seconds here. The damage cooldowns do run out for Physical God Comp. The only thing really left going is the Adrenaline Rush for Walks here. The damage from the Survival Hunter and the Fury Warrior have kind of started to dissipate, but it looks like it's going to be enough as the Echo Knights start to go down. Unfortunately, the power vacuum does mean Physical God Comp loses a little bit of uptime on the boss, but with 3 of the Echo Knights down, I think most of the danger is gone for them.
Yeah, that's right. Left-hand side, Direwolves are now dealing with that same pull. You can see the CC being deployed on the Invokers there as the tank manages to enter the boss room with Echo of Doragosa, but it all seems too little, too late for the Wolves, as Physical God Comp has reached a sub 50%. Merchant Shroud cloak on Donnie, making sure that he actually survives. A little bit of extra damage that has come in. Grip on the Evoker on the left-hand side, but none of that can matter if Physical God Comp are able to stay clean, if they are able to get through this without any additional deaths. They only have that one Invoker that they have under control as they're dropping Doragosa closer and closer to death.
What I just saw happen for Donnie there just shows me that maybe they're not 100% comfortable on the Rogue. They cloaked after the damage happened and when no damage was happening. So the cloak, it looked good, but it didn't do
Emergency
anything.
button, Zyro.
It was an emergency, oh shit, I might die button, but nothing was gonna kill him there. It's a little unfortunate. It's like a tiny little nitpick in the grand scheme of things, but in the end, nobody died. What's that?
You know when you put your defensive.
Oh
in
no!
the same,
But that is a death. Oh,
just
Khan
keep
goes
on it.
down.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter at the end. Physical God Comp on the final stretch of the dungeon here, single digits onto the boss. They are looking towards their left, and it doesn't matter. Those steps are in vain as Physical God Comp is marching towards that equalization and getting the 1-1 in this best of 3.
The Echo of Doragosa is reduced to an Echo once more. Physical God Comp was able to even the score, bringing our series 1-1 and saving themselves from elimination for now. Zyro, you pointed out that this route wasn't the fastest one that we've seen from Algathar Academy, and it obviously worked out for Physical God Comp in this case, but why do you think both the teams chose to stick with this route?
Comfortability. Clearly Direwolves didn't run the best possible comp they could have run for this key, so maybe the confidence in this dungeon as being the thing that closes out the series for them wasn't the highest. If they thought they would win this dungeon, they probably would have played the Guardian Druid. They probably would have played a slightly better AoE comp. But it looks like they're saving all of that for the Magister's Terrace, and that's going to be our decider here. You know, the team that wins this Magister's Terrace is going to be the team that gets to play for a top spot. The other one gets sent home in 4th. It's a tough moment to play through here. This is where the nerves really start to ramp up.
Yeah, I mean, everything is on the line with this last map, but as you pointed out, our teams have these choices of how they're going to play out the series, where they think they might take a win, or what strengths they've seen from other teams coming in, and in this one, we did indeed get to see Physical God Comp take the map. But Dratnos, what did you pick up on from this run?
Yeah, so I mean, the story here is definitely, there's a few narratives. First of all, we've got that composition difference, of course, with Physical God Comp busting out not the meta comp, but their meta comp, right? Their players on their favorite specs, on their best versions of these classes, really using everything at their disposal to get this dungeon down. Meanwhile, Direwolves, they instead were opting for a little bit more of again, restraint, keeping some options available for that last map of the series, because if they played the bear in this map, they wouldn't have it for Magister's Terrace, which Magister's Terrace is a dungeon that I'm pretty confident you are going to want that bear for. So Direwolves, the other thing that was going for them is the death. Now, they did, of course, have more go wrong at the very end of this dungeon, but even here near the start, right, we have that death on the board already for them. And that is something that has happened to them now in every single map that they've played this weekend, which it happens, right? But it needs to stop happening for Direwolves. They need to start at least having some of their maps be deathless if they want to beat Physical God Comp, let alone Triple Threat, who are waiting in the next series. As you can see, players, going down that that expel intruders from the Guardian Sentry, be the one that took down Jack. And then, the Shrouds through the end of the dungeon, really nice way of saying, you know what, no Evoker, no problem, no Warlock, no problem. We've got the Rogue to get through here very easily and get this pull started, following the trap on the Invoker to just leave it out until everything more dangerous has been taken care of. And Physical God Comp were already pretty far ahead at that point, but it was this set of deaths that really sealed the fate of Direwolves on the Echo of Dorogosa at the end. Physical God Comp putting up another clean 0-death run. The speed on it as well is not bad either.
Indeed, indeed. And as we can see here, we've got our series evenly matched, and we're looking at Magister's Terrace now. Everything that unfolded for us in Algathar Academy, and even in Pit of Saran going back, will be determined here on this third map. Both teams getting 1 point, and now looking ahead to what they're going to bring in for Magister's Terrace in the grand finale of the series. But makes Direwolves maybe saving their stronger comp for map 3, like we were kind of talking about. But where has the series left Physical God Comp with their picks, do you think?
Okay, so they can still play Guardian Druid again, which is really good, right? That's usually what we want to be looking for. We know that Noxiv has just kind of been ping-ponging between Arms and Fury, so I would assume that should also be still an option. We've seen Banchers on BM before, which might just be where we're going to be ending at. And then I don't know where Wax and Artemis are going to be going. I think that's kind of... We'll have to see what they decide to go for. But that would be, I think... Yeah, you definitely want to keep that Bear Druid for sure.
Okay, let's see. Okay, Zyro, we can see now, obviously on the third map, we have the most specs banned out. So does this seem pretty in line with what Mix was saying?
Yeah. So Physical God Comp have saved Bear Mistweaver, and they'll be playing 3 different flavors of their DPS specs. Direwolves banned out their Survival Assassination Resto Shaman, which means they're going to have Bear Mistweaver Unholy Aug. What is that third DPS slot going to look like, though? Could it be maybe an Affliction Warlock? Could it be an Ellie Shaman? There's a lot of interesting choices there. Ret Paladin seems like it's been doing pretty good in a lot of these mass AoE keys. What are you thinking, Dranos?
Well, I wouldn't want to play the Ret Paladin without a Shaman to buff it, and I think they're not going to be doing that. So I'd be a little bit off of that. You could play the Arms in this key as well. Works out really nice on Gemellis if you can get it going. Physical God Comp, also an interesting question as well, is what flavor of Hunter are they going to use? You play the Beast Mastery in here? I think probably, but this could be an opportunity. Marksmanship, something we haven't seen yet, and this is a pretty good dungeon for marksmanship. It's a spec that the damage profile of it was reworked a little bit in the 0.5 patch, and we haven't seen it yet in the MDI, but maybe this is the opportunity for it. If any dungeon team, and with survival already been banned combo will happen, I think it could be here.
I mean, it seems like they both have a lot at their disposal to use in this one. They are not out of luck by any means with the picks. Again, we've seen some great adaptation from the teams as they have worked through the spec variety rule, and clearly both Direwolves and Physical God Comp have taken this into account. This is, though, our deciding map in our best of 3. Magister's Terrace, Direwolves versus Physical God Comp. Whoever takes this one moves on in the lower bracket and stays in the running, looking ahead to our Season 1 finals and BlizzCon beyond it. Whoever loses, though, will have their journey to that dream cut short here and now. Let's see who's able to make it through, Makes.
Yes, let's see. We haven't seen either of those teams in Magister's Terrace yet. I was trying to pull up if we had any kind of way to confirm what kind of classes they would prefer here, and indeed, Zyro, the Retribution Paladin is going to be coming in here without the additional Ellie Shaman on the left-hand side, together with that Unholy and Evoker combination really being the only outlier in what we usually would deem as the premier composition. And on the right-hand side, we're basically seeing what we expected out of the Physical God Comp team. Basically the same thing, just different flavors on the DPS specs.
Yep, and it's actually Physical God Comp who deal with that first pack a little more quickly here. That's with the damage cooldowns from Direwolves, so a little bit higher damage from the Physical God comp melee pull, which is not what you would really expect to see, right? Usually that should be a downside in the MDI, that you're not playing the overall Tier 1 comp, but these guys are so practiced at this comp that it is made into a Tier 1 comp for them as they get to the Pyromancer first. Direwolves not too far behind. Of course, that Blazing Pyromancer does need to be killed off quickly so you can progress to the first boss of the dungeon. Teams hard focusing that down while doing their passive cleave to all the books and casters in this area as well. I love that teams are using that cubby to line aside all the casters in and also bait that flame strike as well. But Physical God comp, once again, dealing with that pack a little more quickly, makes.
Yeah, they're so fast. They have so much damage. Wax is just nuking anything in his path from the look of it, as they're already on to Arcanatron Custas here in the Magister's Terrace. I'd love to look up some of our splits for this dungeon just to give us an idea on what a really fast boss split in this dungeon looks like on that first boss. But, I mean, Physical God comp cannot be far off.
They can't be. This is an extremely fast key. But again, I feel like, in general, the difference between the teams here is very likely to be who doesn't die. These pulls are massive. There are plenty of room for mistakes. Even on the lowest key level in competition, look at the health bars for our team as these worms start to die. They do a little burst of AoE damage, but they also give you that 1% damage buff. Both teams expending the Bloodlust on Arcanotron here to try to get as much boss damage as possible. Physical God comp get the boss to about 50% in their Bloodlust burst. It looks like the burst is actually quite a bit better for Direwolves, though, with that Augavoker combo.
Yeah, Augavoker, certainly one of these specs you're always happy to see on those MDI runs for sure. And while we were talking, I was kind of just looking up. So the fastest we've seen on the Magister's Terrace in this group weekend was a boss 1 split of 2-minute 57, which is right about now for our teams. So they're still a tiny bit slower than what we saw from the triple threat, but Physical God comp right behind them as Custas does fall down and now for them, and they're on their way already. This Pyromancer will need to die, but will do just so, as is already incredibly low, and let's see how they deal with this next pack. This is only, quote-unquote, a 15, so there is not a whole lot that can stop them, but one thing would be those runic glaives that just hurt so much in the swing right before Serenal Sunlash. And if the other teams have taught us anything, is that there's no stopping here. So really make sure you watch those Spellbreakers and you survive this with whatever means possible.
All right, Direwolves about 30 seconds behind on that first split. They're going to have to accelerate with the use of this bursty comp in order to take advantage of Physical God comp's slightly more flat damage comp. These massive pulls should be an opportunity for them. Physical God comp has been in combat with this pull for about 30 seconds. We saw Stapor staying behind to grab that extra crystal buff, gives him 10% damage. Gonna grab another one before he pops the army and gets active in this pull here. Here we go. There is the setup for them. We'll see the burst coming out momentarily for the team. But Physical God comp is just so far ahead off the consistent damage here, Migs. It seems like Direwolves is just already behind 4 minutes into our dungeon.
Yes,
There's a no, that's the runic glaive.
Even that out is a death, and that's exactly what happens on the side of Physical God comp as Wax does go down to the glaives. They just don't take any prisoners as 2 of those Spellbreakers, well, 1.5 really, that one should fall any second, are still alive as they go into Serenal Sunlash on the left-hand side. A similar story for the Wolves, and they keep it clean from here. They still have applications of that runic glaive buff, and you can see they're also staying a little bit more cautious, waiting, spawning that boss just a second slower as the Magister in the background is still going to be walking in. I think Physical God comp still is ahead, but that death put them back closer together.
Yeah, I mean, if there was ever a time as a Direwolves fan for you to cheer for this team to finally have a deathless run this weekend, this needs to be it. Cheer for your teams in chat here as they get through Serenal Sunlash here. With that death timer on the board, it is going to be closer than ever. Both teams need to be perfect from here on out. This is an extremely quick dungeon. Any death timer is amplified by that fact. After Serenal Sunlash, the teams essentially have 1 or 2 massive pulls on the way to Gemilus, doing probably about 40% of the dungeon's count in those pulls. So they need to be perfect. The Guardian Druids are going to be a big catalyst for that, pulling everything together. But the single target damage on this boss looks like it's accelerating more for Physical God Comp than it is for Direwolves here. They were only about 25% ahead when Direwolves pulled the boss. That gap has opened up to 35% now, so they're doing quite a bit more single target damage.
They have so much damage. It's the same story as we saw in the Pit of Sauron, as we saw in the Elgathar Academy. These guys are just gaming. They're having so much DPS every single time we go into those bosses, and it shows. Once again, Physical Godcom pulling ahead here just on pure single target into Serenal Sunlash as it does go down. Come on, you don't want to go that wave. Yes, good timing there. It's always a pain when that last wave of silence does come through, and then you need to dip back in, lose another second of uptime. So nicely done that they were able to finish it out here as they're already clicking that console. Now we do have a 3-minute 20 on that second boss split. Direwolves are going to be a little bit behind that, but Physical God Comp are not going to stop here. We're going to be seeing them do another massive pull here, right?
Look at the boss 2 split, though. Even with the death, Physical God Comp split on Serenal Sunlash is still going to be faster than Direwolves by about 5 to 10 seconds here. If you look at those timers at the bottom of the screen, and Physical God Comp is not done yet. Sometimes we'll see our team stop at that first mini-boss here to kind of prep the big pull. Squish Vegan has no intentions of doing that as we charge straight into Gemilus' room. How many mobs are we pulling? The most we've seen here is in the upper 40s, and we are past the 50 mob count for them. 56 mobs, 23% of the dungeon count in one single pull. Squish Vegan under a lot of danger here. As you can see, the Incarnation and Ironbark pressed at the same time in order to mitigate as much damage as possible, sitting on both charges of Survival Instincts here just in case. You have to make sure we're interrupting every single Terror Wave cast. A single one of those going off could be the end of the team's lives here. Consuming Dark pulsing AoE damage on the group as well, but Ortimus doing a great job of keeping the group topped.
Absolutely right. Another Void Caller Shadows Consume does come in, takes on the team here. Banchers just barely survive, slams defensive there last second, making life on Ortimus a little bit easier, who gives himself that life cocoon. They have one Void Walker in the back here that's now getting picked up as they are gathering the rest of these tiny Void Walkers all around. Gemilus is already spawned, so is going to be engaged here in the immediate. Physical Godcom pulling ahead here as they are dealing with the boss already. Left-hand side, similar story. The first Void Caller has died off. The boss is slowly but surely spawning, and Okon is going to be gathering up the trash. And I feel like Direwolves on the back of this pull has sped up just a bit from where we saw those two teams on Sunlash.
Yeah, off the back of that Unholy Aug burst, they just destroyed that pull. They were 35% behind on Serenal Sunlash. That gap has closed to 25% on Gemilus, but I fear that that is going to open back up, as this boss is the perfect scenario for an Arms Warrior to do damage. They will cleave these jellyfish down like crazy. The second these bosses start to spawn, I believe by the time we get to the 5 split here, Physical God Comp will have finally pushed into their final form and start cleaving this boss down and saying, yeah, as I speak, that 25% gap has opened up to a 30% gap, and I fear it's only going to get worse for Direwolves here. Using personals across the board, both Bubble and the Cocoon being used to keep the players topped as they're dealing with this Void Terror on top of Gemilus. Physical God Comp is happily cleaving away on their end.
Absolutely right. We did see some of those Void-infused Bright Worms on the left-hand side for the Direwolves that also walked into this pull, as they now added the rest of the trash that is standing around in Gemilus' boss room as well. So they have still some extra to just cleave onto and cleave around to. But it won't matter for long, as Physical God Comp is nearing the end of this boss fight. You can see Squish just making sure Gemilus is on many or as many of his jellyfish copies as they can find. That Voidwalker will also need to die, and once this is done, they have one more pull that we're going to be seeing from them before the boss. Let's see how this one goes. It's all gas, no brakes for Physical God Comp as they're making their way up the tower of the Magister's Terrace, and we're going to be taking everything here. Void Terror, Void Terror. Let's see where we're going to be stopping, if we're actually going to be pulling in the Tyrant and the Void Caller for them that's standing right in front of that pathway, or if they have a way to just walk up, but Walks gets mellied by a Tyrant that was standing there, needs to be rest in the immediate. That's 2 deaths now.
Turn wave in the back.
Seconds difference.
Huge blind from Walks there to interrupt that fear in the back. Huge heads-up play. That would have spelled the end for them, getting that blind and then into the interrupt here. But this is going to stop progression for Physical God Comp. They're coming back to deal with this pack. Both a shout and a stun being used to counteract those terror waves. This time around is the Intimidate from Banchers. It looks like they're running out of stops. Just the leg sweep available for Ortimus here. They're going to be knocking back from the Guardian Druid on that particular set of cleaves. These mobs might be DR'd. They need to kill these Void Terrors quickly. Direwolves, in the meantime, have dealt with Gemilus on their end. They're making their final charge up the platform as well, but they don't have to stop. They didn't have that mistake happen, and now there's 30 seconds of death timers on the board as Direwolves have now passed up Physical God Comp in pure dungeon progression right now, but Physical God Comp at this point can head straight to the boss. Direwolves needs to blast this pack as quickly as possible. Are they going for broke? Are we pulling this into the boss makes? No, we're stopping here.
I mean, they still have 2.5% that they need to do, so something will need to be tagged, and I assume it will need to be tagged into the boss, and that's exactly what Physical God Comp are going to be doing. Who cares about the consuming shadow cast? Who cares about a Tyrant that can 100 to 0 people? Nobody. Physical God Comp are going to be walking all the way up to the Gentris and waiting for those guys to walk on up as well. There is a life cocoon, just preventative, on to Squish Vegan here as well as the trash does walk in. But the Direwolves, they are on a similar pathway. They're up here, they're ready to go, and they want this series just as badly.
But this is scary. They knew they had to do this because they were behind, but this is not something I think they would have practiced, because look at the cooldowns across the board. The only thing Ocon really has is that Bark Skin that just ran out. One charge of SI. They're going to have the Bloodlust in just a moment, but they're not going to pop it for the AoE. They're saving it for the damage cooldowns. So this is going to be a problem for them as Rio goes down to the Entropy Orb. They have a res for them, but people are going to start to bleed out. This is going to be a full wipe for Direwolves.
A great dream and a great effort as they tried their best to get this series back under control, but on the back of this healer death, there's just no more rescuing. Maybe if that battle rest was any faster for them to get back together, there would have been a chance, but it was a risky business that they dealt with, and unfortunately they were on the wrong side of those stats. Physical God Comp, though, they have managed to get on through. That Tyrant is down. It's only the Void Caller that's adding a little bit of extra chaos onto this boss pool here. Degentrius down to 15%, and with the death differential, I don't think there's any taking it from the Physical God Comp.
No, Physical God Comp is sending this boss home. They also have to cleave down that Void Caller, but with the full wipe from Direwolves, there is nothing stopping Physical God Comp from being the team that progresses further in the lower bracket. Direwolves is being sent home. Physical God Comp, triple threat awaits.
And it is going to be an intense matchup when they face them. But here and now, even with Direwolves in the mix, it came down to a game of chicken, with both teams facing down the dungeon to see who would flinch, or in this case, die the most first. Physical God Comp played to their strengths, adapting along the way and refusing to give up even when the odds were against them. They will move on in our lower bracket, where they will have to continue good runs if they're going to go up against the triple threat. This does mean that Direwolves will be eliminated, so please drop your 07s in chat for them. We loved seeing them back this season, and we hope we can see them again for more. I mean, this was kind of a wild matchup. It took some twists and turns. Did this pan out the way you thought?
Did I calculate all the additional...
It took some twists and turns. Did this pan out the way you thought?
Did Did I calculate all the additional deaths and oopsies?
Yeah.
No, Rook, I did not.
I mean, it seems like it was a lot
I wish I would
closer.
have.
Right? I mean, it would have been great. We would have just known right off the bat, but I suppose it's more fun when you get to watch it unfold. But, I mean, honestly, both of these teams, I think they seemed like they were much closer in this back and forth than I think most of us thought they would be.
For sure. I think it was a super entertaining, super close series. You have to give them that, but I think Dratnos has more to mention about it. Dratty?
Yeah, exactly. So right off the start, we saw, again, the differences in composition. That Rep Pally combining, even without the Resto Shaman to go with it, was doing some pretty big DPS for Dire Wolves. For Physical God Comp, things started off with some big pulls as well, but we did end up having the first 2 deaths of the map happening to the Rogue on the side of Physical God Comp, going down to first a Runic Glaive, and then second Melee ended up being the second one. But the DPS out of the side of Physical God Comp and the pull sizing that they were able to set up in the earlier parts of the dungeon led to them getting a nice lead going with a lot of this movement through here. Things were looking solid for them, but then those 2 deaths on the board would have been a big problem. Those 30 seconds, they were ahead. Were they 30 seconds ahead? I don't think so. There you can see the second death happening for Physical God Comp, as it was an auto attack there, threat. Rarely an issue that you see, because usually rogues can have the tricks of the trade available, but sometimes when a pull gather is taking so long, your tricks will have fallen off, and then you'll end up actually getting auto-attacked on the rogue, so that can definitely happen there. But yeah, look at the count here that Physical God Comp were able to gather. They were able to skip this really big, really ambitious pull that Dire Wolves were setting up, and able to mostly successfully do, but then when they took the remnants of it into the last boss, there ended up being an orb that was colliding, and you could see Ryu there noticing it, the pings coming down, rolls over, but ends up going through some projectiles, going down, and leading to a very quick wipe for the Dire Wolves. Meanwhile, the Physical God Comp able to get over the finish line, taking the series 2-1. Despite those 2 deaths on the board for them, it ended up being a much bigger catastrophe for Dire Wolves, who were so good, so clean throughout that whole map up until that point. It was a 0-death run. It was almost the curse being broken, but then on the very last boss, it reared its ugly head once more.
I have to own up to something. I think I cursed that run. Because right before they died, I was sitting here watching and I thought to myself, they finally did it. They finally got the deathless run, and then it was just immediately a full wipe. Oh, it's brutal to see, and it just goes to show that you can have fast routes, you can have skilled players, but being able to execute under pressure is so important, and you never exactly know how the day is going to go, regardless of all of your practice. So again, it was great to see Dire Wolves back in the competition, but Physical God Comp will be moving on. And with that in mind, we have to take a look at where our bracket has landed us. So Zyro, our last 2 series of the day await. Who has been eliminated so far, and what do we have ahead of us?
Well, of course, we saw earlier off in the day ANTTIS Angels with a massive upset over Triple Threat. They are awaiting the winner of our next matchup in the final there, but they've already qualified for Grand Finals, so they're happy, I'm sure, regardless of what happens over the course of the day. Unfortunately, we just sent Dire Wolves home just now. They're going to be leaving the competition in 4th place. We won't be seeing them again. It was great to see them again. I hope they play again next season, but for the time being, Dire Wolves is done. But the big matchup, this is the most important matchup of the weekend. This matchup determines who gets to play in the Grand Finals. Winner, you're the top 2, you get to play in that, get to play for a spot at BlizzCon. Losing, you go home. And Physical God Comp, I'm sure they're happy. They're extremely excited, spirits are up right now. But the job's not done yet. You need to win this series, and I think this is a much, much more difficult series. Triple Threat has looked fantastic all weekend, except for that first matchup today, where they had a couple of very weird-looking wipes. It looked like a different team almost today.
It did. It was honestly very surprising. It seems like this has just been a wild mix of all kinds of things today, a day of upsets, if you will. And it looks like, though, we have a little bit of extra insight here. Dratnos, was there something you wanted to highlight from our map?
Yeah, so I just want to talk a little bit about the Rogue talent choice, because we did see those 2 deaths happening to the Rogue, and in both cases I was like, oh, was Cheat Death already used? But if you actually look over on the left-hand side there, we have that class tree, and the third there, yeah, you can see the elusiveness point. This is a really powerful node. It makes your feint also give you 20% damage reduction against everything. It makes evasion give you a damage reduction also against everything. 2 very powerful effects, but the thing you're giving up for this is the Cheat Death. So that was part of how those deaths ended up being possible. Now, of course, would you have died other times if you don't have the cheat death, or if you don't have the elusiveness, and then, your cheat death gets taken by something that otherwise you wouldn't have had it get taken by, and then you end up going down? It's certainly possible, but it is definitely an interesting thing to note. It's a ambitious choice to play without cheat death, and it's something where anytime you do die in a key as a rogue, you're always hoping nobody checks whether you had that talent, and then they'll say something witty at you, and you'll feel bad.
Yeah. You hope nobody checks, unless Dratnos is watching, and then probably Dratnos will check and does notice. But it gives us good insight, honestly, which I'm very grateful for, and I'm glad that we have an idea, again, of how these things can kind of happen. A lot of these choices behind the scenes play a very big role, even in the moment to moment, so very interesting there, and Dratnos, thank you for giving us some more insight on that. Now, before we let you all go for another break, we have another mini game. So, we are going to be revisiting the game Something Ain't Right, which is basically one where we have these maps that we'll go ahead and show from our dungeons, and all of you have to try and point out alongside us what is wrong with the map that we have up. Now, we've had some really tricky ones. We've been told that today will not be as brutal as the second map that we had yesterday, but you know what, chat? I'll believe it when we see it, so let's take a look.
Now, importantly as well, this is it's MDT, right? So if there's something that's normally an MDT, even if it's a little bit of a different way represented than it is in-game, that is allowed. It's not one of those things. It will be something more than that.
Okay.
I'm raising my hand. I would like to speak.
Yes, Mix?
I already see one. Go ahead, Mix.
No, you say it. I will let you say it.
No. You
ahead,
start.
Sarah.
Oh, wow.
You say
Oh,
it.
gosh. Okay, I'll decide here. Mix.
Well, that's just rude. Our tree is not in the spot where he should be, I think. Or is this an
Yeah,
MDT?
I think that's just an
Oh,
MDT visualization.
maybe.
I think that's one of those things
Okay,
where
it might
that's
be,
how
yeah.
that is how MDT shows that.
Okay, great.
I thought it might
Zyra?
have been the ancient Zyro.
That's okay, Zyra, do you have an idea?
Isn't it the headmaster's enclave? It's not the head teacher, I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
In the bottom right?
Head
Or-
teacher, headmaster. Okay, no, apparently that is correct. That is the OG.
Really?
Apparently.
That's not a word.
Head
not a
teacher.
word.
You're as stupid
They
as
teach.
me.
Yep.
I have something. I think we have some lashers displayed in the trash over on the left-hand side, where those should be other mobs that are in
yep.
there. Yeah, a few of
okay.
those enemies look like they have the same graphic as the lashers, which should not be there.
Okay, that is correct. What else?
Yeah, and similarly up on the island. Oh no, the island's. Shouldn't there be two? There should be two foragers with that Ravager pack, and it looks like they've been turned into something else as well, into little Croths or something.
The Guardian Sentry is Croth.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
I
Cross
was gonna
Jr.
say, that icon does not look right.
Okay, all right.
I also is saying, are there rats? It looks like there's rats
Oh.
on the bridge.
Okay, there's something more with our geography,
okay.
our terrain, we've been told.
Is it the staircase off the left of the quad that you could just, and then the dungeon portal being in a different spot than that?
Oh? We're waiting. I
I think the
no?
name is in the wrong spot. No, isn't the Algathar Academy usually on top?
Okay, that's correct. Apparently, I don't think it would be something like that. I think again that's like MDT squishes the map up.
Oh, that's all? Oh, there's a missing
Oh, okay,
staircase.
here's everything. So,
Oh,
okay.
I see.
It is a staircase. Is it?
Flip back again.
Oh, wait.
Wait.
There's no staircase.
Oh, the
Okay,
bridge
yeah,
is
it's
missing.
between
Okay.
Croth's room and the island, right?
Sneaky.
Over on the left.
Yesterday we
Yeah,
had
there's-
a staircase removed that was there, and this time we've had a staircase added that
Yeah.
wasn't.
Okay. All right. Nice.
Oh.
All right. Well, chat, I saw a lot of you getting them too. We did our best, but we've got this one. But I think we have another map coming up, Pit of Saran, it looks like.
Jeez, I
Huh,
wonder.
I see. Something is wrong here. I
Apparently,
wonder
I think
what that is.
Dratnos and I are
identify as
ick, and Makes is crick.
Okay, I'll be quick.
Yeah, that's correct. That looks just like their models in game.
No,
So-
actually, that's an MDT. It's like that.
That is how it looks.
Okay, so that is one
I'll need to have
confirmed.
a conversation with someone.
Okay, we've got one more
Another
change, chat.
twin thing.
Okay. And it's also
All right,
terrain.
Look for staircases. Look for staircases. What are we missing?
Yeah. I've got the staircases on lock.
Oh, okay, there's 2 more apparently. 2 more.
What?
I see a call for missing bridge.
Missing bridge.
There's a bridge?
Where would a bridge live?
Could be a delay here, but chat says there's a missing bridge.
Could it be like the forges in the Forge Master room? Do those show up on the map?
Maybe.
No, those
Listen,
do not.
I never look at the terrain. I'm a melee DPS. I go zup
Can I just
zup.
say, after
I need
the
some more
add-on
help
changes,
here.
I have not reinstalled MDT. No add-ons. So I never look at MDT for these dungeons.
I'm there with you. Okay, stairs.
What?
There should be.
Stairs?
Are there stairs everywhere that are supposed to be there?
There's stairs in this dungeon? I mean, there's like one staircase right before Garfrost, right?
Yes, we see that.
Yeah, that
one.
one is
there.
correctly there.
There is one, and there's mobs on there, and I remember the dungeon like that also.
Is it maybe the like middle section where you have the big eye thing in the pit that has no mobs?
Oh,
Okay.
there we go. Okay.
So that should have like stairs up and down, maybe, or. Oh, that is correct.
Oh,
okay.
that is correct, I
So
see.
it is. It is correct in the map. It is not a correct guess from me. That is.
Isn't there
that
like
area
a
has not
s-
been tinkered with?
Isn't there like a spire or a dome on that
Oh,
empty
okay.
patch to the left?
Oh,
okay,
there it is.
that's
Okay.
yeah. All
There's
right.
one.
And
There
the,
is
the mobs
one
on
more.
the stairs were wrong. I was like, these guys look weird.
Yeah, a different
They're
pack
like
than
tiny
lived there.
guys. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You were
There's
right.
like a gargoyle in there or something.
Mobs on the stairs wrong. We had the extra building. All right, there we go. And the casters, obviously. All right, thank you,
for
chat.
turning me into correct.
Thank
I
you, chat.
appreciated that.
Thank you, production. Thank you, fellow casters that weighed in off desk. We appreciate you too. Now, today honestly is a day of upsets, and anything is possible. We have had almost every series turned on its head in the best way possible, and there's only more to come. Whatever ends up happening, you're all going to want to be here to see it. So while we're going to take a quick break to set things up, when we return, we have even more potential upsets ahead. Bye. We're back with a big series ahead of us. The lower finals will determine who our top 2 qualifying teams will be, and also remove another team from the competition. Now, this is going to be Triple Threat versus Physical God Comp, so chat, it's time for your predictions. Now, of course, this is kind of a series we didn't expect happening in the way that it actually has panned out. Triple Threat were, for much of this weekend, our favorite in the upper bracket, but they were sent down here to the lower bracket today after a lot of inconsistencies in their opening series. So with that in mind, I mean, we have to think, how much will they have prepared for this lower bracket with spec bans and other considerations, whereas Physical God Comp probably has planned this, Tuttles. What do you think this is going to kind of mean for the 2 teams?
I mean, this is going to be insane. This is certainly a David versus Goliath kind of situation where Physical God Comp, the number 13 seed coming into this entire tournament, they've played upset, they've played spoiler. I feel like they have a really good game plan for every single dungeon, and I feel like their high key experience helps them out a lot. On the other side, the Triple Threat, we didn't even expect them to be here. They ended up getting upset by ANTTIS Angels earlier today off the back of, I think they had a wipe in an Algathar Academy and a death in the Seat of the Triumvirate that was very, very impactful, to the point where ANTTIS Angels was able to upset the Triple Threat. Now, if the Triple Threat continues to play like that, is the Physical God Comp team going to be in a position to where they can play spoiler? That is kind of the question that we have in this series.
I mean, honestly, it really is. And can they take them down? Is that weakness, is that vulnerability an opening for them? I mean, this has been the day of upsets, as we've seen, especially considering where we've ended up. Honestly, either of these teams could win, but we have to consider as well what's on the line for both of them, Zyro.
Yeah, and I mean, dude, again, I covered it at the end of last series. Winner of this series gets everything. You get more prize money. You get the spot in the grand finals. You get to play for BlizzCon. You lose, you go home. You don't get any of that. So this is it's a brutal swing here, winning and losing this series. It's everything to play for, though. So, I mean, if you're ever going to have your perfect runs, break out your best runs, it has to be right now.
It's true. It's true. I mean, honestly, there's a lot to take into account with these 2 teams. I mean, Physical God Comp, we've seen them bring in some amazing, I think, adaptations. We've seen them really flex what they've been able to do this season. But of course, there's always the possibility that it just seems like they may have slower routes. Whereas with the Triple Threat, we've seen them come out so strong, have these flawless runs initially, but then get tripped up today. So considering all of this and with your own thoughts in the mix, what are you going to be predicting for this series?
That's a tough one. So the question is, do we see the Triple Threat that we saw day 1, day 2, or do we get the Triple Threat that we saw this tournament morning, which was a very different team to my eye? Like, they were highly inconsistent. It just didn't work out in their favor. So if today is just not their day, it could very well go into the corner of Physical God Comp. So I'm leaning 2-1. I don't know in which favor yet. I'll need to think about it. Like, ask the others and I'll give you an answer, but it's close.
Okay, take your time, keep considering. All right, Tuttles, what do you think? How is this one going to pan out in your opinion?
Do you hear that? It's the sound of a bald eagle in the distance. 2-1 Physical God Comp. NA's bringing it home.
Okay, I love this. Love watching this belief coming from you. The screech of the eagle still ringing in my ears. Okay, Tuttles, we'll have you down leaning towards Physical God Comp. Now, Zyro, do you hear the eagle's call, or are you leaning elsewhere?
No, I don't hear a damn thing. It's 2-0 Triple Threat. These guys are way too good. They made some mistakes earlier today, but, like, come on. The pedigree. These guys are an Echo, Liquid, Method. These guys are insane players. What happened earlier today is not the norm for them. I'm sure they'll clean it up.
Okay, all right. Makes, have you landed somewhere? Do you have any idea with this weighing in?
I'll hear your prediction and then I'll give you mine.
Okay.
Oh, the pressure. And Hero's gonna base mine off of yours. No, let's see. You know, it's my faith has been somewhat shaken after the first series of the day. I think that seeing the Triple Threat make the mistakes that they did was not what I was expecting from the gameplay we had seen from them. Maybe a mistake here or there, but some of that just felt very unsteady for them compared to the really, really strong locked-in gameplay they'd seen. Physical God Comp, I always loved cheering for them, and I feel like they have a strong potential this season. They're kind of locked in even from the previous games, hopefully not too tired. But I think I'm going to have to lean Triple threat. The eagle is not echoing here in my house. Unfortunately, I'm going to go 2-1 triple threat, though, because I do think Physical God Comp, they've got the potential to take one off of them.
All right, I have decided I'm going to go 2-1 in favor of Physical God Comp. Under the additional note that the call that you all associate with an eagle is actually not an eagle. I just need to tell you that as,
I know.
You know, somebody who's really obsessed with birds, it's upsetting me.
Wait, what is it?
That's true.
I'm American. It's common that I'm wrong on things.
Isn't it actually like a hawk or a falcon? It's something like that. It's a red hawk. Yep.
It's a hawk, yeah.
Okay, well, we'll need to replace the audio with some, like, happy chirps of an eagle. Doesn't quite have the exact same kind of momentum behind it, perhaps, but I think it can still be a
They
rallying
sound
cry.
actually kind of goofy. So if you listen to a real bald eagle, they're just kind of like, yeah, I figured why they went with the hawk.
Okay, all right. Wow, slandering eagles on the stream today, but you know, I mean, honestly, I think these two teams, wherever you are, whatever region, wherever you're coming from, there's a lot to cheer for with both of them, and a reason that I could see anybody getting behind them. Now, chat is getting behind triple threat, perhaps swayed a bit more towards them given the performance we'd seen in those top competitors, but Physical God Comp, 35% over there, still representing strong. There's a lot of Physical God Comp believers in the chat, so we love to see it. Now, the teams are going to be facing off in our 3 upcoming dungeons, Mysara Caverns being up first. And as we've thought about some of the picks they might bring in, or some of the limitations we've seen perhaps with some of these teams, I mean, Zyro, what do you think they're going to kind of be looking to bring to the table for their first dungeon?
Well, I think we know exactly what the playbook is for Physical God Comp. They're probably going to play Banchers on Brewmaster, Ortimus on Resto Shaman, and they squish on the Feral, and... Oh, no, they're not! They're going best comp first!
Wrong.
Alright, take it away!
Tunnels, go for it. I mean, here's a surprise right at the start.
Actually, I think that thinking about this a little bit more in depth, this makes sense. So, this is the Arms Warrior dungeon. Arms is so good in Mysara's Caverns. It is, if you look at logs, it is one of the top specs in the game in terms of the ability to be able to do damage in this dungeon. And so I am not super surprised that Physical God Comp looks at this map pool and is like, okay, we're playing the Arms Warrior, we're trying to play our best comp, and we are trying to win this first map. I think it really does make sense. And right off the bat, you see for both the Triple Threat and Physical God Comp, pressing that Bloodlust, doing an absolutely massive first pull with their Guardian Druids, and with, you see, look at the Guardian Druids, Squish Vegan doing 700,000 DPS here.
Yeah, who's that DPS is actually the tank, as he's just topping that damage meter for a split second. Now, yes, it makes sense to bring this into the first map. If you want to go for momentum, if you want to make sure you have that first map on your side, I'm seeing all of those points, but that also means you're losing access to the comps you really want to be bringing, or the specs you really want to be bringing into your comp earlier than if you would have played something that's a little bit suboptimal. So that's the one thing where I'm a little bit worried for Physical God Comp here, but I do like the, you know, it's like a little bit of an ego thing. Like, you go in with a comp that you think you can take the serious, and you say, bang, we're taking it.
I mean, you gotta win 2 maps somehow. You can't keep your pick banned, you can't keep your spec variety rule once you're eliminated from the tournament. You have to be able to win 2 maps somehow. And I think for Physical God Comp, it really, again, the Mysara's Caverns, it really just makes a lot of sense. Look on the right side. While they did end up getting a little bit less enemy forces, they finished off the first pull of the dungeon just a hair faster. How are they going to be dealing with the dungeon progression where they're pathing through this dungeon? And where are they going to be able to make up that little bit of extra count? The second pull of the dungeon, it looks like it's a little bit slower for Physical God Comp compared to the triple threat, and I think that's really off the back of the sustained damage from the things like the Affliction Warlock, the Devoured Demon Hunter constantly having that Void Metamorphosis, the Breath of Eons coming out from the Augmentation Evoker every single pack, and I really think that those specializations and like the consistent uptime, the consistent chain, it really gives you a unified strategy for how you want to play the dungeon, where Physical God Comp, they're trying to hold W and they're trying to zug down these mobs. This is like the PvE version of Turbo.
Something that the Affliction Warlock also brings is, of course, these Warlock portals as well that can help you just traverse through a dungeon a little bit faster. You can see that the team was using it to get from the first pull to the second pull, and that cuts down on what, maybe 2, 3, maximum of 4 seconds, but those can add up. So really just a little bit of extra utility that can matter in something like the speedrunning format. Here, both teams are now on their way towards the boss, but a death has come in. Throw Spear has taken down Banchers, and the team is now without an additional DPS. Noxif is going to be following swiftly. That is 2 DPSs down. Squish Vegan alone on the dance floor together with Ortimus trying to keep this pull alive as the rest of the team has to run back to get back with them.
They were going for something that was a little bit greedy. You saw Ortimus, he went to go free the prisoners, and while Squish Vegan was getting the pack set up, and it was just unfortunate targeting by those headhunters. You really want to be spamming CC on them, but the amount of group damage that happens here from the heal absorbs, from those headhunter snares, I think a cast actually went off on Noxiv as well. It is a high damage intake pull, and the fact that they didn't have their healer there, it kind of opens up that vector to be able to have like a mistake where you don't end up having enough healing, and you have a couple people going down. And now Physical God Comp, while they were a little bit behind in terms of trash percentage, now they're 30 seconds behind in terms of death differential. And on the left side, look at this, the triple threat, they've already engaged the boss.
Yeah, they're zooming right now. Obviously, that pull went a little bit better for them. They didn't have those additional 2 deaths that just went everything threw everything into chaos, really. But it is the beginning of the dungeon. There is still a lot to do and a lot where teams can speed up or slow down. So we're going to be a little bit cautiously optimistic. That's the best way of optimism, as Physical God Comp is now also in fight with Mergen and Necrax, but of course, definitely behind in overall dungeon progression for now.
Okay, hit me with it. 07s are already being called in chat for Physical God Comp with those 2 deaths. Is it too early to throw out the 07s, Migs?
It is absolutely too early. Chat, come on. Have you been watching the last couple of series in this group weekend, particularly yesterday, today? Have you seen how close some of those maps were? How many teams have had issues towards the end of a dungeon? It's not over until it's over, man. That's what it is.
Yeah, and I think that for the triple threat, there's a couple of pulls, particularly like the next 2 trash pulls. I think that those are the big ones that we're going to have to be watching out for. There is a lot of room for major mistakes with like the gnarled and AoE damage, with that mini boss, and then with just the bound defenders, those mobs in general. There's a lot of room for, our Demon Hunter gets knocked a bunch, or maybe our Bear Druid gets knocked a couple of times, then takes a bolt to the face and dies. No, I'm just saying, what is the loss condition for the triple threat, right? I'm just trying to...
I mean,
what is the because I feel like for Physical God Comp here, they're 3% down on enemy forces, they're 30 seconds behind. That's actually pretty substantial in terms of the actual cadence of this dungeon, even though it is a 17. The odds that Physical God Comp has 30 seconds of time advantage just in the route or in just raw DPS, it's tough. I mean, it is a really difficult challenge. And so you have to kind of be thinking, okay, where could some of the time be saved? And it is, and potentially in the triple threat, making some of the mistakes like they made earlier today. And you guys were talking about, you and Zyro were talking about in the pre-map analysis, which triple threat are we going to see? Are we going to see the same one that was in the ANTTIS Angels, where they had a couple mistakes, or are they going to see the triple threat that we got on Friday and Saturday, which were completely flawless?
Absolutely. And you can see now, as Triple Threat have managed to finish out that first boss duo, Physical God Comp are right behind them. Of course, we'll keep tabs on the additional 30 seconds of death penalty timer that the team has to claw back onto on top of the current progression delay that they're running into, but still a lot of dungeon to make that happen. Triple threat now into the spirit room. You can see a marker has already been placed there, and they're in fight with those Gnarldens. That's a hard word for me to say.
Yeah, the G's.
It's too
silent.
flat. Or Gnarlden?
Yeah, Gnarlden, yeah. So Physical God Comp, you see that they downed the first boss as well. They are 1 minute behind whenever you're factoring in death differential. That is the amount of time that they're going to be looking to make up. For Triple Threat here, oh my gosh, a very scary pull there. You saw Swag, he ended up getting rooted. Goob ends up rescuing him out of that root very quickly, but he did get hit by that bound defender tornado. It was that Roxal, he was coming for Swag there.
Yeah, he thankfully got rescued out of it, making sure that he was not going to be hit by that and not going to be suffering under the curse. Now the pack is falling slowly for the triple threat, but Physical God Comp have arrived at the same spot into the dungeon. And from here on out, we are going to be needing to take some extra attention to how they're routing through the end of it, because of course, we know that our healers are most likely going to be coming back here to then light the incense, and that skip has cost some of our team significant amount of time.
Yeah, sometimes it looks pretty good in terms of the time that's saved. Sometimes teams are lollygagging a little bit, and I feel like it's either net neutral or a little bit of a time loss. And you see Goob here, he's already pre-lighting 3 of the incense. That way he can come back and end up getting that spirit whenever he's ready, activate his Warnstone, and just make sure that they are in a good position. Actually, they're just going straight to Vordaza. They're not even pulling any additional trash in this area. They have no more count that is required. And that's where the count advantage for the triple threat really comes into play. You see that gate is allowing everybody to get through. Oh, Zotzi's even on a 2-seater mount. Wow.
Going fast here
this
and
feels
taking Gulp into the pocket, saying we're just gonna go. Don't look back. As they're already into the Vordaza boss room here now. Notably, they don't have a DK, so they can't grip that additional mob in.
This
You
is
can get it otherwise.
This is probably the last really hard part of this dungeon, I think, for the triple threat. They have a bunch of skirmishers that whenever their shields expire, they pulse AoE on the entire group. They also have the phantoms that are spawned by Vordaza just naturally on the boss, which can do some AoE damage. Right here is the point in time where you press every single defensive to make sure that you don't die to those skirmishers. There is a little bit more AoE damage coming out. You also have to be really aware of the bound defenders with the Vigilant Defense, where that's getting aimed by Teef. The Soul Render route is really scary too. And so for the triple threat here, they are through the skirmisher AoE, which is nice. It's just a little bit more damage, particularly aimed at Teef from these warriors and their invisible magic damage hits. And once all of that stuff gets dealt with, then the triple threat just has a vanilla boss to deal with.
Vanilla boss.
Okay, vanilla as
like
in
that phrasing.
without trash, not like a boss from vanilla.
Yes. There's still a bunch of things that will happen with Vordaza here. Those phantoms will keep spawning. The unmake will keep spawning. Teeth. Just a second there, waddling in the wrong direction.
Oh no, we were trash
managed
even.
in the end. Yeah, but like he had to dodge the unmake before that, and he's on his way now to get the additional trash, like you're mentioning. As we are in the necrotic convergence, Physical God Comp a full pull behind them, but basically equal on the trash count, so they will be able to skip something later on that triple threat will need to play. Question is that going to be worth it? Is that going to make up the remainder of count that they still need? Let's see how quickly they can get the Vordaza pulled together.
On live, teams tend to want about 93% enemy forces. That way you can just do one pack of skirmishers and then the drummer, and that's enough enemy forces. How high on count is the triple threat going to be? I actually don't. So they do have some bats here. They have some bats and a decent amount of warriors. I don't know if that's going to be getting them over the 93% threshold, which then means what is the triple threat going to grab additionally? Is it going to be another bound defender? That could be a mob that they're looking to grab. Although those mobs tend to be skipped in the MDI. They're just like not time efficient, I would say. So then there is a question of, is it a second skirmisher pack, which could also be a second skirmisher pack. I feel like that makes a little bit more sense. Potential some bats. Those are kind of the options. But Vordaza here, 8% HP for the triple threat. They really want to beat the next intermission, and I think that they're going to be beating it probably somewhere around 20 seconds ahead of whenever that boss is going to be shielding itself. So now for the triple threat, where are they going to get the remaining 10% is the question here.
Yep, that's right. So there is these skirmisher packs that you can play around, but the team is not opting to do so. Instead, we're grabbing this one, but we've seen some teams just go ahead and melt this.
I think they're fighting these defenders.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we do like a... No, I think we need all of this. I think they need everything here.
I mean, this is...
Okay.
It's pretty scary, I would say, to fight. So basically what's going to happen is they're going to be taking these skirmishers and defenders into the boss after they kill off this drummer. This is the point in time.
We've seen teams wipe to this.
Exactly. I think it was... Oh gosh, Blame the Healer. I think that they were the team that wiped to this earlier this weekend, right?
I would need to check, but I'll go with whatever you say is correct, yes. We've definitely seen it. They've managed to finish out the drummer here, which is important, but they still have the defenders that are going to be coming in, as well as those tormented shades. So they will need to keep an eye on the additional interrupts, and they will need to keep an eye on those defenders. One going for Satsi there immediately, but able to get this one back. Also of note, when the boss knocks you back with a soul-rending roar, and you haven't finished the defender by the time this happens, they get reset.
Did they really?
We've seen it.
Oh, that...
Yeah.
Okay, so they have... What time is this on the boss pool? They have about 30 more seconds to be able to kill off these defenders. Yeah, I think they should be able to get these killed off in time as well.
It's just something to be aware of. We do have another death there on Walks, unfortunately. Did get hit by the final pursuit, so one of the phantoms actually coming when their Ordum is going to be going down to that. Also, a little bit of extra deaths there for the Physical God Comp. Not the greatest start into the series for them, but Soul Rending Roar is happening. Triple Threat have the 100%. No resets on the defenders, thankfully. You're going into a different phase here, which is why they would normally reset. Like, you're not in the same phase of where the mobs, the skirmishers are standing, so you do actually lose them whenever that happens, and thankfully not something we're going to be seeing now.
I didn't even notice they pressed Bloodlust on pull of Raktul because of exactly what you were saying about needing to be able to get those defenders killed off in time. And so then the thought process is Raktul's going to die to a 6 stack of this buff regardless during his soul expulsion. So doubling up with the Bloodlust is just overkill. Instead, we would rather utilize it to be able to kill the trash off in time. That way we can just tank that on top of the boss and get effective cleave. And for the triple threat here, the boss is at 2%, the boss is at 1%, and it dies right as it becomes available again. And the triple threat, 100% enemy forces, 100% of the boss is killed off, and they are able to take map 1.
And they looked much cleaner, much faster, and much of a stronger contender than they did this morning. But honestly, a good run from both teams here. I think trying to keep up the pace is difficult in one like this. But with this deathless run and this fast one that they put up, Makes, do you think that Triple Threat has gotten back into the groove?
So I'm looking at their timer, and they're 3 seconds faster than the one we saw from ANTTIS Angels, but Antti had a death. So not the fastest we've seen in this group weekend, but certainly a very clean, a very concise, a deathless run. This is a triple threat I would like to see again in the next series, and if they do, they might just be able to get this series down 2-0. Of course, we'll also have to talk about Physical God Comp just having a little bit of a carambolage, you know, a little bit of a catastrophe chained moment there where just death into death, and then everything just desyncs and you're sad as you try to get the run back together.
Yeah, when things fall apart, I think it's sad, especially for the team and for a lot of us watching too, and it is kind of the nature of this speedrunning. But Zyro, with your sort of replay and the things we can take a look at, what would you like to highlight from this map?
Yeah, I think we kind of identified the question coming into this series is Triple Threat going to be clean, or are they going to have mistakes? And Triple Threat was clean. It was a fantastic run. Whereas on the side of Physical God Comp, I mean, they're playing their best comp right off the bat, but it really fell apart later on into this first section of the dungeon, right before the first boss. While Ordemus was away, gathering some of those prisoners needed to spawn the first boss. This first pull went a little bit awry. A throw spear lands on Banshers while he's already low. That's a one-shot. Noxiv slowly bleeds out to one of those debuffs as well, and Ordemus just gets back a little bit late to keep the team topped. That was really like the major thing that happened to Physical God Comp. Their run that wasn't necessarily bad outside of that, but I think we kind of correctly identified, right? Triple Threat, if they can play their game, this team is insane. They were the second team in time trials seed-wise for a reason. They're obviously incredibly fast. The Aug Evoker was a fantastic pick for this dungeon as well. The fact that that's not part of Physical God Comp's repertoire is something that I think they're going to look back on and be like, we really probably should have added that in for the MDI and played it in a couple dungeons. It's just too fast in this particular key. And yeah, Triple Threat commanding 1-0 victory. But I also want to point out, Physical God Comp was also just in the situation where they were down 1-0 with their backs against the wall, and they managed to make it out of that previous series. Can they do it again? Oh,
They are they're good at survival. You know, I think Physical God Comp, they know how to kind of play steady and keep going, and they stick to their guns all the way through. So it's possible, and they will be heading into Windrunner Spire next. Tettles, though, with knowing what we've seen of this dungeon for both of the teams, and the fact that we're going to have these spec bands coming out, what do you think is in store in Windrunner Spire?
It's an uphill battle for the Physical God Comp. I'm going to level with you. Anytime that they're forced off the Bear Druid, you can't feel great, right? So then there is the question. So Banchers, I believe he was playing Brewmaster Monk earlier in the weekend in the Windrunner Spire. Are they going to elect to go with that Brewmaster Monk whenever, you know, their back is against the wall? Or are they going to continue to play that Bear Druid and end up opting for that Brewmaster Monk in that Sky Reach? I think for Physical God Comp, the bans really do make sense. For the triple threat, they're actually banning out that Bear Druid and that Devourer Demon Hunter out of that composition. Those are probably the two high priority specializations from that comp.
So that makes sense though, because Triple Threat played Havoc in their Windrunner Spire, right? When we saw them in the Windrunner Spire, Walllife was on Havoc Demon Hunter instead, so saying I don't actually care about the Devourer Demon Hunter, I like Havoc better anyway, which he did not say that, but I assume he must have, just based on how he's playing.
Sure.
I think it makes perfect sense.
That definitely wasn't like personal bias in there. That was just okay, sure.
Never.
Please, Zyro, continue.
Yeah, not only that, but they also played Windrunner Spire earlier this weekend without the Guardian Druid. They played double Monk, probably for the skips, for the Ring of Pieces to get past some of the mobs. And the timers for our teams running the comps that we think they're going to run in this dungeon, it's a pretty significant advantage for Triple Threat. They're about 3 minutes faster from previous runs if they're clean. So, yeah, it's not looking great for Physical God Comp, but it didn't look great for them last series either, so maybe they can clean it up and play faster here.
Triple Threat also prioing, basically what they're saying is that they prio Mistweaver Monk over, Guardian Druid in this Windrunner Spire. And I mean, it kind of makes sense if you think about like how Windrunner Spire gets pulled. You basically run down the hallway, you do meld skips here and there, and then it's like, all right, 60 mobs into a boss. We need a Mistweaver Monk.
I mean, again, there's a reason, obviously, like, especially with the considerations these teams have to make with the dungeons, where they're kind of playing, okay, where is this dungeon positioned? What do we know we need to focus? And just like you were highlighting, Tuttles, and how do we deal with those specific things? So it definitely seems like that 3-minute lead is noticeably significant. That's a lot of deaths that they're going to have to rack up if they want to account for that, essentially, with Physical God Comp earning that time back. But again, I think Physical God Comp has had a chance to prepare for this lower bracket and have an idea that they're going to be moving through it here. So, I mean, Zyro, if you were going to position yourself, if you were playing as them, and you were going to position yourself, would you make any changes to what you've seen of their runs? Would you say that they should focus on something specific as they go into this one?
For which team, sorry?
Oh, sorry, for Physical God Comp.
I mean, I feel like they've kind of pigeonholed themselves into playing their particular comp. I mean, they've had ample opportunity throughout the years, specifically for MDI and Great Push, to make changes, and they haven't made them. I wouldn't expect them to make them now. I feel like they just got to play their game and hope it goes well for them.
All right, well, we'll see how they take that comp in and face Windrunner Spire. Can they find some additional time or some streamlining in their routes that will help make up that 3-minute difference for the Triple Threat? Who knows? And will the Triple Threat continue to play consistently now that they've had a bit of a return to form after this morning's mistakes? It's definitely going to be crucial for them, because whoever loses this one is going to get knocked out of the competition, and whoever wins will be moving on to our Group B finals. Now, this is going to be the Triple Threat versus Physical God Comp here in Game 2 of our best of 3 Windrunner Spire. Tettles.
All right, for the Physical God Comp fans, they need your energy. This is a big David versus Goliath kind of moment. The Physical God Comp coming in at the 13th seed versus the second seeded, the Triple Threat. The Triple Threat have an incredibly quick Windrunner Spire time, and for the Physical God Comp, they need all of your energy. They need a little bit of voodoo, and they need a lot of help to be able to take down the Goliaths that are the Triple Threat here.
That's absolutely right. We did see Windrunner Spire out of both teams. To give you an idea while we're looking upon this first matchup here, Physical God Comp locked theirs in with 19 minutes 31, whereas on the side of Triple Threat we had 16:48. A massive difference between those two teams and 0 deaths on both sides. So we will really need to see Physical God Comp find another layer of speed here as they're traversing through this dungeon. First pull is done with quicker than Triple Threat were able to do just so. Smart movement there, making sure those additional shields do not shield those mobs for too long. And they're going to be using Shroud here to get through that first part just a little bit quicker, making sure nobody else pulls aggro on those mobs as Squish is trying to get everything rallied together here.
I really like so Rogue has not been a super popular pick. It tends to be like the third or fourth DPS option, or whenever you get pretty deep into your spec variety rule. But something that's been very interesting is every single time that we've seen Rogue into the Windrunner Spire, you no longer have to waste a bunch of time doing these elaborate shadow meld skips. Instead, you're afforded the opportunity, kind of like you were pointing out, Makes, of just holding W, you slam down that shroud, and then you're able to just move kind of freely through the dungeon. For the Triple Threat, look at this massive pull. They are gathering so much count here, and also they haven't pressed their Bloodlust, which means this isn't even their big pull. They're going to be going bigger.
Yeah, you love to hear that. I'm just curious where it's going to be. I'm assuming it's just everything on to Derelict Duo as their first pull. We're going to be seeing whether or not it might be Ember Dawn as they are getting through these stages here. Both of our teams are now out and on the runway, so Physical God Comp is going to be Derelict Duo for now, and I assume we'll see the same from the Triple Threat. They're now down here taking everything.
I think it's unlikely that they're going to be bloodlusting Ember Dawn on the side of the Triple Threat, mostly because they would have gone Ember Dawn first, right? Like, I think that's kind of the thought process.
It would be here, right? This should be Lust.
Probably. And this is really scary. So this pull, it has a bunch of cutthroats, which do like an invisible leap onto players that have the Behemoth, and then they also have the boss.
Why are you saying it like that?
It's a Behemoth.
Stop.
And then they also have the Wobringer. And so all of these mobs actually do a lot of unavoidable AoE damage. And in some instances, like the Cutthroat, it's an amount of damage that's hard to predict. And so front-loading all of your defensives, and in Zotzi's case, doing 200,000 HPS is what is just going to be required on this plus 17 Keystone level to keep everybody alive. This is also whenever you're thinking about dropping things like the Darkness, the Anti-Magic Zone, and the Zephyr. But the Triple Threat with that Bloodlust have just enough offensive firepower to be able to get all of the dangerous mobs killed off here, and I feel like they're out of the woods in terms of the difficulty of this first pull. Or this Bloodlust pull. It's not the first pull. The Bloodlust pull, rather.
The Bloodlust pull, indeed. The Behemoth is still alive for Physical God Comp, but not for much longer. Triple Threat still have a Lust running, but also not for much longer. They'll need to finish it out. Natty as it's still in there. I'm looking at Physical God Comp, the runs we've seen from them, and I think just generally with their compositions, they have access to a lot of just sheer single target or sheer boss DPS whenever we're seeing them on bosses. So I think it could make sense for them and their comp in particular to use the Lust where we saw them use it. Although I agree, to the naked eye, it does seem a little bit weird. I think you would always prefer to have it on the bus plus trash pull, but I mean, look at this. They're really fast here on the bosses, even without that Lust.
It's interesting because they went for additional pulls that were a little bit more conservative, but I think that's the advantage of the composition. Whenever you think about something like an Outlaw Rogue, it's capped at 8 targets with the Blade Flurry. That's typically the criticism of the specialization. Although, at that 8 target count, it's really, really, really good. It's kind of like the same thing as like the Fury Warrior, where whenever you get to super high 20-plus target uncapped AoE situations, the Triple Threat composition, that's where that comp really shines with the things like the Augmentation Evoker, with the things like the Unholy Death Knight. But for Physical God Comp, they're playing to their composition strengths, and that's where I think the fact that they play this composition every single season is the best way I want to describe this. That's why they have that kind of advantage whenever they just have such an intimate knowledge of how are they supposed to route. And look at this. Only 10 seconds separate the Triple Threat and the Physical God Comp on roughly a similar amount of enemy forces here.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't hate that Lust timing for them at all. Let's see how this one continues. They will need to accelerate just a smidge, but those teams are still very much so neck and neck. Next big pull is incoming for both of our teams. You can see the triple threat is already one step below, as Physical God Comp is making their way a little bit slower, gathering it all together by the looks of it, trying to keep everything close and steady, as they are also now entering the lower, lower phase on this route.
Yeah, the lower ramparts, perhaps? I don't know what you would really call that.
Floor,
The
the lower floor, I think is what I was trying to say.
Yeah. For both of these two teams, I mean, it's kind of like a unique feature of Windrunner Spire. There are mobs that are incredibly dangerous on their own. Like the Stewards and the Lynx in this side, and the Dragonhawks, realistically, are very, very dangerous mobs. And those are kind of the mobs that you have to be worried about pulling too many of, because they just do an insane amount of group AoE damage. And both Triple Threat and Physical God Comp have kind of a similar understanding of where those danger points are, where once the Apex Lynx gets pulled, it's really dangerous, and you're kind of trying to make sure that that mob is killed off before you continue to chain if you're Physical God Comp. For the Triple Threat, they went for something that's even scarier. They actually grabbed that Bloated Lasher, which puts that massive dot on the entire party, and they are just relying on Zotzi's ability to be able to have a critical mass amount of mobs to spin on the entire time, to be able to out-heal the Steward dots, the Lynx jumps, the bleeds that are going out on your tank, and the Bloated Lasher, just massive amounts of AoE damage. And for the Triple Threat here, they should be a decent amount higher in terms of count, but Physical God Comp, in terms of dungeon progression, they're already ready to pull the boss.
Yeah, look at everything they have gathered here into Emberdawn. This is where a lot of the teams go first. This is where a lot of the teams elect to actually utilize that Bloodlust. Now, I don't know if true or not, because obviously we don't see player POVs, but so chat is saying that the Lust on Physical God Comp might have been a little bit of an oopsie. So if that is the case, we'll need to keep our eyes peeled on how the rest of this routing is going to look like. We have the last couple of those Lashers now walking in. That Bloated Lasher is actually going to get that cast off, but they have it back under control now. Everything that happens during this burning gale is just very scary, but looks like thus far Physical God Comp are getting through it just fine. Left hand side, Triple Threat is also on the same part of the dungeon.
Yeah, I feel like right here, you're looking at the Physical God Comp count compared to the Triple Threat, and I feel like Triple Threat is going to be able to skip something pretty big compared to Physical God Comp. Whenever you're looking at enemy force differential and it's sub 2%, you know that the teams are going to be on a similar strategy. Whenever you're seeing 10% enemy forces, that almost equates to a full singular pull. And yeah, if it is true that they ended up misclicking that Bloodlust for Physical God Comp, that does kind of make sense. The strategy that they had been kind of deploying throughout the dungeon, it didn't really make a ton of sense where they wanted the Lust, but I just kind of wrote it off as like, okay, their second Lust is going to be something incredibly impressive.
Yeah. I mean, and like we said, with their comp, there's often like a little bit of a difference in priority that they make that other teams often wouldn't even think about. So to me, I don't think it was a horrible Lust, all things considered, but we'll see how it turns out for them. And yeah, you can see they're pulling ahead here in overall dungeon progression, but like you mentioned, the trash count difference is substantial.
I think to be this far behind in enemy forces, I would need to see them being north of 45 seconds ahead. That would be the time that would make me comfortable with this count difference that we are seeing from Physical God Comp. Now there is a question. We had the quote Lust misclick. Is Physical God Comp going to be able to leverage that into a really big pull that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to do? That's kind of a question. You had to play an audible with your Lust. Now are you going to play a second audible with your Lust and double down with the Phalanx Breakers and potentially taking those into those Mystic Caster mobs?
So I think what I would like to see, and that counts for both teams, is everything into the Rock Jewel Mystic, right? That is the trash that is so scary. There's so many interrupts. There's cutthroats that are jumping around. It's a very lethal part of this dungeon.
Yes.
And we've seen some teams to pull that, but you can one pull it if you have the Lust in particular. And I think Physical God Comp have it ready for sure. Question is, will Triple Threat get it? They're going to be doing their skip here
for a while. He does CDR at some, but I feel like there's kind of a limit in terms of how big they can go without that Bloodlust available. Also, again, their composition doesn't really want to be pulling 25 plus mobs. But yeah, like you pointed out for the Triple Threat, you saw that meld skip on their side. The mobs have reset. Now we're getting that Warrenstone that you so expertly called out.
Yep, that's right. So because our Evoker actually doesn't have access to the Shadow Meld that you can see on cooldown for everybody else here, just needed to stand by the side and wait. And we're going to be seeing Triple Threat now take everything into this, and they're not even using that Lust here, Tettles. This is a scary pull that they're doing. Those Mystics do so much additional damage. Those axe throwers in the background, often teams elect to actually CC them out just to make sure you don't have too much additional starting AoE or damage onto the team. The Metamorphosis from the Havoc Demon Hunter is going to help here with just a second, just stunning everything there. And they're going to be trying to get through this as quickly as possible with that front heavy damage from the Havoc Demon Hunter and the Unholy Deacon.
So it's not one specific thing that's likely to wipe them here. It's mystic damage plus the axe thrower dot taking out some player. That's kind of that's the big point of emphasis. But on top of that as well, I actually think that tank damage on that pull with the wargs applying that heal absorb to your tank, especially whenever the mystics enrage those wargs, that's a point in time at which the tank can actually go down. And Teef expertly navigates rotating his defensives through this pull, and it looks like the Triple Threat are already have the first Mystic killed off, and they're ready to fight the boss. The Proluck has been engaged, and they are just going to be cleaving down the remainder of the trash. The Triple Threat are so far ahead here.
They are. They basically did that entire pull that we were talking about as a Lust pull without it and expertly. So now on the right-hand side, Physical God Comp was actually a little bit slow to tag in the Mystic that does stand in the Proluck boss room. And you can see here, they even left off one of those Marauders because they were standing outside this entry and just pulled everything out of it. So it took them a lot longer, even with utilizing that Lust here, to get Proluck spawn, and that is just not good news. We wanted them to accelerate on the back of this, and it feels like they've fallen even further behind. They're now down the Lust, and they're down dungeon progression.
Okay, so they're kind of hoping that the Triple Threat actually makes a mistake here. That's kind of how I feel about where the Physical God Comp's position is. They've been playing actually really well, and they put themselves in a position where if there is a mistake on the Triple Threat, I think we're even in like one death territory even, where the Physical God Comp will be able to make up basically 15 seconds worth of time if the Triple Threat makes a mistake. At the same time, for Triple Threat, you have to be feeling great. First and foremost, you have your Bloodlust available. Secondly, they haven't made a mistake this entire run, so I don't know why they would start now. And third, they actually don't have any more quote-unquote difficult parts of this dungeon left. It's basically 2 vanilla bosses without trash that you have to fight right in front of you. And so, assuming that they're able to get all of the mechanics dealt with like they would on a live key, it should be theirs to take.
Should be, but we've seen crazier things happen on the Restless Heart. I'm just saying, this is a boss that's kind of crazy. This is a boss where something can always happen, and 15 seconds might just be enough to bring these teams back closer together. It's certainly looking extremely favored for the Triple Threat, don't get me wrong, but it's not over.
This comp is also extremely annoying on the Restless Heart. Having this many melee, especially even like the melee healer, you just kind of have this issue of space. And then your Evoker, he's 25-yard range, so he doesn't really want to be running to the other side of the map whenever you have to go and clear some of your debuffs. At the same time, we've seen this from the Triple Threat before, they don't really opt for a strategy that clears a lot of their debuffs. Instead, they just make Zotzi heal with that Bloodlust. And so the Triple Threat, they are positioned in a great spot here. They're about to down the 3rd boss, and then they are going to be making their way up to the Restless Heart. All of their offensive CDs are coming up in around the 50-second marker, going to be able to sync pretty much everything up with their potions, with their Bloodlust. And are the Triple Threat going to be able to sweep this series 2-0?
That's a great question. You were talking about how annoying the comp is. I mean, Demon Hunter, you're playing around that vengeful Fellblade and moving a lot on this boss as well. Always a possibility that you go flying for a second. Now that's in itself not bad because that just removes the dot on this boss, but it also means you need to get back down, you lose a little bit of uptime, and you also clear a feather you might have wanted at another time. So something to keep in mind here for the Triple Threat as they have engaged boss combat with the Restless Heart. It's only this boss's HP that stands between them and the finals here today that will be played right after this match. We already know ANTTIS is waiting, and Triple Threat, they have a little bit of a revenge arc to bring to life here after being sent down into the lower bracket by them.
And here's their cooldowns. They are pressing that Bloodlust and all of their offensive CDs, and you saw not even everybody clearing their debuff here on the Restless Heart, instead opting to conserve space based off the fact that, like we were talking about earlier, a bunch of melee DPS is really, really annoying on this boss. You need to really make sure that everybody has 100% uptime. That's even especially true during that Bloodlust, whenever you have your army rolling, whenever you got your meta rolling, whenever you have your Breath of Eons rolling. If you end up losing a bunch of globals, that is an insane amount of damage that is going to be lost there. And for the triple threat, the Restless Heart is sub 50%. Physical God Comp is actually kind of hot on their heels. They're keeping it kind of competitive, even though they're fighting this boss basically lustless.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty good at getting boss damage out, but there's no way they can catch back up without a mistake on the side of triple threat. That's just not happening. They're so far ahead here. They're getting faster and faster. One death could be a difference maker. One death in your cooldowns, that could be enough to bring them back together. But they need that to happen in the first place, and the triple threat are not looking like they're going to come to that.
Yeah, the triple threat that we saw in this series is not the same triple threat that we saw in the ANTTIS Angels series earlier. They have looked automatic here. We are getting that last arrow rain cast, and I think for the triple threat, it's basically just going to be, we gotta burn the boss. The Restless Heart is at 15% HP. A couple of cooldowns are available. We have the remnants of a metamorphosis for wall life. Goob ends up pressing that Breath of Eons effectively on cooldown. The 45s are being sent by Swag. The Restless Heart's at 5%, and the triple threat are going to be 2-0ing, sweeping this series and moving into the finals for this weekend.
The triple threat.
In chat.
07's in chat. Yes, please, everybody. The triple threat are back to being the threat we've come to expect after our first 2 days. They have secured this series for themselves, cleaning up their play and picking up speed as they look ahead to the grand finals. There, they will get a rematch against the team that sent them down, ANTTIS Angels. And as the losing team this series, as Makes was saying, give some 07s in chat for physical God Comp, as they will be eliminated from the competition. Honestly, they are a wonderful team. They never fail to entertain us when we see them play, so we can't wait to see more in the future. But overall, we have our winner this match. Tettles, what ended up characterizing these teams for you in our lower finals?
I think this was a really cool matchup. I feel like you have two kind of conflicting styles where the triple threat, they're trying to play the most meta game possible, right? They're picking up the strategies that Mandatory deployed last weekend, merging them with their own personal strategies and ideas for how they're going to be playing the dungeons, and I feel like they are on something that most competitors deem to be the quote-unquote meta comp and meta route. For Physical God Comp, they walk to the beat of their own drum, right? They do whatever they want. And with that being the case, they sometimes pull 5 mobs at a time, but they kill them really, really quickly.
I mean, I think that's great. You know, sometimes you just got to channel the energy and do what you want and do it.
They sometimes pull 5 mobs at a time, but they kill them really, really quickly.
I mean, I think that's great. You know, sometimes you just got to channel the energy and do what you want and do it the way that you want. I mean, Zyro, given that our teams had very different approaches, take us back through what we just saw in more detail.
Yeah, I think it's definitely admirable, like Tittle said, that we have a team that marches to the beat of their own drum and played so well, but unfortunately third place is where they bow out of the competition. It was a great run from them. They outperformed my expectations of them as well, and the expectations they set in time trials. Unfortunately, they did accidentally press Bloodlust. We have access to their comms because they're all streaming on Twitch with their comms. They pressed the Bloodlust on the pull before this when it was meant to be saved for the boss, so that ended up costing them a little bit of time in this dungeon. Would it have been enough to keep them closer? I'm not entirely sure. Triple Threat's run was pretty lights out. They had a couple really interesting tech picks as well here. Zotzi heading outside to pull in the Bloated Lasher so that they don't have to worry about that extra AoE damage it does on Ember Dawn. I think it's a very safe pick. I like how they opt for that particular strategy rather than just dealing with it on top of Ember Dawn, where there's already a lot of AoE damage going out. And then, of course, they just pull both Wings of Trash entirely, so that by the time they get to the Phalanx Breakers, they don't actually have to kill these at all. They just Shadow Meld skip them. Then Goober goes ahead and Wernstone's down to the group. It's just a really smart adaptation of the routing that we've seen in this dungeon. I think there are a lot of different interesting ways that you can route through this dungeon. ANTTIS Angels does something different on their end as well. So I think all in all, the strategy here was really solid from Triple Threat. Even playing it safe here. CCing Axe Throwers in the back so they don't have to worry about extra Throw Axe casts going off, peppering members of the group with extra damage. It was just a really coordinated, solid run here from Triple Threat, and I think they're every bit deserving of one of those top 2 slots this weekend.
Definitely are. I mean, we knew as we saw them play and already knew from the players that they had on their roster from those top 3 teams that this was going to be a team really to contend with. And they proved that over and over again with only this one moment of weakness earlier in their first series of the day. And now, Makes, our bracket this weekend has led us here to our final showdown. So where have we ended up with them?
I mean, revenge time, baby, right? That's the only way to phrase this one, really. Triple threat earlier today, looking so inconsistent, losing 0-2 against ANTTIS Angels. ANTTIS Angels have been waiting in the wings in their finals of the group weekend for whether or not the triple threat would return. They have done so just now. I'm curious on whether or not they will be able to take this series as well.
I mean, honestly, earlier when we saw ANTTIS take them, I was just blown away. I think we all were. But it went to show that ANTTIS Angels, they have the potential to be up there. They are up there. They made it this far. And while the triple threat have kind of maybe found a little bit more of their stride again today, they've already lost to them once. So there's going to be a lot to prove as they come back for our grand finals for Group B. And before we get to this final huge matchup of the day, we actually have a brand new game for you, chat. We are going to be playing a game called The Great Route Race. This is going to be the first time that we have debuted this, and Tettles and Zyro are going to have to recreate a team's route for us. And whoever is accurate as they recreate this route for us live will win it. I mean, it's going to be an interesting one. We've never done something like this before. I mean, Makes, do you think that these two are able to replicate these routes? As I hear Zyro nervously laugh in the background.
I'm hearing both of them giggle, which is like not good. It's a Windrunner Spire, right?
Okay.
That you guys have to do. So the
good.
run we just saw, we would like you to tell us which of the teams, or it's a Windrunner Spire, right?
Okay.
That you guys have to do. So the
That's
run
good.
we just saw, we would like you to tell us which of the teams, or well, which of the routes was played by the winning team. So by the triple threat, we would like you to paint that route into MDT. I hope you guys can figure that out.
Are we just starting now?
I wouldn't be, but you
Are we
got
off
it.
to the races?
I mean, are you
Timer's
both,
not on
are
screen.
you...
I think Rook will count you in.
Yeah, I was going to say, I will, but are you both ready? Do you feel ready for this? Zyro, are you prepared?
As ready as I'm gonna be.
Okay, Tettles, are you locked in? Are you ready to replicate this route?
I'm nervous.
Okay.
Good.
All right, I'm going to count you down, and then you're going to have time to get started. We'll do a countdown from 3. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Replicate that route, you two.
Okay, so
Okay,
is this
okay, go for it.
timed or like what
yes.
are we doing? Oh God.
Oh, it's timed. Get in there.
So
I gotta think about
we're
this.
going to give you a little bit of tips, but it could also be misleading. So
I don't want your misleading
whatever
tips.
we say
Don't
with
do
a grain of
any
salt.
of that. No misleading
that's,
tips.
That's what we're here for. That's
No,
what
no,
we're here
no,
for.
no,
So
no,
you
no,
guys
no.
remember when they pulled the links
Where's the
into
behemoth?
Emberdon? That was really cool.
I recall that. I like that. There's a lot of behemoths in this
Dude,
one,
wait.
Tettles, but I don't know
Okay.
about behemoths.
I don't know where the behemoth is.
Did they
I'm
pull all
struggling.
this? Oh,
Okay,
dude,
you've
I
got
don't
30
even know.
seconds.
Okay.
I would
didn't they
like
pull
both of you to also draw in
a lot of
the
spiders.
that they did, right? I want to see whenever Gup did the worm zone. That's a personal ask of mine.
Did they just
I think
pull
your
all
task
of
is not
this?
hard
Are they
enough yet.
crazy?
Also, you only have 10 seconds left.
Okay,
Yeah,
What?
you got
well,
it.
I don't know that. Dude,
Oh
what?
no. Neither of us are
No.
even close to done yet.
Give me some more time. Give me some more time.
Five.
We need more time. Need more
Four.
time.
No.
No. I can't click all the spiders.
0! And
I'm
you're
still
out
clicking.
of time. All
I'm
right,
still
that's
clicking.
it
That's all
for
good.
you two.
Better luck next time.
Okay, you're going to need to sign your work and get ready to present your masterpieces to us as you replicated this route flawlessly that we just saw the triple threat execute, no doubt. Okay, let's see who we're going to start out with our replication. Oh, it's Tettles. Oh, what a nice... Is that you, Tettles?
He's
Are you
still
like-
drawing.
No, it's
He's still
Dratnos. This is
drawing.
Dratnos.
That's Dratnos. Okay, great. Bonus points on the map for the Dratnos lookalike. But let's take a look. What are we seeing here with the route? Makes, do you think this is looking pretty accurate?
So, I like what you did, but I feel like you missed some of the dungeon. I don't know if you would you like to speak about this one, Tettles?
No.
Sure. So they just
We
didn't
didn't do-
pull any of the last
Yeah,
parts
they-
over there?
I
Okay.
said I wasn't gonna speak on it. You
Okay.
you didn't give me
I'm
enough
also not
time.
seeing the skip.
Okay,
Where's
sure.
that skip, Tettles?
Well, I did get enough time. I ran out of time. Honestly,
Okay, I'm
had
hearing
more
a
time
lot
to
of
draw than
complaining
I've
right
had
now,
to-
but very little answers.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of excuses makes over from Tettles. So let's see what Zyro did and see if he did any better. Zyro,
Okay, listen,
now let's
all of
take...
all of this stuff up here is supposed to be part of the Red Bull. Okay, that's I just had to. I was just clicking madly, trying to get to 100% count.
Okay.
Sure.
You
Wow.
also missed the 2 wings, right? That's didn't they pull those?
Missed some things?
Right
Oh, this
after the
stuff?
first platform? Yeah.
They might have pulled a couple of the
No.
groundskeepers, but they didn't pull
Okay.
the stewards for sure.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Well, now we're gonna look at the real
Okay.
answer, and we're gonna try to decide who we think is closer.
I don't think I got enough time. Like I literally was clicking 100%.
And the
Okay, first off, I'm low
world's
APM.
smallest violin plays in the background.
First off, I'm
Yeah.
low APM. That's why I play World of Warcraft. Okay, like
Okay. Tuddles, look, this is a speedrunning competition, all right? This isn't a go slow and steady and
Well,
complete
those who
all
can't
of the
do
puzzles.
those who can't do teach, and those who can't teach cast the MDI. It's common knowledge, of course.
All right. So
I will say, I think on the part that you filled out, Tettles, you were closer to the original correct route. You just missed some of that dungeon, unfortunately. So I'm going to call it even, personally.
I would agree with you, Makes. I feel like this, I'm going to give this a tie. Tettles was more accurate but less complete. Zyro did mostly complete here, but maybe it wasn't quite as accurate. So I think this first one's going to be a tie, but I hope you've both taken some lessons from this.
Do we have a
We need more
production
than 30
camera
seconds,
on Zyro?
man.
I feel like that guy was cheating. I feel like I had to show my work first. I bet that guy was still clicking. Did we have a production cam on him to make sure that he wasn't continuing to click after the timer was over?
He was for sure still clicking.
We need more
Oh my
time.
God.
30 seconds is not enough. That's ridiculous.
But I
was
didn't
very
cheat. I stopped.
Listen, I think you both did great. I honestly am impressed in what you accomplished in the time that you had, but next time you are going to need to go a little bit faster, and we're going to need to see those routes a little bit more accurately represented. So keep that in mind, and please start practicing like our teams have been practicing for the weekends. But everybody, up next, we have our grand finals of the day. This is ANTTIS Angels versus the Triple Threat. Both of these teams will be making it through to our Season 1 finals, but only one of them can be our Group B champions. Don't go anywhere so that you can see who gets the crown. all of our action this weekend has brought us to this series, our grand finals for Group B. This will be ANTTIS Angels versus the Triple Threat. So chat, get your predictions in, because honestly, this one is going to be a wild one. We honestly came into it thinking we would know a little bit more how these two teams would stand up to each other, but today has already proven us wrong in many regards. But as we kick off our only best of 5 of the day, Dratnos, can you refresh everybody on our spec variety rule to start, and maybe give us some info about how best of 5 changes that?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. So the way it works is that after every map, you have to ban out 3 of these specs that are among your most played specs across the whole series. Now that line doesn't really matter that much in the best of 3. You know, after the first map, you just ban any 3 of the 5 that you played in map 1. After map 2, sometimes that has bitten our teams a little bit going into a map 3 and a best of 3. But in a best of 5, it's an entirely different ballgame, because this means you're banning 3 specs after map 1, you ban another 3 to 6 after map 2, another 3 after map 3, and another 3 after map 4 if we get there. So you'll have 12 banned specs, and crucially as well, you're choosing from among your most played specs. So if you play a bear in map 1 and map 2, you have to ban it out after that because you've played it twice, and you won't have played anything else, twice to be able to preserve it. So if you want to use something, say 3 times, you have to be really careful with how you juggle around its use, and you're going to have to push some of those uses later into the series. On the other hand, you might be able to make yourself a lot of space by playing multiple off-meta specs early in the series, and then banning off of those repeatedly later in the series, which, given that we start off in a plus 15 Magister's Terrace, that's kind of a place where maybe the most powerful comp will be super valuable, so you can turbo zoom through there, or maybe you kind of throw that map a little bit away and you say, look, let's play some off-meta stuff in here, let's reduce our chances here, and really increase our chances in the remaining 4 maps.
Practice is also kind of an interesting texture with the spec variety rule if you end up going to 5 maps, right? Because it is very unlikely that you have had insane amounts of practice on some of those deep maps on your 3rd and potentially 4th best composition, right? Like, and what gets tested is not only the speed, not only the routes, but your depth as a player. And a lot of these players, they have decent depth, but they don't have decent MDI depth, right? It's really hard to be able to basically play the exact same route on a composition whenever it is your 3rd or potentially 4th specialization that you're playing in a series.
This spec variety rule definitely puts the teams to the test, and we've seen, even since the introduction of spec variety rule, that this has been something where a lot of players have been adapting. They've been trying to expand out the specs they know, been trying to even pick up some other roles sometimes that they don't normally play to swap around to. I mean, it's been amazing seeing them all kind of work through it, but you're right, in the best of 5, it's a very different beast, and how they're going to strategically plan around that is going to be key. But of course, earlier today, we saw ANTTIS Angels take this series from Triple Threat in a huge upset that many of us were not expecting. Zyro, we've got the same 2 teams. Do you think that ANTTIS Angels can repeat that performance?
I think so. I think a lot of the dungeons that both ANTTIS Angels and Triple Threat have played this weekend, ANTTIS Angels actually has faster runs in those dungeons. But of course, that's playing like main comp. How are the spec pins going to factor into that? I want to see the world burn, so I'm going to say 3-2 for ANTTIS Angels. I want to see all 12 bans for both teams. I want to see how deep in the pocket they can pull. I want to see this.
What's Divide's 4th healer?
Oh
I want to find out.
The prop pally.
Zyro's like, I'm down here to see. Let's bring it to all the matches. Let's get to game 3. Let's get beyond that. Oh my gosh. Okay, all right. So that's Zyro's bet. Tettles, how about you?
I'm 3-1 the Triple Threat, I think. Yeah, I think that's where I'm at.
Okay, all right, Dratnos.
I'll go with a 3-0 for Triple Threat. I know they got owned in the upper bracket in the upper finals. They were looking really solid until things went really wrong in both maps, but it was very easy to see, like, one little thing goes differently, right? You don't get snapped in the Algathar Academy. That robot dies instead of living with 20% or 20 HP in the last boss on Seed of the Triumvirate, and they would have been 2-0 instead of 0-2 in that series. I think they're going to be enraged. I think they're going to be back with a vengeance here. I think they're going to 3-0 the series.
Oh, this is so hard. I feel like my heart is leaning your direction, Zyro, where I'm like, I didn't think ANTTIS could do it earlier, but they did, and I want to keep believing in that momentum. But I mean, we did see that big rally from the Triple Threat where they're looking clean again. They're looking like they've gotten back into it. So Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna go 3-2 towards the triple threat. But I really think ANTTIS Angels is gonna give them a run for their money. And hey, Zyro, maybe you'll end up being right.
Yeah, I don't think those are early predictions, though. I think we have a guest prediction that we're going to be flying here for just a moment. For those of you who don't know, Mike, a former MDI competitor, does the replay analysis for us. He gets all the clips together, puts the packages for the analysts as well as the transitions in between. He says 3-1 for ANTTIS Angels, and his insight is that he is a competitor that's played with a lot of the players on both of these teams. And he called out at the beginning of last series, Triple Threat was going to smash their series against Physical God Comp because they were confident. But they were going to throw in the finals to ANTTIS Angels. So he said 3-1 for ANTTIS Angels. It's exciting. Let's see how that plays out.
Okay, all right. Okay, Mike, we trust you. You've got that authoritative voice. You have that experience. I mean, if it pans out exactly that way, Mike can do like a victory lap because I can see it happening. Honestly, ANTTIS Angels surprised us earlier, coming in and securing their place in the finals long before the triple threat managed to going through that lower bracket. But the triple threat have been playing incredibly all weekend, bringing in clean plays and fast runs. So can they get back to that glory, and can they take down ANTTIS Angels this time in our rematch? Oh, okay,
what is
all right.
this?
All right, that's a +1. 5 specs remaining unseen, but that is the 35th unique spec seen across the MDI. Yant busting out the prop pally in Divine's face, but Divine is retaliating by swapping over to the DPS and putting Desired over onto the healer. So we have a role swap in addition to the prop paladin happening here for ANTTIS Angels. Now, for those who don't know, Divine Field used to be the prop paladin of the MDI. That was always like, if prop paladin showed up, you saw Divine was on it, he was just 20 times better at it than anybody else. That was back in the BFA MDI days back then. So must be very jealous to see Yant getting to play it, but getting to deploy the mage here, another fun off-meta pick.
Yeah, some would say if there wasn't a certain subset of players that were on the various method/echo teams throughout the year, Divine Field might have a few more MDI championships under his belt. This guy was there nonstop, was one of the best tanks in the world for a long time, of course known for the prop paladin, like you said. I like the role swap, though. This is the first team other than Physical God Comp that we're seeing go for a role swap here, and this is very clearly to play around the spec ban rule in a 5-game series. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, so both teams are making some concessions to the spec variety rule, right? Of course, ANTTIS Angels just going crazy with it. Triple Threat are also deviating somewhat from the main meta specs, but they're utilizing the Survival Hunter and the Arms Warrior. So one has to imagine that after this map, those will be specs they restrict. But those are still good specs, right? They're not the most commonly seen ones, but they are in that second tier of, like, you see these pretty often in these series. They're common choices for specs, whereas ANTTIS Angels, using, the Frost Mage, the Prop Paladin, the Resto Druid, the Arms Warrior, and the BM Hunter, they're going to be able to restrict several of these specs and play very powerful ones for the remainder of the series. So if they can somehow win this map, they will be so happy about it. But even if not, they are still accruing an advantage over Triple Threat on the spec variety rule, regardless of who wins this map.
Yeah, it's like a full-on mulligan, right? Like, Triple Threat, they're committing to the Guardian Druid right off the bat here. Now, they don't have to ban that out right away, and they can play something else in Map 2 and Map 3 to leave that Guardian Druid on the table for Maps 4 and 5 if we get that far.
Yeah.
But this is already one of those dungeons you're committed to playing that spec, so you really kind of need to win on this. Like you said, if ANTTIS Angels finds a way to somehow win this map, I feel like they're almost guaranteed to win the series at that point, outside of just randomly throwing 20 deaths at a couple of dungeons. You can see they're pretty significantly behind right now, and not going for some of the bigger pulls that we're more accustomed to in this dungeon. It looks like the strategy for them is just make sure we have a clean 0-death dungeon, and we'll be in a position where we can potentially capitalize if Triple Threat makes some massive mistake.
Yeah, exactly. This is, I think, going to be the story of this map, is that ANTTIS Angels are going to be playing slow and steady, and they're going to try and win the race that way. Now, typically, slow and steady does not win the race, despite what the adage would have you believe, but it does beat fast and wiping. Triple Threat, though, are not a team that you can count on to wipe, despite the fact that ANTTIS Angels won 2-0 against them earlier today through disasters for Triple Threat. I don't think that that is something that is likely to happen in any given map for that team. They are one of the best teams in the entire tournament here, so they are already charging towards activating that second boss after this trash is all done, while ANTTIS Angels working with Lust on the first boss here, and the BM Hunter kind of popping off there.
Yeah, nobody in this group really does AoE damage. BM Hunter not known for having great burst AoE, but when you're the only class in the group that is really trying to do AoE, and you do those 20 mana worms on top of the boss at the start, I guess you get all the pad. He was doing 1.5 million DPS right at the start of the poll, so everyone else is just kind of focusing on boss damage. But again, it's taking them quite a while to get through this boss with a slightly less than meta comp here. Triple Threat already has dealt with that entire hallway pull incredibly quickly. Just one Rune Spellbreaker that they have left to deal with. They're going to cleave that down with Serenal Sunlash. And I mean, Triple Threat, in a spot where they need to win this dungeon so far, Dratnos, they're playing it extremely well. These are ridiculously fast splits that they're on.
Yeah, absolutely. Triple Threat are zooming here again. Like I said, I think they're pretty enraged right now. They've been procced by losing and going down to that lower bracket, having to play in that last series to even get themselves out of this group, and now they are playing to redeem themselves, to get revenge on ANTTIS Angels, and that means using everything that they have at their disposal to get through this Magister's Terrace. Will this work out for them over a long series, though? I think that the way they're playing here, if this isn't a 3-0 for Triple Threat, they are going to start scraping the bottom of the barrel in maps 4 and 5, whereas if ANTTIS Angels can hold on, they're going to have opened up such a nice advantage on the spec variety rule, even if they do lose this map, but they will need to pick up at least one of maps 2 and 3. And of course, this map is not over just yet. They've gotten that boss finished, so you can see it's almost 2 minutes slower than Triple Threat on the first boss there, but presumably some of the biggest pulls in the dungeon did happen in that first area, so ANTTIS Angels hopefully won't be slowing down too much further, as they do get a similarly sized pull to what Triple Threat were able to do. A little bit less. They didn't grab all the way to the boss room, so they will need to kill one more pack at the end there in order to actually activate the boss.
I remember throughout the years of MDI, we've always had this weird discussion about what the benefit is of being the team that wins the upper bracket match. Obviously, you don't have to play in the lower bracket, but the thing that we always talked about in the past as a big benefit for our teams was the fact that they could just sit there and practice for the upper map pool, while the team that ended up losing has to play in that lower bracket match, can't prep as much. I think now more than ever that matters a ton, because the spec ban rule makes you kind of map out what specs you want to play in each dungeon throughout the series. ANTTIS Angels, they can practice specifically for the maps that they feel like they have to win. They might not have practiced this map on this comp at all. They just looked at it and thought, okay, what's a comp we can play, and we can just press W in the key and maybe potentially win if our opponents make a mistake. But they're going to have a couple of selected maps in this 5-map map pool that they will have heavily practiced for over the past couple of hours here. And they need to win those maps, but they absolutely should with the extra practice they have on the comps that they will have handpicked for those dungeons. I think this is a really interesting adaptation from ANTTIS Angels. And even though Triple Threat are looking good in this map, I feel like because they know ANTTIS Angels have that extra prep and they have that kind of blueprint throughout the series, I think Triple Threat is in a position where I feel like they have to win this series early. Otherwise, they're going to be on their back foot prep-wise getting into the later parts of the series.
Yeah, it's so fascinating the way the spec variety rule interacts with the best of 5, because you look at a dungeon pool, it's like, okay, there's 8 dungeons in the pool. That's 8 dungeons to practice. But it's really way more than that when you factor in the spec variety rule and planning out, okay, we need a plan that uses our full power in this map. We need a plan that uses some great specs, but ones that we're okay restricting rather than, the exact full power ones that we want to use for the rest of the series. And then ANTTIS Angels have taken it one step further, which says, hey, Divine, you've played some Mage, right? Desired, you've played some Wrestler Druid. You guys know these specs, right? How about we do a little swapperoo here, and we really leverage the spec variety rule at the cost of maybe being forced to play a slightly slower path through this dungeon, but still a nice and safe one that will give us a chance if something goes a little bit wrong for Triple Threat. You can see now Triple Threat already in combat with Gemellis here. This is going to be one of the huge Arms Warrior boss fights. If you can keep the jellyfish stacked on top of each other, they can just do so much cleave. It's a little bit less important on pull because you have all this other trash anyways, but once all the trash dies, the Arms Warrior will live or die based on whether you're able to maintain 2 or especially 3 target cleave the entire time.
Yeah, we saw that earlier with Physical God Comp on this boss when they knocked out Dire Wolves. Noxiv was just accelerating damage on Gemellis once the split happened and the boss got low. They started the boss like 20% ahead, ended 40% ahead because that Arms Warrior is just absolutely ridiculous at doing cleave damage to this boss. Triple Threat have gotten through some of the most difficult portions of this dungeon, as they should, right? This is a dungeon that they have committed to winning. They've picked so many of those tier 1 power picks on this key. If they were to lose against what ANTTIS Angels have put up, it would be an absolute disaster. But like you said, Triple Threat playing with purpose. They're mad they lost that upper bracket series, and they're looking great in this first dungeon of the matchup.
Yeah, Gemellis is just absolutely getting melted here. 30% already. Will Triple Threat be able to kill the third boss before ANTTIS Angels kill the second boss? They've now taken the lead on boss percentage here. I think they might be able to do this. The MDI equivalent of lapping ANTTIS Angels on this boss with 0 deaths for either team as well, which is part of what is so impressive here. This is the difference between the MDI pathing and these more slow, consistent, methodical routes that you're going to play if you're not as aggressive with it, which is what ANTTIS Angels have chosen to do by virtue of this composition that they are using here. Triple Threat now downing Gemellis and charging up the stairs. 83% count for themselves as well. So one big pull here might be enough to allow them to skip to the last boss and just end the dungeon.
Yeah, are we going to go for one massive pull? Are we stopping on the terrace here, or are we heading all the way to the top? Teef does not look like he's stopping anytime soon. We're going to be doing one massive pull, and look how fast Triple Threat are. Earlier off, when we saw this pull, just about an hour ago from Physical God Comp, the Bloodlust was ready maybe 30 seconds from now. For Triple Threat, that's not up for another 2 minutes. Are we going to be going all the way to the boss, or are we just going into the trash? Okay, finally, we have stopped, but this is the final amount of trash needed in the dungeon. Look at the pull here, 18% count. That's way more than they need to complete their 100% count for the dungeon.
Yeah, the Decroding Strike that puts a huge healing absorb on your tank here is something to look out for, but Guardian Druid in particular, especially during Incarnation, one Frenzied Regen will get rid of that entire healing absorb. Once this Incarn does go down, it is going to start getting a little bit scarier for Teef there. You can see another one of those huge healing absorbs instantly handled, and Incarn about to expire just now. And you know what they say? All right, no Incarn. We'll continue this cleave later, but for now, let's just get up to that boss, let this Incarn recover a little bit.
I mean, okay, we saw Direwolves go for a similar strategy where they pulled everything into the boss, but they had no cooldowns available, and the damage cooldowns are once again kind of gone. All of the DPS cooldowns are depleted here, and there's no lust for another 50 seconds. Fortunately, Teef does have 2 charges of SI available once the trash actually gets here. Is that Void Terror going to be able to get interrupted in the back there? I believe they were able to barely get that kick. They threw a stun at it, actually. That cast is happening again. There's a grip from Swag to make sure they don't get feared. Now they can freely interrupt it. That was a good heads-up play from them to make sure they didn't die there. An AoE fear might have been a full wipe for them. But honestly, Dradnos, I think a full wipe wouldn't have even mattered at this point. They've got most of the trash dead already, and they're so far ahead of ANTTIS Angels. They probably could have recovered from that. But Triple Threat didn't want to have a wipe. They want to keep it at a perfect dungeon. We're still at 0 deaths here. Diginitress is already below 70%, and that second lust still has yet to come off cooldown.
Yeah, this is incredible. It's almost a one lust dungeon out of the Triple Threat here. If they were to go any faster, they just wouldn't be allowed to press the second Bloodlust. This is an incredible pace that they are on. 12 minutes have elapsed since this keystone was placed in the Font of Power, and Triple Threat are about to stop the clock here. 42% on Degentrius as finally they do get back to that Bloodlust. Those cooldowns now rolling or about to come up here. That takedown and the Avatar both about to come off of cooldown, and huge damage coming out from the entire team. Incarnation, not least among them as well. Huge damage from the Bear, too. This is going to be an impressive pace that Triple Threat set in this Magister's Terrace. 12-22 the final time as they advance to a 1-0 lead in the series.
The Triple Threat were fast off the starting block, blazing through the first dungeon and taking the initial point of the series. This is the best of 5 though, everyone, so they still have to secure 2 wins in order to get victory. In our first map of finals though, the Triple Threat absolutely sprinted past ANTTIS Angels. And you talked about it while casting, but can you give us a summary of what you think contributed to that huge time difference, Zyro?
Well, Triple Threat is nothing if not consistent at the dungeons that they're good at. They had another Magister's Terrace earlier this weekend. Their time in that one was 12:21, so it looks like they're pretty practiced on this map. I think this is something that's definitely right within their wheelhouse. ANTTIS Angels, it looked like this is a dungeon that, number one, they probably haven't practiced much for. It wasn't in their route at all this entire weekend. They haven't played it. So it makes sense to be a dungeon that they would just sack these bans to. The real question for me is what the plan is going to be moving forward. Obviously, they have these 5 picks that they don't necessarily need to play in any of the other dungeons. They can just be there as ban bait. Are they going to be going for a much more effective strategy in the next map? I would certainly hope so. You don't want to go down 0-2 in a 5-map series.
No, of course not. I'm sure that they are thinking about that themselves, and some really good points there too about, yes, this being one of the ones that's kind of less played for them. But Tettles can give us some more insights as well on exactly how these two measured up.
Yeah, I think that this was really interesting from like a strategy perspective in terms of the spec of variety rule. And I mean, right off the bat, we had ANTTIS Angels, kind of like Zyro and Dratnos were talking about, playing 5 pretty unique specializations, largely to be, band bait. And for ANTTIS Angels, they played a lot of really cool pulls, including this one, which is good if you're doing a weekly key, but probably not good if you're trying to speedrun the dungeon as fast as humanly possible. And I think that like the additional couple of pulls that they did, it was pretty clear that they were just going through the motions and putting themselves in a position where, if triple threat, wipe or something like that, it'll be okay. But triple threat, I mean, they killed Custos off 30 or 45 seconds faster than just ANTTIS Angels in terms of how long they were in combat with the boss. And I feel like for the triple threat, they actually didn't take the bait a little bit. For ANTTIS Angels, you're kind of hoping that the triple threat plays their absolute best composition in here to try to get a little bit of a leg up. But the triple threat played the exact same composition that they played in the Magister's Terrace on Friday, where I think they have 3 pretty easy bans here. Whether it's this Arms Warrior, the Survival Hunter, and then it's probably between the Unholy DK and the Mistweaver Monk, depending on what you think you need for the next map. But I think that there are a lot of really easy bans for the triple threat, and we were kind of wondering what version of the triple threat are we going to see. Are we going to see the version of the triple threat that we saw earlier today that lost in the upper finals to ANTTIS Angels, or are we going to see the Deathless triple threat, which we saw on Friday and Saturday? As it turns out, whenever we get the Deathless triple threat, boy, are they fast in this Magister's Terrace, and they put on a clinic in this dungeon.
They are so quick, and it gives us just a reminder of how when we saw them this weekend and saw their runs, we were going, they can compete with these top teams. They'll be up there with the very top players, and it's absolutely the case. But of course, ANTTIS Angels may just be biding their time, like Zyra was kind of illustrating the fact that maybe this was a map that they just went, hey, you know what, strategically, this isn't the end-all be-all, so let's go ahead and try to plan around this. And Dratnos, we know we're going to have spec bans coming out as well. So as we're thinking about where they're headed from their initial picks, what are you imagining the teams are going to be looking to do?
Yeah, I think that ANTTIS Angels are going to be restricting 3 of the 5 specs they played here, and then the other 2, they will probably restrict after map 2. So they'll sort of have gotten 2 maps worth of spec variety restrictions out of one series. They will have to pick one of the other specs that they use next map as well, but there are a lot of great candidates, that Survival Hunter, any flavor of Warlock, something that they could play, any other tank, any other healer, that could be great specs that they also wouldn't mind restricting after the second map. The problem for them is they're now down 0-1, right? So if they lose another map, they'll be on match point for the rest of the series. You can get all the benefits of the spec variety rule that you want, but it's not like Triple Threat have lost irreplaceable specs, right? They lost the Arms Warrior and the Survival Hunter, which are both situational, both specs that they're fine restricting, and the Unholy DK, which is great, but increasingly we've recently seen that Frost DK does a lot of the same things and is totally slottable in for a lot of the same dungeons. So Triple Threat, probably pretty happy to pick up the 1-0 lead, even though ANTTIS Angels are getting better value out of that spec variety rule.
Okay, and there was a little bit of an add-on, actually. Dratnos will keep you rolling. I think there had been a discussion about prop pally talents that you wanted to bring to the table.
Yeah, so we have restricted the prop pally, so we're not going to see this for the rest of the series, unfortunately. And it didn't end up winning this map. But I did want to talk about some of the things that make prop pally so great. Something that especially works really well in high keys on live. So over on the spec tree, there's sort of this column of 3 talents, starting off with Ardent Defender, which is just gotten buffed. Now got more uptime as well, so you got stronger damage reduction and stronger uptime on Ardent Defender. Then below that, there's Spell Warding. Spell Warding is such a uniquely powerful effect that you can get to use in these maps. You can remove magical effects from players, which otherwise this is something that there are things that only spell warding can do, which is really nice to have from your tank, especially can save your healer a lot of trouble on some pulls. And then below that, there's Sentinel. Now, this is a choice node against a damage option. And part of the reason why the MDI is so tough for Prop Paladin is in the speedrunning situation, if you're playing Sentinel, that means you're giving up that damage. But if you give up Sentinel, then you give up some of the ability to do these massive pulls. But Sentinel was also buffed recently, again, in both power and duration. So really strong effect for Prop Paladins pushing keys. I think this is definitely a tank that you're going to see more and more representation of in the high keys on live. And I actually think it could do better in the MDI than we saw in this series, because I think that they were also using it in this map for it was also a combination of like a less practiced route, right? A more slow and steady route. I think, as Jan's Paladin blows us a kiss goodbye, unfortunately being restricted, I do think that we could see Prop Paladin more in the MDI, but I'm at least glad we've checked it off the list now. That's all the tanks. All the tanks have now been played.
There we go. I mean, you love seeing it all get rounded out, and it's very fun to see as well, and hear a little bit more about how it can be used, even outside of the speedrunning format, right? But of course, next up is going to be Seat of the Triumvirate. Now, we saw the spec bands come in, so Tettles, they're going into Seat. This is one that's going to be able to get another point on the board, or perhaps the first point for our teams. But what compositions or strats do you think we're going to have in play for Seat of the Triumvirate?
I feel like for the triple threat, they're going to kind of play the exact same composition and setups that they've been playing in the Seat of the Triumvirate this entire weekend. And for the triple threat, I'm interested in Zyra's thoughts on this. I feel like if they win this map, it is doomsday scenario for ANTTIS Angels. Like they're while they do have an okay situation in terms of their spec variety rule, I feel like going down 0-2 is just setting yourself up to be losing this series.
I think you're right, but I think it could vary depending on the spec choices we see, right? ANTTIS Angels, if they do end up saying, okay, that one map was the only gimme we're giving you, we're going for super important power picks here, and they end up losing, that could be really bad. Triple Threat has already committed to some of the power picks. It would be really interesting to see them go away from that for this dungeon. But I agree, going down 0-2, obviously not ideal.
Not ideal, but they're going to do the best that they can to make that something that's not going to happen. This is going to be Map 2, ANTTIS Angels versus the Triple Threat here in our grand finals for Group B. All right, Dratnos, let's see what they are bringing to us in this one.
All right, ANTTIS Angels are going to be deploying. Actually, both teams are going to be using that Prot Warrior. Prot Warrior works out so well in this dungeon. You've got Spell Reflect on that third boss, as we're seeing right off the bat, Yaunt dropping super low, the Rally, the Shield Wall, all rolling in addition to that Avatar, whereas somehow Teef able to hold on to that Rally for the side of Triple Threat, both teams with this massive pull going. And the comps are also completely different here between the two teams. ANTTIS Angels are using that Resto Shaman in addition to the Ret Paladin, very strong combo, and then the Devourer and the Warlock rounding things out, whereas Triple Threat playing a lot more of the sort of conventional stuff, although it is going to include the Frost Death Knight, since of course they've already restricted the Unholy, and the Havoc Demon Hunter, as they are going to hold the Devourer for later in the series. And the nice thing about this is that this is basically the comp that they used in this dungeon the last time they were here as well. In fact, I think it's the exact comp they've used in this dungeon already. So they get some good practice value by finding a configuration of maps where they can play the same comp rather than having to learn the same dungeon different ways.
And I think it's also a really good comp in general for the things that you want to do in this dungeon, right? Both teams have identified, okay, we have a really good burst for Lura. That's really important. We want to make sure we get the one phase there if everything goes clean. Warlock in general is just like a very solid pick if you don't feel like you need to play Demo in any other dungeon. Warlock is just generally good. Curses are very valuable on bosses. It makes your tank live a little bit easier. It makes casters cast slower. You get the gateway skip instead of just having to use Shadow Meld skips later on for the third boss room area when you're going in between second and third boss. I think I really, really like this pick. And of course, like you've identified so many times already, Ret Paladin paired with a Sky Fury buff is just so powerful.
Yeah, exactly. That's a very, very powerful interaction. Sky Fury, just in general, one of the strongest raid buffs in Mythic Plus, and just in the game, in raid as well. It is an extremely powerful effect, a huge chunk of mastery on top of the auto attack benefit, which the auto attacks are part of the reason why it's so strong for Ret Pally in particular. Also quite strong for Prot Warrior single target too. Scales pretty nicely with that Sky Fury, so definitely a combination and a comp that makes a lot of sense here for ANTTIS Angels. So compared to that Magisters, this composition that they are running is a lot more powerful, I'd say, than the Magisters Terrace comp. This is definitely a full strength strategy out of ANTTIS Angels that has the side benefit of making the spec variety rule work out really nicely for the rest of the series. Whereas what they played in map 1 was a lot more where the primary purpose was that spec variety rule. However, they are still 20 seconds slower on the first boss here. Now, this isn't because they did low damage. It's because Triple Threat are just so quick on that first section of the dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, the Triple Threat comp is just so hyper-focused at doing 2-minute burst. It's so good for boss damage and in general pulling around their cooldowns. We already saw this matchup earlier today in the upper finals, and Triple Threat was generally faster throughout the entire dungeon. It just all fell apart on Lura, right? They ended up having a couple of deaths that happened around that first set of Discordant Beams, meaning they ended up getting to their damage amp an entire cycle later, in addition to the 30 seconds of death timers they racked up. That was the opening for ANTTIS Angels, but obviously ANTTIS Angels had to keep it close to give themselves a chance to do that. Now, of course, ANTTIS Angels wasn't without mistakes as well. They can definitely clean up their play and keep it closer and potentially go even faster. It just really kind of hinges on how Triple Threat will play here.
Yeah, exactly. Tested, and all fell apart because that robot was just barely not dead in time, and it got that cast off at the end of the dungeon. But if that hadn't happened, they would have been quicker in here, and you can see why. They're already a Rift Warden ahead now of where ANTTIS Angels are in terms, and you can see the count at the top, right? Both teams at the same count, but Triple Threat already got this next pull gathered and underway, whereas ANTTIS Angels have a long section of the dungeon that they will now need to traverse here. So probably about 30 seconds in the favor of the Triple Threat, although ANTTIS Angels do have a slightly different path that they do take through here, so it'll be tough to directly compare the teams for a little while.
I think it's also important to mention that ANTTIS Angels is not necessarily tied to the damage cooldowns and pulling perfectly around them, right? Triple Threat are hyper-focused on making sure we do massive pulls around the 2 minutes of our Frost DK and our Havoc Demon Hunter and making sure we get max value out of that, whereas ANTTIS Angels, they do more free-flowing damage. Void meta is not necessarily up at the same time all the time. They do damage all the time. Warlock, they do have 1 minute and 2 minute cooldowns, but they're pretty much constantly doing damage, right? They don't really care for you to pull around their cooldowns as much. Same thing goes for the Rep Paladin. So ANTTIS Angels is a lot less rigid in how they pull their dungeon. If something goes wrong, they're not going to be set far behind, whereas Triple Threat, a death here, a death there, everything could get really, really thrown out of balance. But for the time being, no issues for Triple Threat, so that's not something we have to worry about just yet.
Yeah, 0 deaths for both teams, and if I'm not mistaken, it was 0 deaths in the Magisters for both teams as well. So far, a deathless series, and I think a deathless series does favor the Triple Threat. I think they are, at least in both of these maps, a little bit quicker. I wouldn't be surprised if ANTTIS Angels end up developing a slight advantage later in the series, but Triple Threat are trying to say, you know what? This one's not getting to a map 4 or map 5, right? We are going for this 3-0. We are using so much of our power in these early maps and being rewarded for it. You can see they're already about to activate that second boss as the last Rift Warden in combat there for the Triple Threat. And once this one goes down, they'll be able to go straight into that boss. Meanwhile, ANTTIS Angels just about to pull that last Rift Warden, so still not far behind, but definitely an advantage for the Triple Threat.
Look, they're kind of desyncing their cooldowns a little bit on the side of Triple Threat as well. I kind of like this. The Havoc Metamorphosis being used to kill off this Rift Warden, and Swag holding on to the Breath of Sindragosa for the boss spawn here instead. I like this. It means that they're not necessarily too fixated on pulling around the synced up 2 minute cooldowns, and you can still get both of these cooldowns within Breath of Eon's windows for the Aug Evoker, so it's not like you're really being less efficient in any way, and it's working out really well for them. Like you said, already on to this trio boss, whereas ANTTIS Angels only just now getting around to spawning that boss. Still have a little bit of RP before they can actually engage it.
Yeah, so Triple Threat have this boss at about 75% as ANTTIS Angels walk towards it, grab a little bit of trash, and will be pulling into the boss. 74% the HP for Triple Threat when ANTTIS Angels do get the pull underway. We'll be able to see at the end of this boss fight as well, looking at the bottom of our screen, what the splits end up looking like between the two teams, whether ANTTIS Angels have gained or lost time in the boss 2 split, or whether Triple Threat have really only gained that advantage from how fast they do the very start of the dungeon. So we have the boss in combat now. A couple of cooldowns been used, but now pretty much both teams will be dry for a little while, so damage may slow down for a little bit. Evoker actually being forced to run out and soak one of those orbs for Triple Threat, as it was quite far away, but heads up play by Triple Threat, noticing that that was going to be a problem. If you leave one of those orbs on the ground, it will increase the damage of that overload by quite a bit. But ANTTIS Angels are getting to that Demonic Tyrant. This should allow them to accelerate. Only 20% now behind the triple threat and closing on boss HP.
Yeah, this is where that's really going, like this damage comp that I was talking about earlier is really going to help ANTTIS Angels catch up. Look at the damage cooldowns for triple threat. Havoc Metamorphosis just now about to run out. Swag is in the Breath of Syndragosa, so they'll have a little bit of damage here, but it's just not as consistent as the constant damage threat from ANTTIS Angels. They should continue to catch up here on this boss. Triple threat will kill the boss first, but I think it's going to be a lot closer than that first boss split was.
Yeah, 26% was the health differential when the boss was pulled by ANTTIS Angels. So the question is, will they be able to get it lower than that before triple threat are able to get it killed? ANTTIS Angels also grabbing some trash in here, as they are a little bit behind on enemy forces as well. So they do need to get some trash here, but this shouldn't even slow them down on a fight like this. That being said, triple threat with that Breath of Syndragosa have reopened the gap and are going to be killing the boss, while ANTTIS Angels have it at exactly that 26%.
Okay, so, it's about the same. Triple threat maintaining their lead. But again, there are still ample issues for things to go wrong for either of our teams, as the hardest part of the dungeon is yet to come. The trash in this next area has claimed so many lives. This Shadow Meld skip has gone wrong for a couple of teams. Looks like it's going okay for Teef here on the side of triple threat. We are no longer in combat with those Void-Infused Destroyers. Sigil of Misery goes out on the 5-pack here as the team walks through to skip through to the boss. A quick rescue on the Mammoth with a couple players in the passenger seats gets them through to the boss room. Now we're in the realm of the Grand Shadow Weavers. Are we going to go for a full room pull, Dratnos? That's something that is a little sketchy, but the best teams can get it done.
Yeah, I think it is worth doing here, as ANTTIS Angels now going to be setting up a similar skip here. They don't have to do the rescue stuff because they do have access to that Demonic Gateway. We have a death, though, for triple threat. First death of the series. It's an Umbral Waves projectile from those portals. It's going to take out Swag. That's going to be that battle res committed. It's not a huge loss. Luckily, at least, Breath of Syndragosa was not up when the death did happen. So not going to be losing out on cooldowns, but that is still 15 seconds now that will be assessed against them. And if you look at the bottom of the screen, triple threat were 2 seconds faster on the boss 2 split relative to ANTTIS Angels boss 2 split, combined with 20 seconds on the boss 1 split. So 22-second lead, now minus 15 seconds. The two teams are almost exactly tied.
Keep an eye on the health bars of both of these teams right now. Void Infusion casts are the most scary thing here. Players getting channeled on for a ton of damage. Any excess damage taken from those Shadow Waves will most likely kill you. Personal cooldowns being expelled. Desire using the bubble there just to make sure that they don't go down. Got to keep an eye on the knock from the boss as it spawns as well. Looks like ANTTIS Angels has already spawned the boss. Triple threat has yet to spawn the boss, Dratnos.
Yeah, the Warlock Gateway skip a little bit quicker to execute, letting ANTTIS Angels get close towards where triple threat were, and then with the DPS loss from the player going down for triple threat, ANTTIS Angels were actually able to get this one started first. Now, notably, they are still a little bit less on count when you factor in all the stuff that's currently in combat for both teams dying. ANTTIS Angels will need a little bit more trash. Zotzi for triple threat, getting hit by one of those projectiles, being forced to Ironbark himself to survive this. Looks like it's going to be okay, but definitely close for triple threat. They do have another battle res, but I'm not sure they can afford another 15 seconds being assessed against them.
Ooh, that is a nice spawn of the tentacles from the boss for triple threat. They got a nice triple spawn off on the side there that they can go over and freely cleave down in just a moment here. ANTTIS Angels a little less happy about their spawns. They're going to have to passively cleave those down, probably with just the Warlock Imps, honestly. That's their best bet. They don't want to be single targeting that at all. They'll probably drag the boss over if it's still alive after the fact afterwards. But the boss damage is just neck and neck between the teams, Dratnos. This could end up coming down to just the one single death.
Yeah, those 3 tentacles had to be left alive for triple threat during that intermission, so they're now going to move over there and start killing them. And yeah, the death is a huge advantage for ANTTIS Angels. The extra 5% count that triple threat have, though, is a huge advantage for them. That means they'll have a much smaller set of trash that they need to deal with after this boss, just a couple of robots, whereas ANTTIS Angels probably need to go into that 5-pack. So we'll see whether that is safe for them. We know that it should be easier for triple threat to execute their trash pull, but last time we were in this map, it was triple threat that ended up wiping as a result of those robots staying alive into the Lura encounter.
And look at this, ANTTIS Angels, they don't have to worry about their cooldown usage. Triple threat end up pressing their cooldowns late on the boss, but ANTTIS Angels, with the constant damage pressure of their group is actually going to kill the boss off first, starting the timer on the Lura spawn RP a little bit earlier. Like you said, though, they will have to kill more trash up here, but if you're able to kill it off before Lura spawns, it doesn't really matter that you have to kill more trash here. Can ANTTIS Angels be efficient with this particular trash pull? Do we have an extra destroyer in? Okay, a third destroyer has joined the pack, so there's a lot of AoE damage here that could potentially go wrong for them.
All right, Triple Threat are indeed working on this 5-pack as well. It looks like they're maybe skipping the robots this time. Wildlife is not with the group. He's grabbed the 2 robots and is pulling them to the side, and it's going to hit Shadow Meld to drop combat with them, while Tief, Zotzi, and Swag slowly shepherd the 5-pack forward. Now, this is something you could take onto the boss. You can't fight a robot with the boss, as we've learned from the previous map that these guys played in this dungeon, but I think you can take this 5-pack onto the boss, and that looks like exactly what Triple Threat are planning to do. The Wordstone comes out as well, and we're going to be charging forward into Lura with trash. If they can survive this, I think this will accelerate them past that 15 seconds of death timer. The last boss has now been pulled by the Triple Threat.
Lura engaged at 13:36 for the Triple Threat. ANTTIS Angels, they have that 15-second window that they could potentially catch up with, but I don't believe they're going to be pulling the boss at that same marker. No, 13:36 has come and passed, and they are still traversing over to the boss here. They're going to end up pulling the boss about 15 to 20 seconds later than Triple Threat, which is massive for them. They needed to pull this boss within that window. Now, it's not all said and done yet. Triple Threat still have to execute the beams. They still have to make sure they don't die on this boss, and they still have to make sure that their comp does enough damage to one-phase the boss, but they have been holding those cooldowns for it, Dratnos.
Yeah, like you said, the one phase is going to be so important here, because if Triple Threat can one phase this boss, they will prevent ANTTIS Angels from even getting a chance at that damage amp. If, on the other hand, after that burn, the boss still has some HP for Triple Threat, ANTTIS Angels would be able to win by killing it in one phase for themselves.
Oh, Tief!
But Tief goes down for the Triple Threat. He's going to res, he's going to have a taunt, but unfortunately that's another 15 seconds, and now that might mean that ANTTIS Angels will actually have the time to do this in one phase. Let's see, Triple Threat are going to be getting that burn. The vulnerability on Lura, a huge damage taken increase. The Breath of Syndragosa absolutely melting the boss in combination with those 2 Frostworm's Fury. The Metamorphosis as well. Just huge damage out of the Havoc Demon Hunter. Triple Threat need to stop this clock soon, though, because ANTTIS Angels are about to join them in a damage burn here.
But the damage wears off, and they're going to have to do an extra few percent of the boss HP. This is precious seconds that they can't afford. The clock stops at 15:32, but the damage amp just now starting for ANTTIS Angels. If they can one phase, they will win the map here, Dratnos. The Bloodlust is active. They are burning this boss down. They might not have the 2-minute burst that Triple Threat does, but they're doing their absolute best to burn this boss down. 6 seconds left on the damage amp. Just how low can we get Lura? If this boss is above 10%, I don't think they're going to have enough damage to do it. 6 seconds left on the timer for them. They have to do 7% of the boss's HP. Dratnos, are they going to be able to finish the boss off? No, it's not enough damage. Triple Threat has done it.
And that is an incredibly close end of this map, but it is Triple Threat by a few seconds able to hold on despite those deaths, and ANTTIS Angels heartbreakingly close, but not quite able to do enough damage to win that map.
By a margin of literal seconds. Oh, the Triple Threat claims a victory. They had death setbacks, but they kept pushing forward and just barely managed to take the lead. With a second victory, they get a second point. ANTTIS Angels need to claim a map of their own if they want to stay in the running for becoming Group B's champions. Looking back on this map, as I'm still just like experiencing whiplash, ANTTIS Angels came in on a stronger comp this time around, and yeah, we even saw with those 2 deaths that they were able to be beaten out. So did this bring the margins close enough together, or do you think that ANTTIS are really having to bank on mistakes being made, Zyro?
I think just the overall strategy in this dungeon for Triple Threat was better. They heavily indexed into the burst damage on Lura. They actually lost the Bloodlust on Tief and still managed to get Lura lower in the damage amp than ANTTIS Angels did in their damage amp. I liked the idea from ANTTIS Angels. It was a good try for sure, but it ended up coming down to just a little bit of missed damage in the burn. They could have won if they killed the boss in the burn. But oh man, it just wasn't enough. What a map from these 2 teams.
That was so impressive. Oh, so close. Tettles, now that you are sat back down in your chair because I got to see Tettles pop up off screen during that map, what do you think about this one?
Was that choke or was that clutch? I'm having a hard time figuring it out. And we had some cool tech. You actually see here Swag intentionally gripping the slime into the boss and just making Zotzi heal through that. That way, the triple threat is able to kind of keep the boss stationary the entire time. If you have defensives available and you're able to front load your defensives and have them available for the next pull and setup that you need them for, it makes sense that you're electing to then not move the boss too much. All right, let's talk about the important parts of this dungeon that kind of separated the triple threat from ANTTIS Angels. I actually think how the triple threat pulled this second area, that was one of the big kind of turning points for this dungeon, where it allowed them to get a little bit of a smaller pull in this boss room, and I think that that should be beneficial in most instances. Unfortunately, Swag dies to a ball to the face, so it was, a little bit of time lost there. So I think that the triple threat, they're in an okay position at this point in time where, after Nazar goes down, ANTTIS Angels has to do the Destroyer plus the 5-pack, where Triple Threat are setting up for a genius level differentiation in terms of strategy. So ANTTIS Angels is killing this pack 100-0. And for the Triple Threat, by taking the 5-pack into the boss, first off, you let your Evoker get 2 uses of Breath of Eons on pull, but as well, you also get way more boss damage. You get a bunch of free passive cleave, and with the triple threat composition, I think the triple threat comp is significantly better at one-phasing Lura, but honestly just doing damage in this dungeon. And whenever this was set up for the triple threat, I was like, oh my gosh, they are cooking. The Breath of Eons gets pressed on pull, you kind of hold all of your other offensive CDs, and you know that Lura is dead inside of that damage up. Unfortunately, Teef, he gets charged by the Shadow Guard champions, he gets hit with the Lura Heaven's Lance, and he ends up dying to the Discordant Beam, all kind of at the same time, and in a way that you're a little bit surprised that it's possible to have your Protection Warrior, and I think it kind of caught him off guard. He was only a couple seconds away from rotating to his shield wall. At the same time, Triple Threat were even able to down the boss first, but they were able to down it 30 seconds ahead of ANTTIS Angels, allowing them to go up 2-0 in the series. And I feel like now, for the triple threat, they played such a unique composition inside of the Triumvirate that I think that this is a spec variety rule masterclass for the triple threat.
So impressive to see all around. And as I see it jumping in right now, we have to give a special shout out as well to some other folks joining us here. Thank you so much to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Spring Playoffs for joining us. Now, we are in the middle of some peak action here with the Group B Grand Finals. We are down to our last 2 teams, and we have come down to a nail-biter here in our best of 5. We are on 2 maps in, and we have the advantage with the triple threat currently holding those 2 points, but it was so close in this last one. Now, our teams have to contend with spec variety rules, so let's go ahead and give a little bit of a refresher for anybody joining us in case you don't know what those are, because we're going to be talking about them here for a few minutes. Probably. So, Dratos, would you like to give everybody a little reminder about what those are and how they play a role?
Yeah, this season of the Mythic Dungeon International, we've introduced a spec variety rule, which means that teams can't continue to play the same composition from map to map. After each series, you have to restrict 3 different specs. Now, what that might mean is that if you use your most powerful specs, the ones you're most familiar with, the most meta specs, at the start of a series, you won't have access to them at the end of the series. Both teams have been respecting this rule and playing around it. Between Triple Threat and ANTTIS Angels, though, I think ANTTIS Angels have made more concessions to the spec variety rule in these first 2 maps. Now, that may have contributed to why they lost both of them, but it does mean that they will have access to more powerful specs for the remaining 3 maps of the series if this does go to those full 5. Triple Threat have lost a lot of great specs, but they still have access to a lot of great ones as well. If they can just 3-0 this, they will be able to shut out ANTTIS Angels and say, oh, that was some nice work you guys did setting up that spec variety rule. Unfortunately, 3-0.
Dude, I mean, the Triple Threat has access to what has been deemed to be the meta comp right now for this map 3. I feel like the way that they've been navigating the spec variety rule, especially with Seed of the Triumvirate being the second map in the series, has been clinical.
Yeah, the only thing they won't have is that Unholy Death Knight. That's something that a lot of teams do like to use in a lot of these dungeons, but you can easily substitute it for the Frost Death Knight. That also contributes in a very similar way and slots in with all the same utility, which is really important for pathing, for not having to relearn, these pulls, you being able to still count on the same death grips and anti-magic zones. So I think Triple Threat really have a strong advantage here, but if this starts going to Game 4, Game 5, that's when I think things might turn around in favor of ANTTIS Angels.
Isn't Mysara like a Warlock dungeon?
Yeah, you can play the Affliction Warlock in here. A lot of our teams do choose to do that, so...
Oh, they're cooking. They were literally cooking.
This is going to be a great one, and if you're just joining us, get comfortable and please enjoy. We've got Mythic plus head-to-head speedrunning for you and a huge map ahead of us. This one could potentially determine our grand finals here for Group B. This is ANTTIS Angels versus the Triple Threat here in Game 3, Mysara Caverns. If Triple Threat takes it, it's match point, and they are our champions. If ANTTIS Angels can keep playing cleverly around this spec variety rule and have it pan out for them, they may be able to stay in the running and continue to contend for our crown. But either way, they're going to have to face off here and now in Mysara Caverns, Zyra.
What an absolute banger of a map, and we're not done yet. Looks like Triple Threat is opting to play no DK in this Dungeon Dreadnought. So that means they're not going to have any grips available to them on any of the headhunters in this initial pull. So if those aren't part of a pull, it's going to be really difficult to get them in. For the time being, though, quick gather for both of our teams as we start off with just another massive pull. Both Guardian Druids going ham.
Yeah, these first pulls of the dungeon are huge for both teams. The Bloodlust is rolling for Triple Threat, whereas for ANTTIS Angels, they're holding on to it. And this is a pretty scary pull to be trying to do without that Bloodlust. But ANTTIS Angels are saying, you know what, we've got something more important in the future here. This is a slightly smaller, about 3% enemy forces smaller for ANTTIS Angels than it is for Triple Threat. ANTTIS Angels are now popping the Lust, and they're going to roll this into the next one, potentially?
I think that was an oops moment. I think they just thought they pressed it and didn't. They do get to carry it into this next pull, which is about an arguably as difficult pull, especially when you normally don't have Lust for it. But it's definitely not an optimization play. They just clearly forgot to hit it there. This pull should die a little more quickly for them, though. And honestly, that first pull didn't really go much more slowly for them, considering they didn't have the Bloodlust. I do want to say we're set up for an absolute banger dungeon here. Looking at the previous runs of this dungeon throughout the weekends, the difference between these two is a mere 8 seconds. ANTTIS Angel have a 14:43, Triple Threat have a 14:51. It's less than one death's difference between the two teams. So if they're on their A game, which they have been, this should be an incredibly close one.
Yeah, although I'm seeing some of these shrink casts going uninterrupted for a little while for ANTTIS Angels. We had one of those channeling for a few seconds. Another one now channeling, going to eventually get hit by that incapacitating roar from Yant. We also saw the cheat death used by ANTTIS Angels. So the combination of those is our... Wow. Barely going to be able to stay alive is the Evoker for ANTTIS Angels. The Life Cocoon saving his life there as that cheat death has already been used. So I would say things have been looking rough at the start of the dungeon for ANTTIS Angels. It is very lucky for them that they've avoided any deaths here, and they're going to need to lock back in for the remainder of this map.
That being said, the second pull done a little bit more quickly for them, probably off the heels of that late Lust. Whether it was accidental or on purpose, we're not going to know unless we ask them in an interview later. It might end up actually being better because we know both teams kind of like to save that last Lust for either a big pull onto the second boss, or in the case of Triple Threat, they like to pull trash on the last boss and use the Lust there to cleave that down. So that second Lust timing should be okay for them regardless, either way. Both teams gearing up for the third big pull of the dungeon, but it's difference in strategies once again as ANTTIS Angels dragging this down into the boss room. Triple Threat cleaving it down at the top. ANTTIS Angels is going to get some free boss cleave here, but this is an incredibly dangerous thing to do.
Yeah, this is very, very scary for ANTTIS Angels. They're line of sighting a little bit around the edge of the stairs there. We do have a Headhunter and a Soul Eater, actually, that's still coming in a little bit late there. Does eventually get brought in and taunted immediately by Yant as well to keep that aggro centered on him, right where it should be. Meanwhile, Triple Threat still at the top of the stairs, dealing with about the same amount of trash, but no boss involved for them. A little bit more trash to compensate for it, but I think you'd still rather be ANTTIS Angels if you can actually successfully execute this pull.
Ton of damage from the boss cast, instantly countered by a revival from Divine Field there, dispelling everyone, topping them all off, making sure they're healthy on this massive pull. Personals were used there from Desire on that frontal as well, clearing it in the trap, very clean. Trash still being cleaved down for ANTTIS Angels. Now, the question for me is, when this trash is done, are we going to see Divine Field go and back pull some extra trash on top of the boss, or is Triple Threat just going to have this about 10% trash advantage after the first boss here as they gather even more trash when they finally get in combat with the boss?
Yeah, this trash differential is like, this means that one team won't have to fight mobs on the bridge at the end, and the other probably will, as we have seen both of these teams in here already, so we have a little bit of an idea of what their routes might be, but that doesn't mean it'll be the same from last time. For instance, in that Seed of the Triumvirate that we just saw for Game 2, we saw Triple Threat opting to pull a slightly different combination of enemies at the end of the dungeon, so there is certainly time and room for adaptation for both of our teams. As we see Triple Threat nearly having an Evoker, not death, but the cheat death almost proccing there, saved by the Life Cocoon from Zotzi. And we can look at the boss HP here and see, all right, would you rather have 40% of a boss's health pool or 7% of that enemy forces bar filled up? I think it's about equal, to be honest.
It is about equal. I 100% agree. For me, I think I prefer the boss progression and the dungeon progression first. You're just kind of ahead. You've gotten through more of the dungeon. You can always make up trash later. A lot of these teams will pull trash on top of the bosses as well, which is why the bridge trash is not necessarily that big of an issue for me. I know that the teams are likely going to pull some of that trash on top of the final boss. We already know Triple Threat strategy is to pull about 10% worth of count on the final boss. So the question for me is where that extra count is going to come from, because we know it's not going to be on the final boss. It has to be somewhere else. Do they pull extra trash after the altar area? Do they just do an extra pull there? What's the
There's a
plan
lot of
be?
skippable mobs along the way between the mini boss and the second boss, which you could just skip entirely and then also avoid some backtracking when you're activating the mini boss's like incense buff thing. Or you could just fight it, and I suspect that ANTTIS Angels are going to fight it, and Triple Threat are going to skip it, and I think that will explain the discrepancy in enemy forces count that we see right now. ANTTIS Angels getting that boss killed off at the 5:29 mark. Down there at the bottom of our screen, we can see those boss splits. Let's see where Triple Threat are able to stop the clock here as ANTTIS Angels moving in towards that mini-boss.
Looks like it's going to be about 40 seconds later, 38 seconds later for Triple Threat here, but they gained about 9% and change extra count. ANTTIS Angels now already gathering up that next massive pull. A ton of skirmishers in here as well. Keep an eye on those shields on the skirmishers. Once those pop or get removed, they do a bunch of AoE burst damage to the group. If multiple of them pop at the same time, it could be a very easy death event, but we do see that counteracted here by a ton of personals being lit up across the board. Dark Pact for the Warlock, Scales for Desire, IBF used for Nezro, and it looks like they're going to be okay as that AoE damage has been counteracted by the personals. The poll's still not done yet, though, as we're still in combat with this poll. Lots of mobs still alive here.
I like the way they've been methodically moving forward. You can see those restless smashes, the echoes of where they used to be, showing the exact way that ANTTIS Angels have been carefully moving this forward, and everybody dropping quite low here. So those reanimated warriors do need to get stopped on that reanimation cast, or else they will heal back up to 50%. Looks like they've managed to get all of those now taken care of. And let's see what ANTTIS Angels decide to do next. In the meantime, it is Triple Threat also in combat with that mini-boss here. Pretty much the same point in the dungeon, but ANTTIS Angels are saying, you know what? You guys can deal with the last few percent of these. We are moving forward. We are going to get this next pull started already.
The important thing I noticed is that we didn't see anyone from ANTTIS Angels actually going to grab the incense sticks. They didn't really start the RP there, right? So that means whenever somebody does go back to do that, if that is their plan, which I would hope it is, they're going to have to run around the entire room, click those individually, then get the RP started. That's going to cost them extra time. Whereas on the side of Triple Threat, if they've already set that up, I haven't been paying attention, hopefully they have been setting that up, that's a lot of time saved for them. It can take about 15-20 seconds to run around the room, click those, get that RP started, and then move on to the second boss. So we'll have to see if that ends up costing them any extra time. This is where that extra count is coming from for ANTTIS Angels, though. This is another massive pull. Lots of reanimated warriors, bound defender there, going to be spawning shields, causing them to make sure they're in a position here. This is actually a really bad spot for the Warlock's damage here. He's casting pretty much straight into that shield, but of course, it fortunately goes away. Triple Threat, though, they're going to be skipping past all of this as they get ready to gear up for that second boss.
Yeah, the Evoker is still back in the mini-boss room right now, finishing off activating that Spirit and then activating the Wernstone to join up with Zotzi up there. You can see Zotzi waiting, and there's that Wernstone into hopping on the motorcycle as well, getting in the sidecar, joining back up with the healer, and now they'll be charging on down the staircase here, grabbing a little bit more trash is Walllife on the Havoc Demon Hunter, tagging it from the top of the stairs, and then Teef going to be just charging forward and getting into the boss here, and this should be a huge opportunity for Triple Threat to accelerate themselves in this dungeon. Meanwhile, ANTTIS Angels also setting up a Wernstone skip. For them, it's going to be their Evoker moving forward and their healer back in the mini-boss room that will be activating that Wernstone in just a second here and rejoining the rest of the party.
But this is taking them forever. Divinefield's been up there spawning this RP for the past 30 seconds now, only now just joining the group. Fordaza's already pulled for Triple Threat. ANTTIS Angels is still gathering this pull together. So it's about a 10-second advantage now for the Triple Threat. I don't think this percentage is going to matter for them. They're going to get their percentage cleaving down both of these last two bosses. That extra pull cost ANTTIS Angels so much time.
Yeah, absolutely. ANTTIS Angels are at least now in boss combat. We are going to have that Dark Glare available in 3 seconds here. That should help them accelerate a little bit closer towards the Triple Threat. And the Frost Death Knight damage, or sorry, the Unholy Death Knight damage rather, should be pretty substantial on pulls like this as well. That is something that Triple Threat do not have access to, but they have that Devourer, which is also doing a lot of damage. Both of the teams, the spec that they have different from each other is on top of the meters right now.
And I mean, ANTTIS Angels with that Dark Glare have caught up a little bit in boss percentage here, but it's going to be an extremely close race to the finish for our two teams. It is essentially just two bosses with whatever trash they can find and pull on top of them that they have to cleave down. The cooldowns have completely run out for ANTTIS Angels, though, as they dodge an Unmake Beam from Fordaza. HP bars dropping low as they clear out the Unstable Phantoms from the boss. We still have a Restless Gnarlden available that they're cleaving down, but that Affliction Warlock is going to be hankering for some extra trash to cleave down. They do not want to be doing pure single target. Yanta's going to run off to the side and grab some more reanimated warriors so they can get back to casting those Pseudo Corruptions.
I think a Skirmisher pack from that other side, yep, is indeed also coming in here as well. So we've got 3-4 reanimated warriors. Oh my goodness, we have a death for ANTTIS Angels. The Coalesced Death Orb collides with the Death Knight, and that now leads to Yant going down as well. A Hexer Shadow Bolt going to be the final cause of death, but a lot going wrong already for ANTTIS Angels, and that is now going to be a full team wipe for them. 6 total deaths on the board. That is so catastrophic. Now, luckily, they did get the battle res off on Divine Field, and nobody else has released. So Divine will be able to cast that res, get everybody back here. They're not going to have to run all the way back, but all that trash they were in combat with has reset. Luckily, I think it was all the close trash. I think they killed all the trash that starts far away here, so they might be able to recover this situation, but you're up against Triple Threat. Triple Threat have 0 deaths on the board. Triple Threat have killed that boss already. Triple Threat are walking across the bridge here, and they might be able to stop this clock well before ANTTIS Angels will get to say anything about it as a result of that wipe.
I mean, they still have one final dangerous pull, the crux of the dungeon for Triple Threat. These skirmishes are being pulled, both bound defenders being dragged up to the boss. The second Bloodlust has been saved for this particular moment. They still have a drummer that they're going to DPS through to make sure that they aren't taking that extra AoE damage once they pull into the boss. Gateway being used to get them up there a little bit more quickly, and Darkness being deployed to make sure they can avoid some of this damage. But Triple Threat is in a commanding position. The cooldowns are available across the board. Walllife has finished farming up that Void Metamorphosis, so it's going to be ready when they finally do engage the boss. Triple Threat are staring at the final thing standing between them in a swift 3-0 victory over ANTTIS Angels.
Yeah, the boss is pulled now for the Triple Threat. So they've got all this trash gathered up and taking the boss actually towards the entrance here so that those defenders will get in more quickly. And the next Crush Souls cast here is going to be stacked up, hopefully, by them for some nice close totems for Cleave. Walllife actually bringing it a little bit farther away from the rest of those totems, but maybe that'll just sit out there and, it'll just get exploded as everything else dies, and down go that last totem. All right, just 2 defenders are the remaining trash that's alive here. The Triple Threat have cleaned up everything else, and when these 2 defenders go down, that is perfect enemy forces count for the Triple Threat. So they'll just get to this intermission phase, and they'll be able to absolutely nuke this boss.
Now, I was told from previous casters that if you phase the boss with the bound defender still alive, that they'll reset. So triple threat, they need to make sure they cleave that down and kill it before they get to the intermission phase, but it looks like they've done just that. Final set of totems also now being cleaved down. The boss will expel them away down the bridge for one final phase before triple threat get to reconvene on the boss with that massive 150% damage amp and send the boss home. ANTTIS Angels doing everything they can in the final moments here, trying to give themselves a chance, but triple threat have left no room for ANTTIS Angels to get back into this dungeon.
Triple threat charging their way up the stairs there, taking that gateway as well for just that tiny bit more optimization, and now they have their full damage available here for the remaining health of the boss. With this damage amplification as well, they're just doing so much so quickly here. Every single collapsing star you can see will take a chunk off of Rak'Tul's remaining life. Here comes that Void Ray, and watch this, it's going to be another collapsing star, and bang! There goes another few percent off the boss's HP. The Soul Expulsion does finally end here. It's still a little bit of health left on Rak'Tul here, but it's not going to last very long at all. Triple threat putting up the triple victory, the 3-0 in the finals.
Absolutely impressive runs here from the triple threat. They may have formed with players from Echo, Liquid, and Method, but they are solidifying their legacy on this new team, the Triple Threat, here in the MDI. The Triple Threat are your Group B MDI champions. And honestly, we have been so impressed by everything they have brought to the table this weekend. For a newer team, they've got familiar names, but they have really come in so strong. So as we look at this kind of return to form that we've seen, I mean, Zyro, how were they looking in this final map that got them this 3-0 victory?
Listen, I covered at the start of the map how I thought ANTTIS Angels had an advantage in this dungeon. They were 8 seconds faster off the runs we saw previously this weekend. They had a 14:43. Triple Threat had a 14:51. Look at the timer for Triple Threat here, 14:23. They were a full 30 seconds faster with arguably a weaker comp. Unholy DK does so many good things in this dungeon over the Devourer Demon Hunter, but this was just lights out for them. I think Dratnos hit the nail on the head when it came to this series. Triple Threat, they played this series like they were mad that they lost in that upper finals, and it showed. They played lights out.
You know, sometimes that revenge is all the sweeter when you've had to really work for it, and they came back up and absolutely brought this home. Now, Tettles, in your replays, what can we see about this last map?
Okay, so the first thing that happened in this dungeon that was really weird was ANTTIS Angels had a bit of an evoker moment where they forgot to lust the first pull, and then they pressed it with the Packers at 15%. It was like, oh my goodness. And they, let's say, utilized 20 seconds of Bloodlust running to the next pull, which could not have felt good. And I thought that plus a little bit of routing differences was going to be the difference. So for ANTTIS Angels, they killed the first boss 38 seconds earlier, but they ended up pulling Vordaza 20 seconds after, and a lot of it came off of this pull right here. For ANTTIS Angels, they ended up needing to play this Bound Defender. They ended up needing to be able to play these Warriors, these Skirmishers, these Shades, all of this trash, where the Triple Threat, they grabbed a little bit more trash count in the very beginning, and then they did their mini-boss pull all in one singular pull, while ANTTIS did like a bit of a slower chain. And for the Triple Threat here, they just skipped all of the trash, and then you saw Goop end up Wernstoning, Zotzi's on the 2-seater mounts, and so is immediately there's no time lost for the Triple Threat. They were able to get into Vordaza at lightning speed. I think that the way that they routed through this dungeon was just really smartly done, and Zyro pointed it out earlier. They had the fastest run in the Mysaros Caverns on the weekend, and I think a lot of it is off of this kind of small things. Of course, for ANTTIS Angels, whenever they ended up pulling... actually, something else I wanted to highlight. The Triple Threat also utilized the Spatial Paradox and the Chain Lightning to be able to grab the bats right into Vordaza here in the middle of the fight, and I think that was also just a little bit of a time save. And for ANTTIS Angels, we saw it happen in real time. The wipe, Nezro ends up going down to the Coalesce Death, and then Yaunt eventually just gets killed off by casters and just a bunch of the melee swings from these warriors. And once you end up having a full wipe, the run was basically as good as done. But for the Triple Threat, we didn't know what version of them were we going to get. Were we going to get the one that was kind of choking during the upper finals? The answer was absolutely not. We got the one that we kind of expected from them all weekend, where they had really fast routes, they had really fast strategies, and they never played to intentionally lose a map with the spec variety rule, instead opting to try to play their absolute best composition at every single moment, and they win 3-0 because of it.
I mean, it was a powerful sweep for them here at the end, and it was so impressive to see them come in and see them play all out through every series, even those ones that did not go entirely in their favor. And of course, all of this that has led us here to the triple threat being our champions and ANTTIS Angels qualifying alongside them through to our season 1 finals is a story that we can see play out in our bracket as well. So Dratnos, now that we are through Group B, what story does that bracket tell?
Yeah, I mean, what an upset that we had in the upper finals at the start of the day with ANTTIS Angels 2-0ing Triple Threat, but oh my goodness, Triple Threat did not lose any other maps this weekend. They looked perfect, asterisk, except for that one series, so really impressive performance from them. I'm very excited to see how they stack up against our other teams when we get to the finals in June. ANTTIS Angels also qualifying, though. Should be really fun to see them there.
It should be, honestly. I mean, I think both of these teams are going to bring some very exciting competition to the season 1 finals and some unexpected plays, absolutely. But, you know, gosh, there were so many upsets today. Zyro, what series do you think caught you the most off guard?
Honestly, I think it was the Direwolves Physical God Comp matchup. I thought Direwolves should have been a lock to win that series, but Physical God Comp completely outperformed my expectations for them. I love to see that. Listen, if I get a prediction wrong, it means a team is playing better than I expect, and that is always something that you want to happen in the heat of competition. I love seeing people raise their level to something that I'm not expecting of them. That was awesome to watch. And then, of course, Triple Threat coming back from that 0-2 at the start of the day, like Dratno said, sweeping the remainder of the maps. That was awesome to see as well.
It was so good. Honestly, I feel like today, every single series, I was just going, oh, I cannot wait to see what they're going to show. And that's always such a good feeling. And I mean, Tettles, now we've seen our top 2 teams here from Group B, but how do you think they compare to Group A's Mandatory and Send Spellbook?
Interestingly enough, I think that for ANTTIS Angels, they have a lot of promise. Even though they ended up losing this series 0-3, I think that they have a lot of potential to be able to rebound given the global finals. And I think that it's also going to kind of, the spec variety rule doesn't persist into the finals, and I think that that's kind of an interesting decision point for ANTTIS Angels, and what are they going to do about that? For the triple threat, the main path to victory for me from them is, we saw Mandatory, they basically went deathless in their weekend. The triple threat, really, really fast, gotta go deathless. I don't think that they can afford, especially in the finals, to ever have any of these like 15-second time losses.
Yeah, those, I mean, honestly, we've seen deaths just play a role over and over again, especially in lower bracket. But being something that even can cost those upper bracket runs, like with the triple threat at the start of the day. So I think you're right. I think that getting those clean plays in to be able to execute your fastest strats is definitely going to be something that's crucial and continues to be moving forward. But of course, Group B also gave us some interesting strats and additional kind of uses for specs. So Dratnos, do you think there's anything new from this group that will be considered as we look forward at the spec variety rule moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think the spec variety rules, certainly. I think also the pathing through the dungeons as well. We've seen some evolution in the way that dungeons like Algathar were played. Sometimes riskily, sometimes introducing an element of risk, as we saw with Triple Threat happening in that upper finals. But also the way Seed of the Triumvirate is played, even Mysara Caverns. We've seen a lot of innovation of taking the building blocks that especially Mandatory showed in the dungeons last weekend and putting them together in new and potentially better ways.
We have indeed, and I mean, honestly, I think that how the teams learn from each weekend is exciting to just watch as it continues to evolve into this bigger picture. And of course, now we've seen the triple threat here and everything that they have to show, but we are going to be hopefully here in just a few minutes, oh, actually, just right now, getting an interview in with Cooper and Teef, who have joined us from the triple threat. We are so excited to have them. We're going to be welcoming them here on the desk, so let's see if we can get them pulled up to join us. I'm waiting. We're excited. Okay. All right. Can you hear us?
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
What's up?
Hey, how's it going? Good to see you.
Good,
And-
good. What a roller coaster.
oh, nice. Oh, yeah, pretty good since you won. Feeling pretty good about it?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. I have
Could have
to
been
get
better.
some content.
Should have been better, I guess.
Oh, honestly, listen, we were so impressed by your play already in the MDI, and the Triple Threat is definitely becoming a name that we are all waiting to see face off with some of the other big teams and further on in the competition. So thank you both for joining us, and Tief, we have got a bunch of questions for both of you, but I'll start off with you. I have to ask you, Tief, had you prepared for the lower bracket run, or were you just planning to go through the upper bracket?
I mean, to be honest, we were planning to go through the upper bracket, but the lower finals was also our good maps, so we didn't feel like we needed to like specifically prepare for those. And we played those maps already in like game 1, game 2, or day 1, day 2. So I think we were ready for it either way.
So quick follow-up for that question. Did you already have like a plan in place for the Grand Final series? Like if that happens to go to a map 4, map 5, do you have comps planned out for those dungeons already?
I don't think we wanted to see map 4, map 5. Those would have been an interesting experience, yeah. We had a plan, but I don't know how good it was. And we will never find out, I guess.
So Mira's last weekend said that he thought that Guardian Druid was the best spec on the patch. Obviously, Guardian Druid ended up catching a little bit of a nerf coming into this reset. Is Bear still, do you think, the best spec on the patch for the spec for Ride Your Rule?
To be honest, I think it's Mistweaver. Like, whenever you swap Mistweaver out for a Resto Druid or for any other healer, you immediately feel in danger on any pool where there are more than 3 mobs, basically. The spin to win is very good from Mistweaver, yeah.
Okay.
I have a question for both of you, but I'll start with Goob. What's it like with this team that you've got where you got players from rival guilds all playing together? Has there been any friction? What's it all been like playing together? And what's the vibe coming up potentially against Mandatory later where, that's for some of you guys that's friends, for some of you it's foes?
Yeah, obviously we all played in Echo last year, right? So we know each other from that point. But for now we just shit talk each other as much as we can, of course. Obviously Warlock is winning at the moment, but we'll see until next year. But yeah, I guess Mandatory, I'm just hoping we meet them in the finals. That's it.
Yeah. So then, we'll follow up with that, Goop. Mandatory, you just listed them. But Tief, do you think Mandatory is your biggest competition, or are there other teams that you think are going to be up there with you that you're keeping an eye on?
I think Cup C is going to be very interesting to watch, especially since they saw both us and Mandatory play in these 2 weeks. They can steal a bit, adapt a bit, and improve a lot. So, yeah.
Okay, question for Goob. Either your team and some of the tech that you guys showcased this weekend with some of the very interesting routes, or other teams potentially, what do you think was maybe some of the most interesting, routing or tech that was showcased this weekend?
I guess with snapping, a lot of stuff gets removed that you're able to do, I guess. But I guess it's mostly the meld skips, Fernstone skips. Obviously getting the guy in Mysara Caverns into second boss is a very big deal. So people not doing that, you lose out on a lot of damage.
What's the deal with the Algothor Academy? I don't know if you guys had a chance to look at it, but ANTTIS Angels ended up playing all of the Lashers into the Veximus boss. Did you guys think of that strategy, or is it something that you're going to have to practice after the weekend?
We tried it, and we thought that's a thing for globals.
Okay.
But it is crazy that they pulled it off. Yeah.
But also, I'm not sure it's that much faster. I'm gonna be honest. I think our route was faster, but when something happens that hasn't happened in 50 tries before, you get them
that
put
was
off
crazy.
a bit.
That was divine intervention. That never happened. That he got snapped back, and then he pulls them up and says, "I got snapped back." It was a stun lock.
Oh, okay, so maybe a little bit of providence happening there to sort of get them through. But I guess we'll see if it measures up or how fast that route ends up being. And of course, all of this is leading down the road to some pretty big stuff. And while Season 1 finals are happening first, we all know everybody's thinking about BlizzCon. So, Goob, I'll start with you, but is the team feeling motivated by the prospect of BlizzCon?
Oh yeah, I think that's the main motivating factor, for sure.
Yeah? Tief?
Yeah.
I'm just here to have fun and chill with the boys, to be honest. But at BlizzCon we can do it IRL as well, so that's a good point, I guess.
All right. I mean, we hope that we'll get to see you there. Honestly, we've loved seeing everything that you have done already in the competition. So we don't want to keep you too long after you've had your victory and played this huge weekend. So we'll give you a chance to do some shout outs here. Goob, is there anything you'd like to shout out or anybody you'd like to shout out before we let you go?
I would like to shout out my own name. It's actually Gub, but it's fine.
Gub!
I don't mind it.
Gub!
Okay.
Okay,
Yes,
we
sir.
got it.
That one.
Taking a note. All
All
right.
good. I don't really mind it, but I've got a lot of DMs of people complaining.
Okay, we're on it. We will immediately
Yeah.
make the change. Thanks so much, Gub. And
No
anything
problem.
else you want to shout out?
I would like to
just
shout
Team
out.
Echo.
Yeah, go ahead. Go
Echo.
ahead.
Yeah, Echoke, of course. Their original name. That's the best name. We lived up to it today, so.
And Tief, how about you? Any shout outs you'd like to do?
I'm gonna shout out, of course, Gub's Duplicate for griefing a lot of runs, including our seat in the upper finals.
I saw that was getting
apparently-
paid
Swag
for the rest
spats
of
as
you.
well. You cannot leave
Swag
those spats
spats, any pet class, Restored Root Trends, Warlock pets on melt skips, Hunter pets on CCs. I love pet classes and threat.
And threads.
And threat. All right, great shout out. Love that. Everybody's gonna keep that in mind. But honestly, Gub and Tief, thank you so much again for joining us, and we loved seeing the triple threat. We can't wait to see you more in season 1, our finals that'll be happening, and of course, hopefully at BlizzCon too. But thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Oh my gosh, everybody, what a day. I feel like my brain is still kind of recovering even from just the first series that we saw, and now here we are at the end through Group B and looking ahead to Group C. I mean, it's going to be an incredible competition ahead, and as we think about Group C and everything that's in store, Tettles, is there anything in particular that you're like, this is going to be a banger in Group C?
I think that looking at time trials coming into this entire tournament, it seemed like there was like a big separation between the top 4 teams and the rest of the field. Next weekend, the top 2 teams are Miscount and Liquid. I would not be shocked if the weekend gets absolutely crazy between those 2 teams. Miscount coming off of an MDI victory last season. Of course, it was in the push format, but at the same time, coming off a victory last season nonetheless. And for Liquid, they were very, very close for winning the MDI last season. Also has some exceptional MDI veterans on their team. How are they going to perform is kind of the real question. And is any team going to be able to play spoiler? I feel like that's kind of this unique thing with the speedrun format. If you bust out some insane tech, there's always a chance that a team plays spoiler.
Tettles, are you playing next weekend? 15th seed?
15th seed. I see 21st
I see 21st seed
They
there.
both
Oh,
look like
21st
him,
seed.
actually.
Oh my god! It's Moonkin form and human form.
Yeah.
Wow, Tettles, I honestly, the resemblance is uncanny. Wow, I guess you're the mascot for To Be Depleted. How does that make you feel?
I don't want to hear it. Any of you.
All right. Well, you were spot on, though. Next week, I think, has a ton to look forward to as well, and some incredibly close matches. Honestly, this weekend in Group B, seeing how these upsets just kept us guessing as to who would win it has me even more excited looking ahead. But we have finally determined our top 2 teams here in Group B and crowned our champions. We'll see ANTTIS Angels and the Triple Threat again in our Season 1 finals, along with Tettles' teams, which will be playing next week in Group C. So keep an eye out for that, everyone. But honestly, this has been an amazing middle week here in our groups, and next week we're going to get an even better look at what Group C has to offer. So be sure to be here next Friday at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET for more Mythic Dungeon International. Take care until then.